And welcome to round number 7 of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series live here from Teesside Autodrome. Como Bambino are making their way round onto the circuit. They'll be stopped just before the start-finish line and sent forward into their grid slots. I am David Sullivan. Alongside me will be Mr. Tom Butterworth, who's having a quick look at what the weather has in store for us today after yesterday. With a predominantly wet race day, it rained in the morning. The track stayed wet for longer than what it normally would due to the weather conditions throughout the day. But for our qualifying sessions, had dried up. So played a very, very interesting dynamic as some of our drivers went out on slicks for the first time on the day ahead of the qualifying session. Tom, what's the weather saying?
The weather's saying it's going to be pretty much like this all day by the looks of things. It's going to be cloudy. Pretty much the same temperature, 7 to 8% chance of rain, which of course means there's a 92 to 93% chance of it being dry.
Absolutely. Grid is forming up. Jenson O'Connor on pole position, Tommy Burgoyne alongside Abel Hutton and Archie Mostyn on row number 2, Aston Wilson and Oliver Bullock on row 3, Calais Tennant and Edward Charlton, row 4. Green flag in hand, 2 new drivers joining the grid of Comas this weekend. Tom qualifying in 4th and 5th respectively. We'll have a chat about those when this race gets underway. 8 minutes on the clock, green flag in hand, round number 7 is go for Como Bambino. It's a great start by the number 7 of Archie Mostyn. He's going to jump from 4th into 2nd place, and then he's going to take the lead round the D chicane, all the way round the outside of the pole man, Jenson O'Connor. And Archie Mostyn from P4 will lead us through the chicanes for the first time from Jenson O'Connor and Tommy Burgoyne.
Well, that's not a bad debut, is it, here at
No.
Teesside?
Welcome to Teesside for Archie Mostyn.
Straight from 4th into the lead as they head down the back straight for the first time. Of course, we've got Aston Wilson as well here this weekend for the very first time, joining us as well.
Yep, both drivers over from Cumbria. Here at Teesside for the first time. We're racing with Jenson O'Connor last weekend over at Rowra, and they had a little chat and went, get yourself over to Teesside. Let's see how we go there. Feedback is that everybody likes the track because it's nice and fast.
There we go. A bit like Rowra as well. Nice and fast at Rowra. One of my favourite tracks in the country is Rowra, with the downhill section. The second half of the lap is
through Sunny Bend and round St John's.
It puts hair on your chest, whether you're male or female. It's that track. It's that section of the track. Yeah, it's pretty. It's brave stuff down there. As we've got Jenson O'Connor, Tommy Burgoyne, Abel Hutton and Archie Mostyn all going at it now down the back straight.
Burgoyne with a cutback on Jenson O'Connor, and I think he could be on the inside of Archie Mostyn as well as they run up towards South Bank. Mostyn's got enough at the end of the straight to hold off Tommy Burgoyne, but it sent Jenson O'Connor back into 4th place. And here comes Burgoyne down the inside at hairpin number 3, and Tommy Burgoyne in the S-plate leads Como Bambino from Archie Mostyn up into who we got in 3rd place. It'll be Abel Hutton up into 3rd, Jenson O'Connor down into 4th, Oliver Bullock in front of the 16 of Aston Wilson. Then we're going to have Calais Tennant and Edward Charlton in number 8.
And you will notice this weekend we have our new timing column on the left-hand side of the screen.
We do have a different timing column.
I just thought I'd point that out as well. That's the actual timing that we get here in the commentary box. That's exactly how it looks on our screens. The only difference is we've got a circuit map as well, but everything else is absolutely identical. You see best lap, last lap, and then we just get like gaps behind and deltas and stuff like that. But really, that's everything that we go off here in the commentary box.
Still the top 4, nose to tail, just trying to swap round. It looks like Burgoyne's dropped back into 2nd place now, as it looks like Mostyn has found a way back through to head this Como Bambino heat. 3 minutes in of 8 as Jenson O'Connor goes down the inside of Abel Hutton and runs Hutton wide out onto the rumble strips. Jenson O'Connor with a move that every Honda Cadet would be proud of, Tom, at hairpin number 4, down the inside, using the full width of the track and up into 3rd place.
Straight lined it between the kink and the dog leg as well as they as he tried to cut in front of Abel Hutton there.
Somebody buy that lad a Honda.
When he's old enough.
Well, it is confusing at times, isn't it, as to the age of these. As O'Connor now comes out of hairpin number 2 with a good run, and he gets alongside Burgoyne and looks like he's through by the time they run up towards South Bank. Indeed he is, because, as remember, Oliver Bullock behind is the tallest 6-year-old that the world has ever seen.
Indeed, and yeah, he's going. Oh, as he looks down the inside, in fact, does Oliver Bullock?
No,
it wasn't
wasn't
Oliver.
It?
Sorry, it was Burgoyne. Yeah, my apologies. But yeah, it is confusing with the size difference and of course the age difference as well, because they can be racing here at 5, or they can theoretically still be doing it at what, 8?
8 years old. Yeah,
so,
year of your 8th. So
when you think that's almost double in age.
I mean, height-wise, Oliver Bullock has been ready for Cadet now for about 7 or 8 months, but age-wise, he's just not able to move up.
Yeah.
But that's the thing with karting in general, isn't it? You'll see drivers that they're Junior Rotax and they're overweight at 13 because of the height of them. Down the inside on exit is Jenson O'Connor. Archie Mostyn might have enough at the end of the straight, as O'Connor had to go tighter, and indeed Archie Mostyn does have enough at the end of the straight to hold on. We see that a lot with drivers getting down the inside, but they've taken a tighter line and scrubbed off some speed at the end of the straight. The driver on the outside just powers all the way around, but at the front with 4 deep in Como Bambino, as wide goes Jenson O'Connor. A slight error there by the 26. That could allow Tommy Burgoyne to draw alongside. Indeed does, but he doesn't have enough. Jenson O'Connor slots back in. It's as you were at the front. Mostyn, O'Connor, Burgoyne and Hutton leading from Bullock and Wilson. They're having a fantastic little battle over P5 as well, Tom, as Oliver Bullock and Aston Wilson.
They are indeed, and Abel Hutton set the fastest lap of the race last time around. Closed the gap in, well, I was going to say significantly, but it wasn't really. It was around about 0.4 of a second, but the gap has gone out again as Burgoyne and O'Connor go side by side.
Yeah, Burgoyne with that switch back, fastest lap on the previous lap. Abel Hutton in 4th place, using the toe of all of those in front, putting in a 1 minute .623. All of the front runners in the sub 101s. Now, though,
that was a great move round the outside from Abel Hutton.
Yeah, but look how
double move. He moved from 4th to 2nd.
Look how much of a gap it's allowed Jenson O'Connor, who's found the way past Archie Mostyn on that lap, to open up. That's going to be at least a second, is that gap, and indeed it is. 1.5 is the gap at the front from Jenson O'Connor to Abel Hutton in 2nd place now, with Burgoyne and Archie Mostyn. I think every one of these drivers, Tom, has been in either 1st, 2nd, 3rd or 4th. I think with the exception of Hutton, who's only managed to get up to 2nd. He's the only one that probably hasn't led this race so far, and he's going to need 1.5 seconds in the remaining minute and a half to close in on Jenson O'Connor, who is now got this one. Well, it's his to lose at the moment, Tom. We've got a warning for Tommy Burgoyne in 3rd place at the minute. He's down into 4th briefly. Think he could be coming back through. No, he's back down into 4th place, and then tags the rear of Archie Mostyn in front of him, and that's lost him 3 or 4 kart lengths off the back as Mostyn tries a up and under. Think he scrubbed off a little bit too much speed to make this work all the way around the outside. He's going to try and keep his foot in. Ooh. Archie Mostyn, bravery. Archie Mostyn, what a move! For the 2nd time after that superb start, he's driven all the way round the outside of Abel Hutton, and Archie Mostyn's up into 2nd place.
Pure momentum, wasn't it? Pure momentum on Abel Hutton, and able to get that move completed for Mostyn.
Thought he'd scrubbed off a little bit. He got a little bit of snap oversteer out of hairpin 4 and thought he'd scrubbed off a little bit too much, but kept his foot in all the way round the outside. In the end, he gave Abel Hutton a decision to make, and that decision was either back out or it's going to get very tight for the two of us through the D chicane.
Indeed. And yes, so Mostyn now up into 2nd place. Jenson O'Connor, with that fastest lap on the previous lap, was, well, that's how he managed to gap the field. I'm going to go into it in lap times after this race is finished. I'm going to have a look at what O'Connor managed to do to make that gap, because it was an incredibly fast. Incredibly fast.
We could go sub 1 minute today, Tom, for what could well be the first time in a while in Como Bambino.
What I'm trying to get across is Jenson O'Connor went a huge amount faster than he'd been at any point previously and has been since.
Yes.
He just put in a stellar lap time, just a 1
Half
off.
a second.
It's like, where did that come from?
Yeah, onto the final lap then. O'Connor leads. It looks like Mostyn could well have second place tied up as well, because behind Abel Hutton and Tommy Burgoyne are scrapping it out. Just a little bit further back, Aston Wilson is taken the whole race to try and find a way past Oliver Bullock, and indeed now he's up into 5th place. He's followed Bullock, who's done the full season here, just picked up on some lines and found a way through. He's up into 5th place. Bullock, though, still battling it out of the final corner, though. Heat number 1 and the first race of the day will go to Jenson O'Connor, who will take the checkered flag. O'Connor wins it then from a stellar performance from Archie Mostyn in his first race here at Teesside. Abel Hutton in 3rd is happy with that one. Tommy Burgoyne in 4th place will feel that he's probably got a little bit more in the tank throughout the day. The 16 of Aston Wilson crosses the line in P number 5. Oliver Bullock. Then it's going to be Calais Tennant. And crossing the line in 8th place. Massive shout out, by the way, for Edward Charlton. I'm absolutely adamant that is a personal best in terms of lap time for Edward Charlton. Getting down into the 103s. 103.438 for Edward Charlton in 8th place, but just continuing to progress personally throughout his time here at Teesside. I was sure yesterday they'd said that he was sort of getting down towards the 105s, 106s. I'm fairly sure that's a PB for Edward Charlton. If it is, congratulations. Well done to him, and just hope that sort of personal progression continues throughout the day, Tom.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look at these lap times we were talking about. So O'Connor did a 1:01.4, then a 1 minute point 6, a 1 minute point 9, then a 1 minute point 2. So he did a 1 minute point 986, then a 1 minute point 210. So 3/4 of a second quicker than he'd gone on the previous lap. Then he dropped 2 tenths, then he dropped another 3 tenths, so 1 minute point 7, and then he found another half a second on the final lap.
Yeah, a superb effort from Jenson O'Connor, who did indeed go. I think he went 2nd, 4th, 2nd, 1st. So he went all the way through the range throughout that race. Did Jenson O'Connor. He secures the win, and we'll start heat number 2 from pole position as we start where we finish at Teesside. Barriers are being parted like the Red Sea down at South Bank as we await Honda Cadets.
The Bambino, certainly in the second half of this year, have been one of our most exciting championships.
It's been great.
It's been great racing.
We've mentioned this before. You don't have to have a massive grid to have great racing, and the Comas have proved that.
And what we've seen over the last 5 years that we've been doing this is the Bambinos, because of the disparity really between the engines, you tend to get quite a big field spread. And we just haven't had that the second half of the year. No, everybody's been nose to tail.
It's been really tight, and we're even missing the Crawfords this weekend as well, Tom. Just quickly moving on to Honda Cadet, because as always, we've got a bumper grid. Qualifying yesterday threw up some anomalies in that it took the drivers a little bit of time to get used to having the slick tyres on. Right at the end, though, at the final lap, one of the final drivers to cross the line before the end of the session, Luka Bachuev, jumped to the top of the timesheets. He goes off pole position with Hugo McCluskey alongside. Row 2 is mouth-watering. We've got the championship leader, Max Taddy, alongside the reigning champion, Joshua Sullivan. Noah Clark and Aaron Berridge, who won the final at round number 6, goes off 5th and 6th, respectively. Tom Nichols and Dexter Petty with Ollie Crumpton and the debutant Joshua Bailey in P number 10. Ethan Pearson, who I think this will be his best starting position. I think previously it was 12th. He starts 11th this time round. He's got Jensen Whitehead for company, Ollie Carter and Sam Dixon, another personal best qualifying for him on row number 7 in 14th. Then it's Bailey Wilson, also joins us for the first time down from Fife in Scotland. He's alongside Jake Gibbon with a personal best qualifying of 16th. Sebastian McCarthy, he'll feel that he's got a little bit more to come. He'll start 17th. Daniel Zayad alongside Morgan Cooney and Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn round out your top 20. Then it's Layla Berryman and Isaac Welburn, Harry Scrafton and Alfie Keeling. The debutant Seth Wright and Jacob McDonald complete your 26-kart Honda Cadet grid.
And breathe.
Seamless, that, mate. It's been 6 years. I think that's probably one of my best.
I was just chuckling away at Noah Clark having, going into full recliner when he came onto the grid. He's got his feet back in now, but he was,
feet up on top of the pedals.
Yeah,
his seat is
stretched out.
The seat's the most reclined seating position on the grid anyway.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take much to get the feet up in the air.
When he put his feet, it was almost like he was in bed. Just it's that level of comfort.
Get that lad a pillow. Or just what we refer to as a big Billy neck race.
Yeah.
Can sleep on one of them.
Have a kip in the cart. But not during the Honda Cadet heat number one, which is coming up now.
It's time to wake up to the rumble of Honda GX200 here at Teesside Autodrome. Luka Bachuev and Hugo McCluskey on that front row. McCluskey, who held pole until the final few seconds. In fact, he came off the track believing that he was on pole position until it was told to him that Luka Bachuev was had pipped him right at the end. So, make sure that our wheels are in the right place. Oh no, we're just having a... I think we might have just been tucking a helmet strap in there. Not 100% sure because the marshal was in the way. But nonetheless, we're in position. Clerk of the course is happy at the back. Driver's just been instructed to make sure their visors are down. Green flag is in the hand of the start line marshal. We'll be straight down towards the national loop. And we're away and racing as the field get going up towards the first corner. Drivers are trying to get across towards the national loop, and indeed do. The only one that can't at the moment is Hugo McCluskey. He's wide, but it does indeed slot in. Everybody's made it round the national loop with Max Taddy up from third into second place. They're all tight into hairpin one. Let's see what happens at 2, because that's often where we have a little bit of a concertina effect. We've got a switchback coming, and we're 3 wide down the back straight towards South Bank.
We certainly are. That was a great move from Sullivan to put himself on the inside down the back straight and maintain the momentum. Jumps up to second with Taddy now in behind.
So the second row is now the front row as Taddy and Sullivan jump from third and fourth respectively up into P1 and 2. Honda Cadet are clean round lap number 1. And it's going to be Taddy from Sullivan, Luka Bachuev, Hugo McCluskey, Noah Clark, Dexter Petty. Great opening lap with Aaron Berridge, Tom Nichols, Ollie Crumpton and Joshua Bailey.
Yeah, as you can see from the timing column now on the left-hand side, you can see who's moved up and down. Morgan Cooney moving the most in 3 places, but Taddy and Sullivan both doing what they need to do and get to the front of this one quickly.
Tyre update. Taddy went new at round number 6. Sullivan and Bachuev are new for this round, Tom. And I believe potentially Hugo McCluskey as well.
Well, it's paying dividends already for Sullivan as he gets great drive again out of hairpin 2. Exactly what he did on the last lap. Clean drive, out-dragged Max Taddy and takes the lead away.
Going to be really interesting now because throughout the rest of this season, Tom, Taddy does not need to win races to win championships anymore. He's done the hard yards early doors, Tom. Whereas Sullivan, he does need to win races to defend his championship. So we're going to see what happens here because it's very interesting dynamic now between these two. Very, very experienced drivers, as we've mentioned. Sullivan, the reigning champion. Taddy coming into this season, seeded second in the country, Tom. So, you know, the experience that's at the front of this, you're not going to find much more in Honda Cadet. Sullivan's only got one more race meeting in this class before he moves up based on age at the end of the season anyway.
And he's going
Junior Pro Kart at the end of this season.
So that's going to be an interesting move as well. Not feeling the need to go Rotax classes and sticking with the 4-strokes.
Yeah, it's less of feeling the need, Tom, and more that looking at the bank account and thinking that's not going to work. Well, and I can assure you that is 100% the case.
what with being the holder of said bank account.
Yes.
Anyway, so Sullivan leads from Taddy now. They are starting to push away at the front of this one, working together. Taddy giving Sullivan the push. As he said, doesn't need to win this. No, just needs to sit in behind. Work Tom. Well with Sullivan. But the question is, does Taddy know that?
I don't know, but this isn't a Honda Cadet race. Because they're all pushing each other. They're not scrappy.
No, it is. It very much is a Honda Cadet race.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is it's not following the usual script.
We're in our mid-race lull there.
We are in that mid-race lull.
Everybody just
but what it has done,
and working together.
Look what it's done now. It's brought McCluskey. It's brought Bachuev. They're right back in the mix here, Tom. Berridge, Dexter Petty up into P6, Noah Clark, Tom Nichols, Joshua Bailey up into P9, Ollie Crumpton, Berridge with the fastest lap. Then it's Pearson, Whitehead, Carter, Cooney up from 20th to 14th. Bailey Wilson holding firm in 15th, where his start position. And then it's Berryman, Dixon, McCarthy, Zayad and Gibbon in P20.
You know that we were saying...
Oh, sorry, Tom. We've had Luka Batchev try and go down the inside of Hugo McCluskey. That's not quite worked out. And Aaron Berridge is the benefactor. He's up into 4th.
Well, I was saying a lap and a half ago that Taddy and Sullivan were working together to move away at the front of this one. And now we've got a train of probably 10 karts, all now that... Basically, any one of these 10 can win it.
Yes, but the issue you've got is the Batchev issue, isn't it? If you go for a move and it doesn't quite work out, there's a fairly decent chance you're losing a place.
Well, indeed, exactly. that's the nature of them all being so close together. You leave the door open, and somebody's coming through.
This shows the real benefit of a spec class.
Berridge again with the fastest lap of the race. That's 3 in a row for Berridge.
Yeah, that's Hugo McCluskey down the inside of Max Taddy. Taddy defends him off. Yeah, as a spec class, Tom, we've seen this really throughout the year. There has been front pack and a second pack, but even the second pack's only 20, 25 kart lengths back. You know, they're going strong. Just trying to figure out who's leading that one. It's Ethan Pearson. He's got a new helmet this round, Tom. That's why he's a bit of a different spot.
Yeah, it's Pearson, Carter, Whitehead, Cooney and Berryman all in that group.
Yeah, they're scrapping now, Tom. This is what Honda Cadet's all about, just behind us. Dexter Petty gets a good run on Luka Batchev, and then slightly wide around that corner went Aaron Berridge, but he slotted back in nicely. He's up into 3rd place now because he's when he got slightly wide, it was because he'd just gone past Hugo McCluskey.
Taddy is going to need some help now if he's going to make a move on to try and catch Sullivan. There's a gap has opened up. 4/10 quicker that lap around was Sullivan.
Yeah, Aaron Berridge, Tom, confidence that this lad's got now, Tom, in the last couple of rounds.
I was just going to say, most improved driver over the last few rounds, definitely.
Jumped into the top 3 at round 4 or 5 for the first time in one of the heats. We've got driver round, that's Jake Gibbon at hairpin number 3. Jumped into the top 3, won his first final at round number 6. Emotional scenes they were triggered on the bank there as he took his first final victory. And he's a driver that is currently absolutely brimming with confidence.
And rightly so. I mean, he's flying along. And another fastest lap of the race that time around. It's like he can hear us, David.
Personal best for all of the top 4. And it's the Taddy has closed back in.
He's halved the gap to Sullivan in the last couple of corners. And in fact, he's halved it again just down the back straight.
Oh, and he's going for a move into hairpin number 3. I'm not quite sure what's happened at the front here because Sullivan had 4/10. I think he went slightly wide tight into hairpin 1 on the previous lap. Made a slight error of judgment, and now he's got everybody back to Joshua Bailey breathing down his neck with a minute and a half to go.
Batchev now with the new fastest lap of the race of 48.1, so we're getting close to the 47s as Taddy now makes a move on the inside of Sullivan at hairpin 1. Sullivan's going to hold the inside.
He's going to be tight.
2. Oh, it was a block pass from Sullivan, and actually that's now allowed Berridge, McCluskey and Batchev through.
It was. I don't think Sullivan realised that there was the rest of them behind when he...
There were another 9 karts behind.
Absolutely, and it's dropped him down into 5th place. Work to do now as Berridge and McCluskey. Batchev's going for a move down the inside of Max Taddy.
I think it's safe to say the mid-race lull is over.
Yes, it certainly is. We are awake now as Dexter Petty goes down the inside of Joshua Sullivan. He is up into 5th place.
So your running order at the front group is Berridge, McCluskey, Taddy, Batchev, Petty, Sullivan, Clark, Nichols, Crumpton, Bailey. As quick as that. In fact, faster than that. They're all so close together. They're all still nose to tail. Any of these 10 could still win this race. But it's Berridge now at the front of this one, moving, starting to move away as they go side by side. Is that Max Taddy? It is Max Taddy on the inside, taking 2nd place away from Hugo McCluskey. And Luka Batchev fancies a bit of that as well. Or as they try to sort themselves out through hairpin 4, they're 3 wide as they come over the line, and it's gonna be it's now Aaron Berridge comfortably in the lead of this one by 0.6 of a second all of a sudden as they battle it out behind from McCluskey, Batchev, Taddy, Petty, Sullivan, Clark, Nichols, Crumpton and Bailey.
Yeah, there's only 1 point, Tom, between each finishing position here, but they're scrapping out like it's a final. Sullivan's down the inside of Petty. That could allow Noah Clark as well to get alongside, but Dexter Petty's been rather smart there and has just tagged the back of Sullivan and pushed along to try and benefit them both, and indeed has. But Aaron Berridge at the front, he doesn't have to defend because he's got kart lengths at the front from Hugo McCluskey. Down the inside, tries a move by Max Taddy. Aaron Berridge, though, will start round 7 as he finished round 6 with a victory from Hugo McCluskey, Luka Bachuev, Max Taddy and Joshua Sullivan, Dexter Petty. Then it's going to be Tom Nichols, Noah Clark, Ollie Crumpton and Joshua Bailey. Behind them, Carter, Pearson, Cooney up from 20th to 13th. Berryman, Whitehead, Bailey Wilson and Daniel Zayad, Sam Dixon, Sebastian McCarthy and Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn complete your top 20.
And crucially for Taddy in his championship bid, finished ahead of Joshua Sullivan.
Yeah.
Not the other way around as Sullivan needs. Sullivan, as you said, needs wins, but more than that, just needs to finish consistently in front of Taddy, and did exactly the opposite of that, followed him home this time around.
Yeah, there'll be a bit of a debrief there as to what happened when you've got a gap of half a second. We'll see what happens after that. Taddy 4th, Sullivan 5th. In that one, Bachuev 3rd. The win, though, going to Aaron Berridge.
Yeah, great drive from Aaron Berridge. As you said, I think he's personally the most improved driver that we've had, certainly over the second half of the season. Aaron Berridge, absolutely flying along. So that's now a final and a heat win in heat number 1 here. So that's 2 wins in a row, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
2 wins from 2 races here now for Aaron Berridge.
See, mate, maths is your strong point.
It's definitely not. But thanks for the boost.
Oh, mate, I'm your cheerleader here, mate.
Hype man, personal hype man.
Michael Burke's been on in the live chat, which is great to see that he's found TSK-Motorsport Media for the Teesside Owner Sprint Series, 6:30. Or just after over in Bathurst in Australia. Ben Wilson saying good luck to Alfie Keeling. He's just finished heat number 1 in 24th place. Similar support coming in from Paul Hesselden. And Freya Yeadon saying hello, but we won't have Sam with us this weekend. He's down at Landau.
Just realised it's 6. I was wondering why he was up at 6:35 on a Sunday morning.
That'd be night time, would it, mate?
Well, it says 6:35 p.m. But that's Monday, isn't it? Is it Monday there in Australia?
No, it'll be Sunday night, won't it? Because it's Sunday morning now. Yes, they are. They're like 12 hours in front. Other side at World. That type
No,
of
I'm just trying to work it out. Is it so it's Sunday night? It's not Monday.
Yeah, I'm sure it's Sunday night.
Yeah. Okay. You'd think I'd know this, what with having been there.
Yeah. 8 minutes again on the clock. This time it's Intermax, Tom, and we've got a bit of a change in Inters this time, because it's good to see the Honda R200 engine getting an outing here at Teesside on a race day for the first time. Intermax will lead us out first. It'll be Joey Swan and River Bell in the 99. Behind them, it will be Honda R200 pole sitter at the first outing for Honda R200. I keep missing the H off the front, unfortunately, for that. It'll be Peter Webster. Honda. It's Peter Webster from Rocco Geraghty and Matthew Plant.
It's a Yorkshire Honda, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, so
just Honda.
Having a quick look. It'll be a rolling start for these drivers. James Hulse has been on, saying he's rooting for Tom Nichols. He's on a sun lounger in Ibiza. We hate messages like that, don't we, Tom?
We do.
Anywhere that's in the sun, we don't like them. But yeah, do hope that you're enjoying the coverage. Green is up. Green is down. We're away and racing as the additional rumble of Honda R200 as Webster tries to go down the inside and Geraghty sweeps all the way round the outside and Rocco Geraghty leads Honda. It's Joey Swan at the front of Intermax as Peter Webster understeers wide at hairpin number 1. He's not quite got the heat into them tyres just yet. And he's now under pressure from Matthew Plant.
I've got a solution for you. I've got a fix.
Would you like me to say 2 H's like Honda?
No, just call it a Ronda.
Ronda.
A Ronda 200. Job done. So Peter Webster, our favourite accountant, our company business accountant, manages all our personal finances. currently leading the...
No, he's in second place, Tom, in Ronda.
In Ronda?
Yeah.
Oh, he is, because
Yes,
River Bell's...
no, because Rocco Garrity swept round the outside, didn't he, at the first corner?
Yes, but it was River Bell throwing me off. That was
yes.
what threw me there. Yeah, our chartered accountant, Peter Webster, moving from the cadets into the R200 this time around, and Rocco Garrity as well was previously in Honda Cadet.
Yeah, Matthew Plant's been on the R200 for most of the year, but did come out of Honda 200 initially. So it'll be interesting here to see what Webster's got, because yesterday, looking at qualifying, Garrity set his best lap on the final lap. Webster on lap 11 of 13, whereas Matthew Plant, he set his on lap number 5. So see whether Plant's got the early pace and whether he can stick with Peter Webster. See whether Peter Webster can close up on Rocco Garrity. Previous lap, though, lost 4/10. So see whether Webster can get back into this or whether Garrity again has gone early. Out at the front overall in our Inter class is Joey Swan in the Inter Rotax. 45.129, his fastest lap. He is on his way and can indeed wrap up his championship here this weekend. Can Joey Swan? So, Garrity, and behind a personal best for Peter Webster, a 10.5 quicker for Webster, and he's bringing Matthew Plant along with him as well. So at the minute, Rocco Garrity just with his head down. The gap between them is a second, but at a 10.5. These two behind, though, are squabbling it out. They'll come into shot, as you can see Matthew Plant almost alongside. That's not going to help either of them. Yes, they're trying to go battle it out for second place, but on the previous lap, they both set personal bests that were dragging them onto the back of Rocco Garrity in front of them. They're not dropping River Bell behind as well, who's trying to draw up onto the back and may well find herself in a bit of a battle here in the slightly more powerful Intermax Rotax engine than what the Honda is. But they are on the same tyres, Tom, which has been, I think, a good change long run for Honda R200, because initially they were going to run on Dunlops and they're not as grippy certainly as the Mojo tyre that the Intermax have been running, and that meant that the field spread was huge, whereas they should really be sort of on par. So going onto Mojos, I think this has been a wise choice for our Honda R200 in making it an attractive class for those drivers that are potentially looking to a little bit more speed than the normal 200, or might be sort of struggling weight-wise, as River Bell finds a way past Matthew Plant through the D chicane using the straight line speed. And Matthew Plant's challenge on the back of Peter Webster.
I was going to ask, now that River Bell's made her way through, let's, for the uninitiated, since it's the first time that we're seeing these R200s here, let's walk through what a Honda R200 is, the difference between an R200, a Honda Cadet, and then the step up of a Junior Pro Kart. The easier thing to do is to run Honda Cadet and Junior Pro Kart at roughly the same time, because the engine is exactly the same. Yes.
With the exception of a Junior Pro Kart, you have two engines rather than one either side of the driver. Honda R200 is a more powerful engine. Roughly, you're going to find around 8 horsepower in the 7.5 to 8 horsepower in the Honda Cadet engine, whereas it's closer to 11 in the R200. It's tuned a little bit more. It's got a slightly different throttle mechanism rather than the lever system. The throttle goes through the top and into the engine in a slightly different way. And also the air, it's got a full-on, effectively like a K&N filter compared to the box that's on the top. So it's a more powerful unit. You can see from the lap times they're doing 46s, 47s, whereas the Hondas are doing sort of in the low 48s today based on track conditions. So,
so the 200s that they run in Cadet and Pro Kart, they're the same engines, and then you just whip the restrictors out from the Junior Pro Karts, and then they're Senior Pro Karts.
Yeah, exactly.
These are different engines altogether.
What, the R200? Well, it's the same block as you can take your normal Honda Cadet 200 to RPM and say, turn that into R200, please. And they'll go, yep, not a problem, crack on.
Right, okay.
So it's the same block, everything's there. So when you want to step up, you can just take your 200.
And then is it an easy conversion back once again? Or is it once it's done, it's done?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have to. I don't have to rebuild.
That's what I'm saying, because at the minute you've got a pathway through, haven't you? So
yes.
you've got Cadet, then you've got Junior Pro Kart, then you've got Senior Pro Kart, and you can use that same engine without theoretically any modifications straight away, because you just take the restrictors out of the Junior Pro Kart and you've got a Senior Pro Kart.
Yeah, I mean, they have to go back to RPM to have the restrictor removed.
Yes.
And tested and all that jazz, but. Yeah, there's a little bit more work to turn it into an R200, and then I don't know what it's like if you want to turn one back again.
Right.
Because I don't think anybody that's sort of got one has gone beyond them yet. Cause
they're only
about a year in. Minute and 10 on the clock. Joey Swan crosses the line. He'll have 3 more laps to go.
And set a new fastest lap at that time around as well for Joey Swan. So Hammer well and truly down still. Despite a lead of 13.5 seconds over the rest of the field. Not hanging about, Joey Swan. Just wants it done. Just want the race done. Quick as we can. Straight out. Laps. Tick them off. Back in again. River Bell now passing Peter Webster as well. So moving up on towards the back of Rocco Geraghty. Around about 1.3 seconds as they came across the line that time around. Yeah,
Geraghty got the work done at the start as Webster tried to get down the inside of River Bell, and Geraghty clearly had a game plan at the start to go all the way round the outside and basically just kept his foot in, took the high line, didn't have to get off the throttle and just powered all the way round the outside, did Rocco Geraghty. What he's got to consider, though, for the next one is that it's going to be him on the inside next time, and it could be Peter Webster who makes the call to try and power around the outside, because again, it's the first time on a rolling start that these Honda R200s
Rondas
will have carried all that speed into that first corner without having to take the de-chicane, because they wouldn't have had that yesterday in practice.
Yeah, true. Very true.
It's not like the Cadets where you go from a standing start and you don't have to brake for that corner. These are coming through at a rolling pace, and they don't really know where the braking point is because they've not done it before. Last lap is up on the board. Joey Swan has already ticked that one off.
He's already halfway round the final lap of the race, in fact, as he heads out onto the back straight.
Rocco Geraghty crosses the line in second place, leading Honda R200.
Almost identical lap times between Rocco Geraghty and River Bell that time around. Peter Webster and Matthew Plant, I'm not sure that's quite finished yet either, as they head onto the back straight for the final time.
Do you know who is finished though, Tom?
Joey Swan. There he goes. Checker flag for Joey Swan, winning the Intermax class once again. I think he's clean sweeps the whole year so far.
Round one he didn't. There was.
I wasn't here for round one.
No, he was. But we had Thomas Harper picked a few up. Rocco Geraghty wins in Honda R200 from River Bell, the second place Intermax. Then it's Peter Webster and Matthew Plant completing your grid. Yeah, round number one, Tom, in Rotax Inter. Swan had a sixth and three second places. And then has been on a winning run ever since, which now stretches to 21 races.
Okay. Well, I have not seen anybody here win in Intermax other than Joey Swan. So clearly I'm his good luck charm.
Yes, but also you were here at round one.
Was I? No, I don't think I was here for round one.
Were you not?
No.
Oh.
I had a chest infection. I did.
You did have a chest infection.
It was horrendous as well.
Would you like some sympathy from me?
No.
It's all right.
No,
you weren't going to get any.
I'm not bothered. I'm over it now. 6 months down the line. But yeah, I couldn't even speak. Which
some would say that's a good thing.
Yeah, for certain members of my family, that was a godsend. So
Now,
there we go.
I'll be honest with you, Tom, I've not looked at the schedule, so I don't know whether it's Junior Pro Kart or Junior Rotax next.
It's normally Junior Pro Kart.
Yeah, so it's going to be a lovely surprise when whomever escapes. That looked. I'm trying to figure out whether that looks Rotaxy or whether that looks Honda-y. I think that's
Is it Honda-y or Rotaxy?
Rotaxy.
Rotaxy.
I think it's Rotaxy.
I'm on dog watch out of the commentary box window.
Oscar Wars Spaniels. Is that what we can see? Yes. Which means it's Rotax next, Tom. Because I don't think they'd have come to watch Junior Pro Kart when their lads in
There
Rotax.
you go. You see, dog watch.
I'm feeling Rotaxy.
Sorts out the schedule for us.
It does, doesn't it? The helpful Spaniels. It's random grids, of course, Tom, for Rotax. Oliver O'Donovan will go off the front row. Pierce
That's a
Whitehead.
new name, isn't it?
Pardon?
Oliver O'Donovan.
No, he was here at the last round.
Was he?
He was.
Okay. Not that I'm questioning you.
A new name
Fountain of knowledge.
A new name to Junior Rotax, but not to us here at Teesside, is Pierce Whitehead. He jumps up out Honda Cadet.
Indeed.
At the age of 12 into Junior Rotax. Not a trouble-free morning, Tom. Tested a different kart yesterday to the one that he's racing today. And in the 3-lap one this morning, one of his rear wheels departed from action and made their way up onto the bank. So he may well be out in a different kart to what he was on this morning. He potentially. Can't remember the exact colours, but he's out in second place. Oscar Warren and Sam Robson, row 2. Joseph Yao and Evelyn Bai are on row number 3. Then it's Alex Lynn and Max Wilkinson. Joseph Mills and Ava Reynolds, another driver jumping up into juniors out of Intermax. Ben Horner is a late entry, I believe, in 11th place with Holly Swan alongside. Freddie Witherington and William Howard complete our junior runners. And then in seniors, we've got Pip Morris, Ashley Savage, Paul Swan and Joseph Johnson, and then Kieran Savage. But I'm not 100% sure that Pip Morris is with us this weekend. But it's good to see a few more seniors. We are away and racing in juniors, and we're 17 wide into turn 1 as they make their way round the national loop. It's been a good start by Alex Lynn. He's up into 3rd place from an original grid slot of 7th place. Few drivers off at the first corner. Pierce Whitehead is one. Ben Horner is the other.
And we've got another one here.
Evelyn Bai off as well at the first corner. That's 3 drivers. And it looks like it's Oscar War who's jumped to the front. Seniors will cross the line now to commence their race as we see them start. There's the returning Ashley Savage. I think the last time we saw Ashley Savage here, he had that terrible incident in the D chicane.
Across the D chicane, yeah.
Wonderful to see him back out on track once again with his son Kieran in the 36. Currently riding shotgun. Paul Swan, the championship leader, is leading that one. At the front in juniors, though, Oscar War is up into 1st place. It's Joseph Yao and Alex Lynn, Sam Robson and Max Wilkinson, Joseph Mills and Oliver O'Donovan, Freddie Witherington and William Howard up to 9th from the back of the junior grid, with Holly Swan, Ava Reynolds, and then your 3 drivers that had offs on the first lap, Horner, Whitehead and Bai.
Yeah, I think it was Oliver O'Donovan who had a terrible start from pole position. Just didn't go off the line, and that then caused the concertina effect.
Happens, doesn't it, with Rotaxes? If you have, you
oil up the plug
oil up the plug, and it just doesn't. You put the power down, and it just doesn't do what you're asking it to do.
Exactly, and that's exactly what happened to Oliver O'Donovan, and has dropped another place on that lap as well, down to 8th now for Oliver O'Donovan. Pierce Whitehead and Ben Horner both made positions on Ava Reynolds that time around, so they're starting to work their way back towards the front.
Seniors, Paul Swan has gapped the rest of the field. Good to see Swan's got some competition this weekend, Tom, after the last round where he was the sole senior Rotax. So it's good to see that the numbers are up, and we've got a double header in October where drivers are going to benefit from a practice day and 2 race days. So it'd be great to see a few more numbers across those classes as well, benefiting from the additional track time. Fastest lap of the race by a 10.5 is Joseph Yao in 2nd place, trying to close in on Oscar War at the front of this junior Rotax class. Behind them, Alex Lynn is under pressure from Sam Robson. In fact, not anymore, because Robson's down the inside. Lynn's going to have a little bit of a switch back there, side by side down the back straight, as you can see. Lynn's still got the nose in down the inside. Robson, though, sweeping all the way around the outside, trying to hold on, though. Alex Lynn still in 3rd place, but now that's allowed Max Wilkinson and Joseph Mills into the mix as well. And Wilkinson goes for a double move down the inside. Hasn't got either of them done, and he slots back into 5th place.
So Junior Rotax Championship as well is still very, very much alive. David's got a spreadsheet that we'll try and update throughout the day.
This one can't get wrapped up today. So
no, certainly not. Well, there's only 76 points coming into today, separating the top 5 drivers.
It is.
With 60 points for a heat victory. That just shows you that if Joseph Yao, who's currently championship leader, drops out, Amy Peacock wins a heat, she's only 16 points behind then.
Yeah, not today, of course. She's at Landau.
Yes. But still, the point is still
yeah,
stands.
so this will be a drop round for Amy
Well, let's
Peacock.
go up one then. So Bella Stansmore-Wilson is 68 points behind.
Yeah.
So Joseph Yao doesn't finish a heat. Bella wins the heat.
Good.
She's 8 points off the championship lead.
She's at Warden doing the Rotax British E-Plate this weekend. She's not going to win one today either.
No, just saying.
Yeah, it's good to see. We've got some of our alumni this weekend, Tom, competing at British level. We'll have a chat about them throughout the day. We'll try and keep an eye out on some of their results as well.
Both female racing drivers as well.
Yeah, with Addison Smith, last round's final winner. He's going for that. He's had a difficult day yesterday at Warden Law. But Jared Fox-Whiteley, Tommy, we know very well, triple champion here. He'll go off the front row for the super heat, having qualified on pole position yesterday. His heat positions put him in 2nd place in the overnight points.
Wow. Of course, Fox-Whiteley, the 3 and 3 and 3.
Yes, but this year we'll have to hand it all over because he's not done all the rounds.
You know, I like doing the nicknames and things like that with for example, Peter Webster.
Yes.
I've now got one for Oliver O'Donovan.
Okay.
He's double O'Donovan.
He could a number change would work there nicely, wouldn't it?
Needs a 0-0, doesn't he?
Half race distance sees Joseph Yao closing in on Oscar Waugh at the front, and as Max Wilkinson has worked his way through and is up into 3rd place, but no, it's Alex Lynn with a move back, a superb switch back out of hairpin 4 by Alex Lynn. Lynn back up into 3rd place, Wilkinson in 4th with Joseph Mills and Sam Robson, the train of 4 karts, making their way round the national loop in a great battle. And then into the back of Alex Lynn goes Max Wilkinson. Different braking points into hairpin 1. No harm done in the long run, but we need to be very mindful at hairpin number 2. Alex Lynn has a longer than normal look back. That was a death stare.
It's Alex Lynn that threw me off, to be honest with you. That's why I thought Bella was here, because...
Same suit,
same helmet, same colour kart.
Yes. Max Wilkinson picks up a contact warning. I don't think he'll be overly surprised at the arrival of that.
Joseph Yao now leading from Oscar Waugh as well, taking the position on that lap and moving through. So championship leader Joseph Yao doing everything he needs to do from 3rd place in the championship. Oscar Waugh as well, 33 points behind coming into this heat. Max Wilkinson splitting the difference in between them. 30 points back, currently in 4th place in this race, but 2nd in the championship is Max Wilkinson. So championship leader Joseph Yao from 3rd place in the championship, Oscar Waugh. Then it's Alex Lynn. Then it's Max Wilkinson in 4th. Then you've got Mills, Robson, Horner, Widrington, Swan, double O'Donovan rounding out the top 10.
Big shout out to Ben Horner, who was off on the first lap, who's fought his way back up into 7th place. So probably not as high as he'd have hoped to have got, but on this random grid format will give him plenty of heart going into the remaining 2 heats, that he's got the pace to try and take a victory here today. Don't think he practiced yesterday. I think he was a very late sign-on, was Ben Horner, to the point where when I do my commentary notes on a Friday, he wasn't on my list. So
Seniors is still looking like Paul Swan, well in front of this one now, 4.5 seconds in front of Ashley Savage, just managing to hold off Kieran Savage from Joseph Johnson in 4th place as well, not far behind, less than a second behind Kieran Savage is Joseph Johnson.
Yao got through on Waugh, but hasn't been able to drop him at the front. And I think Waugh's got more pace at the end of the straight. They are allowed to run different gearing in Junior Rotax, and it does make quite a different one, particularly around Teesside, it's not like you'd go to some tracks where it's like, this is the gearing.
Yes.
Unless you qualify massively out of position and then this is the gearing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different options to go at round here based on driver strength and what you know. Effectively, some of these drivers will gear 3 different times for all 3 heats based on where they are in the pack.
Yes. Yeah, I would agree with that, yeah. And it's the many ways to skin a cat as Wilkinson and Lynn go side by side through hairpin 1 and 2, and then again down the back straight just off screen.
Yeah, we can drop back onto the battle just behind because I think there's...
Wilkinson has got through now on Lynn.
Yeah, but Lynn is very strong at 3 and 4, and Lynn down the inside, and then Lynn runs wide.
I think Lynn tagged the back of Wilkinson and then ran
I wasn't
wide.
sure whether he had a track rod issue there because it looked like he's gone. We've got a warning for the 66.
Of Lynn, and then that's dropped Wilkinson now back behind Sam Robson, who gained 3 places on that lap.
I wonder if Lynn might have ended up with a bent track rod out of that. We'll keep an eye on his pace. He went down the inside and then got squeezed and ended up almost going straight on.
Yeah.
So we'll see what his cornering's like. Now, generally with a bent track rod, you'll generally go better round one.
You'll fly round the right-handers and then the really struggle in the lefts.
And then the left-handers...
or vice versa.
Yeah, it'll push on like a shopping trolley, won't it?
Like it's on rails around one corner. Oscar War's not given up on this one, I don't think. We've still got probably the best part of 2 laps, possibly even 3 laps to go here. And Oscar War is not being dropped. We're looking at the battle behind. This is the one that's now headed by Sam Robson. Max Wilkinson still in 4th place, despite taking 3rd and then dropping back again. It's as a shaken out. So Max Wilkinson now trying to make moves on Sam Robson. We focus back at the front of this one. That's Joseph Yao and Oscar War. As they make their way through hairpin 4. And they are going to get across the line, so we are going to have 2 laps to go, and it looks like Kieran Savage is pulling into pit lane.
It's Ashley Savage, Tom.
Ashley Savage, my apologies.
He pulls off into pit lane.
Yeah, it's Ashley Savage has pulled into retirement. So, Seniors is still looking, Paul Swan, comfortable at the front of this one. Kieran Savage has now pulled the best part of a 2.5 seconds further clear of Joseph Johnson. And Ashley Savage into retirement, as we said. So down to 3 runners in Seniors. Last lap
will greet them this time round, and Oscar War is right on the back of Joseph Yao once again. There's some lap traffic in front that I don't think they'll catch some of our senior runners as they had that split start. Final lap is up on the board. Joseph Yao and Oscar War. Let's see whether War fancies this one early doors, Tom, bearing in mind that it's 50 for a win and 49 for second. Let's see whether he goes for it. Is it points accumulation? Is it all-out racing driver?
Well, if Oscar War wants to win a championship, he's got to overtake Joseph Yao. It's simple as that.
It's that very interesting time of year, isn't it, Tom, where there's a lot of different sub-stories going on throughout championships for positions. So War does have a half move down into hairpin 3, doesn't have a nibble at 4, and Joseph Yao will ride out the storm of Oscar War, and Yao wins heat number 1. War in 2nd place. Max Wilkinson will cross the line in 3rd place from Sam Robson and Joseph Mills. Then it's going to be Ben Horner, Freddie Witherington, Holly Swan and Alex Lynn. Behind them, Oliver O'Donovan, William Howard. And then it's going to be our leading senior runner, Paul Swan, who started making inroads through some of our junior runners. So Swan will come through to win Senior Rotax. Swan takes the victory. Behind him, Pierce Whitehead in 13th in junior, Evelyn Bye and Ava Reynolds in front of Kieran Savage in 2nd place in seniors. Joseph Johnson completing the seniors in 3rd because Ashley Savage is off the track and in pit lane.
So now we should have some Junior Pro Karts.
Yes, looking back at some of the results, Tom, out of Honda Cadet Archie Mostyn, who crossed the line in 2nd place, I believe, has been adjudged to have jumped the start. And he's picked up a 5-second penalty that drops him back down into 4th place, which is where he started after qualifying. So, but certainly has the pace to run in that front pack. Honda Cadet was largely trouble-free. Jensen Whitehead, the only driver who picked up a penalty in that for a front fairing. That drops him down from 15th into 19th. And Inters looks relatively trouble-free as well, and that's pretty much as you were at the checkered flag. Junior Pro Kart next up, Tom. Again, random grid for our junior and senior classes. Heat 1. We'll see Liam Edmonds going off the front row, pole position. The returning Reece Cranston alongside Isaac Duff and Alana Howard, with Joseph Williamson and Grace Matthews. Oliver Watson and Riley Matthews complete your 8-kart Junior Pro Kart grid. Great to see the numbers getting a little bit more for Junior Pro Kart as well. We know that's going to be supplemented at the end of this year with a few moving up out of Honda Cadets with Sullivan, and I think Scarlett Whittaker Dunn is going in that direction as well. So hopefully we can sort of head towards having Junior Pro Kart into double figures, because I think it's a great sort of stepping stone up into senior. Now, historically, on some of the practice days last year, the juniors were going out with the seniors, and that was giving them an opportunity to learn from some of the best at it. This year, they've gone out on their own because senior numbers have been high, and particularly on practice day, a lot more of them have been practicing. So they haven't been able to benefit from going out with some of the older drivers in the same way that they had historically. Who's that off the back? Is that Riley Matthews? It is in the all-black kart this time, Tom. He's
stealth.
Yeah, he's removed the sticker kit off the... Well, you say stealth. He's got a bright yellow helmet.
And a big orange number on the front of
it. Yeah. So, yeah, he's gone for the stealthy colour scheme and then appended a massive bright yellow lid. Through we go then. Liam Edmonds on the inside. Reece Cranston on the outside. Isaac Duff can wrap the championship up this weekend, but does need a clean sweep and other results to go his way as we head up towards the National Loop for the first time. And Duff has already decided he's going to go through. Uses the 10 opener and he's gone up from the second row and will lead up towards the first corner. His nearest rival, Joseph Williamson, going with him as well. He's up into second place. Edmonds in third. Good start from Oliver Watson off the back row. He's up into P5.
Yeah, great start there from Watson. But, yeah, Duff championship leader, but only 21 points clear of Joseph Williamson coming into this one. So all still to play for in Junior Pro Kart. They head round hairpin 4 for the first time and heading towards us and over start-finish line. They're still trying to sort themselves out. 3rd, 4th and 5th, which is Cranston, Watson and Edmonds. So they come over the line. So Edmonds dropping down into 5th place now. Alana Howard dropping down to 7th as well.
Top two, Tom, were very close. It was Joseph Williamson's day at the doubleheader on the second day at round number 6. And I get the feeling he's found something in that kart and in himself in the last couple of rounds.
It was like a light switch, wasn't it?
It was
at the last round.
But he's had the pace all year to run with Isaac Duff, but on some occasions just hasn't.
Yes.
He's been very hit and miss. Now he seems to have a little bit more consistency. We'll see how it pans out through the rest of the day, but he's certainly up there now as he follows Isaac Duff through. That's your top two. Reece Cranston up into third. Oliver Watson, Liam Edmonds, Grace Matthews. And then it's Alana Howard and Riley Matthews. That's your 8.
Yes, Duff and Williamson still go at it into hairpin 1, but it remains as you were. Williamson again trying to get a move done on Isaac Duff around the outside of hairpin 2 would have been bold, but decides against it. Cranston and Watson are side by side down the back straight, but there does go Williamson on the inside of Duff. Gets good drive out of hairpin 2, so maybe set it up between hairpin 1 and 2 to get that better drive out, gets the move completed. Now what's Isaac Duff got in terms of pace in response to Williamson? It might be an instant reply as he tries to go round the outside of the dogleg into the D chicane. Williamson managing to hold on.
Great move from Williamson, as Tom said, set it up in the early part of the lap, got the move done into South Bank. Now he's going to have to switch to defensive mode, and there's contact into hairpin 1 between the two of them as Duff gets into the left rear quarter of Joseph Williamson, but then goes wide at hairpin number 2. I think Duff's done that on purpose.
I think he let him through, yeah.
I think that's quite a smart move by Isaac Duff. He already knows that He's probably going to get a contact warning, but doesn't want to risk a 5 seconds for advantage by contact. And by virtue of giving the place back, hasn't gained that advantage. I think that's quite a smart move by the reigning British Pro Kart Sprint Junior champion, Isaac Duff, to allow Williamson to come back through. He definitely gave him the space, didn't he, at 2, Tom? And it didn't look like a mistake. It looked a fairly deliberate move in handing that place back. Now he's got, what he's done now, he's given himself another 6.5 minutes to have a second bite of the cherry.
Yeah, Williamson has gapped slightly, though, now, Isaac Duff, and you've got Reece Cranston as well flying along, setting the fastest lap of the race that time around, right on the tail of Watson, with Edmonds close in company as well. Then behind them, you've got Grace Matthews, Alana Howard, and Riley Matthews.
They've all come together as well.
Together again.
Yeah, that's been really, really tight. They'd spread out earlier, but now they're going to have a battle as well. And this is what we're saying. Just getting a few extras in numbers is giving. We've got 3 races going on within one race here, and it just gives. That's the thing. As long as it doesn't matter whether you're at the front, in the middle, or towards the rear, as long as you've got somebody to race.
As Isaac Duff goes and races down the inside of Joseph Williamson, and then there's a little bit of retribution, I think, from Williamson into hairpin 2, goes into the back of Isaac Duff. But everybody managed to stay in position as they were.
Duff is through, though, Tom, and great move by him into hairpin 1. Tried it once, didn't work, tried it again, and this time the move has stuck for Isaac Duff as Reece Cranston tries to move down the inside of Oliver Watson. They're side by side as they come through and through the dog leg. Watson takes to the rumble strip and holds on to 3rd place. Fairly sure on the previous lap they'd closed in a little bit, but now they've battled and the gap has gone out. But Isaac Duff with the fastest lap of the race on the previous one, 6/10 quicker than anybody with a 47.3. For Isaac Duff. Oh, we've lost somebody. Where's Alana Howard gone?
Alana Howard is still circulating, but is now 6.7 seconds behind. So something's happened.
56-second previous lap.
Yeah, with Matthews, and Howard. So Grace Matthews, Riley Matthews, and Alana Howard. They were in a group of 3. They are no longer a group of 3 because Alana Howard is the best part of 7 seconds behind now. We missed that one on camera. Duff and Williamson back together again.
Well, despite the fastest lap by Isaac Duff earlier on, that's been superseded by Joseph Williamson now with his own 47.2. Has put him up right onto the back of Isaac Duff. And Williamson does look quite strong through the second half of the lap. We saw this, didn't we, at the last round where Duff looked strong, D-chicane, national loop, hairpin 1. Williamson gets a good run out of 2, then he is then subsequently strong, South Bank, hairpin 3 and 4. There's 2 halves of the lap here at Teesside. Let's see what Williamson can do down what we feel is his stronger end. Just needs to tag in behind Isaac Duff. They're on fixed gearing in Junior Pro Kart. There's not a lot you can do. It's set up and driver. You can't change gearing, whereas in seniors you can, but generally you'll find that it's 64s, 5s and 6s on the rear sprocket. You are limited in Junior Pro Kart anyway, so it doesn't make a huge amount of difference.
But we're looking at the battle here for 3rd place, so this is Cranston and Watson. And
at the front, though, Isaac Duff has handed over the lead to Joseph Williamson, but then immediately takes it back at hairpin number 3.
And they go side by side between 3 and 4, and Williamson then drops back in behind Duff. So great fight going on here for the lead in this one, as it's gone to and fro as the race has gone on. We've still got 2 minutes and 3/4 to go here, so a good amount of time still for Williamson to come back at Duff. As I said before, Williamson only 21 points behind Isaac Duff in the championship. Oh, and he's gone round as Williamson.
Oh,
he's lost it at hairpin 2. I think he got caught out by Isaac Duff. Braking for hairpin 2, and that spun Williamson around.
He's still in a battle, though, and that battle is to hold on to 2nd place now because Oliver Watson and Reece Cranston are right behind. Not too far back either. Liam Edmonds, who stuck with them throughout, and now Joseph Williamson's going to have to hang on for this remaining 2 minutes. Isaac Duff's just going to take this one towards the checkered flag at the front, but we're going to have to follow this battle now for second place, because let's see whether Oliver Watson, now he's got something to charge on to. 5 seconds was what Williamson lost with that thing. I'm not even sure there was any contact, Tom. I just think he immediately saw that Isaac Duff was getting a lot bigger in front of him as Duff hit the brakes, and now Williamson.
It's something I'm sure we've both done in the past, where you kind of spin in avoidance of crashing into somebody, really, more than anything.
The natural reaction is to try and bury the brake pedal through the floor, isn't it? And obviously it locks the rears around you go. And Isaac Duff and Joseph Williamson. The battle comes to a premature end. 1:07 on the clock. That will give Duff 3 laps to circulate here. His gap now is 2.5 seconds at the front. But Oliver Watson has come alive, Tom, in second place. He's pulled away from Reece Cranston now that he's got a target in front of him. And
indeed,
he is now starting to close in.
I was just having
slightly.
a look at Watson's lap times to see if he'd all of a sudden improved now that he'd got Joseph Williamson in front of him. Doesn't appear that way, but certainly is using the toe from Williamson to pull himself away from Cranston and Edmonds in 4th and 5th now. That looks a comfortable gap back to those for Watson, yeah. Yes. Also the gap between Riley Matthews and Grace Matthews, that's gone out now. That's 7 seconds. Coming back into it, though, Alana Howard. So Riley Matthews has passed Grace Howard somewhere off screen, and that has then dropped Grace Matthews by 7 seconds. And Alana Howard now coming into it again for the battle for 7th.
Alana Howard on the previous lap took
a 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, big chunks out. They're down to 0 on the clock, so they now 2 laps to see what happens this time. Alana Howard sub 50, 49.8. Grace Matthews, it was 0.9 of a second on the previous lap, gap down to 1.7 seconds. Alana Howard could be there at the end of this race. Has she given herself enough time to make a move, though? Isaac Duff will cross the line to see the last lap board from Joseph Williamson and Oliver Watson. Reece Cranston and Liam Edmonds. I get the feeling Watson's going to get better and better throughout this race day, Tom. It's been a few rounds since we've seen him here at Teesside, whereas Duff and Williamson have been mainstays of this Junior Pro Kart Championship. So, see whether Watson grows into this race day. Reece Cranston in 4th place, just behind, still under a little bit of pressure from Liam Edmonds. Good to see Cranston back. Riley Matthews, as you say, is through. Behind, though, Grace Matthews has indeed been reeled in by Alana Howard. And again, having a target to chase down for Alana Howard has done us some favours, and she's right on the back. You can see them coming through the chicanes in the background. Out of the final corner, though, Isaac Duff wins heat number 1 from Joseph Williamson, who pulls away from Oliver Watson, who had a half move on the last lap. Reece Cranston and Liam Edmonds. Riley Matthews will cross the line in 6th place. We'll see whether we can pick up the battle round South Bank between Grace Matthews and Alana Howard, because they're still scrapping it out.
For 7th place, I'm just going to see them come through the shot. There they are in the back of the shot there, coming into hairpin 4. It looks like it's going to be Grace Matthews holding on. Is it? I think it is. I think Grace Matthews is still going to be able to hold on from Alana Howard. But what I would say is, in the few times I've seen Alana Howard go through hairpin 1 this time, compared to the last 2 rounds, handles a lot better.
Yes.
That car looks like it's underneath her for the first time that I've noticed this season anyway, and she looks a lot more confident in driving it as well, and lap times seem to be reflecting that as well. So well done to Alana Howard as well in that one, despite an earlier spin. So it was Duff from Williamson, from Watson, Cranston, Edmonds, Matthews, that's Riley, Grace Matthews, and then Alana Howard in 8th position. We will move on to our final already of heat number 1.
Just having a quick look at the not the weather out the window, but the Midlands is very wet, Tom.
The Midlands?
The Midlands is very wet because Wilton's been cancelled.
Oh.
Before they've even started, I think.
Mildly moist?
No, well, clearly more than that.
Do you need oars for your kart?
Obviously, you know, I saw pictures last night from Stretton that looked like it.
You know what they should have done?
Look out of place on Noah's Ark.
Should have just come to Teesside, shouldn't they?
They should.
Bone dry, yeah.
And also, as we've proved on many occasions, Tom, it does take a lot for us to cancel.
Yes.
Marshall, they put a shift in.
Yeah.
You know, British 24-hour. Well, last couple of years, with the exception of this year, we had a dry one this year. It was proper good.
Aye, and we set a new world record because of it.
We certainly did.
Well, we didn't. We witnessed it.
We were a big part of it. Senior Pro Kart, David Brewis leads us out onto track with Macaulay Parnham alongside Cameron Bailey and Zach Dawson on row 2, Kyle Burns and Sophie Pawsey row 3, Connor Lucas and James Kay on row number 4. Then it's Matthew Hauschby and Jack Hewland, Maximus Shields and Ike Needham with Oliver Hill and Harry Roddis, but he's not here, so that'll promote George Ludwell up into 14th. Connor Crannan, Tom Hewland, Danny Bean and Lennon French in Senior Pro Kart. We've got 18 on the grid as they are led through by the number 80 of David Brewis.
And the green flag is up. It's down and we're away and racing here for the final heat of the first set of heats for today, round 7 in the owner-driver sprint series.
It's going to be tight through there. Kyle Byrne is up into 2nd place with Connor Lucas progressing up into 3rd. Then Byrne goes wide at the national at the first corner. Lennon French with a
lunge that was. He came from somewhere near South Bank, I think.
He did. Threaded the eye of the needle. Did Lennon French.
Risky.
Yeah,
worked.
Did require the gap not to immediately close on him, didn't it?
Yeah, needed a bit of cooperation there, and thankfully for Lennon French, he got it.
Cameron Bailey then will lead us over the line at the first time. He'll look behind him and see Connor Lucas. Yellow flag out at hairpin 3 and 4 as the 171 of Jack Hewland goes round. He falls down into 18th place. So Bailey from Lucas, Shields and Burns. Brewis, Dawson, French, Hauschby, Parnham and Bean as your top 10.
And actually, for the first time today, to my knowledge anyway, you can actually see the different classes as well that we've got here. So you can see different colours and different class in the timing column on the left-hand side. C being club, P being pro, and N being novice. So CPK, PPK and NPK.
Lucas now has taken the lead from Cameron Bailey.
Bailey with a great start as well, managed to gap the rest of the field. Shields has come all the way through now, made 8 places.
The thing here for Bailey, Tom, is that he is in a different subclass. So when Shields comes up to him, if he just lets Shields go and tucks in and goes with these 2 in front, then he's going to win his subclass, isn't he? And that behind the subclass are battling it out. George Ludwell down the inside with the assistance of his side pods on Macaulay Parnham, as we've got a warning for the 215 of Matthew Hauschby. Behind, there's a great battle going on in the middle of South Bank.
That was it's Lennon French, isn't it, that's now heading that one.
Yeah, I was talking about the second big battle in the middle of South Bank, Tom, that's about 6 deep from what looks like it could be Ike Needham. Leading that second train from Matthew Hauschby.
Well, like Needham dropped 5 on the previous lap and then gained 5 on that lap.
It's impressive stuff.
Yeah. Shows the battle is raging in the mid-pack. We've also got the, I think that was the 13 of George Ludwell. Sending a move down the inside there at hairpin 1.
Danny Bean is almost alongside David Brewis. Door is closed. That's Brewis in the yellow kart with the black and the red accents on it. In front of them, Lennon French has broke through, and he will now have his sights on his fellow Scotsman Cameron Bailey in front of him.
Well, yeah, indeed, Shields has got through now. So that's Lucas from Shields, from Bailey, from French, from Brewis, who was pole sitter. Then it's Danny Bean. George Ludwell now heads Zach Dawson with Macaulay Parnham and Carl Burns, the top 10.
Dawson, our championship leader in the novice class at the moment. We'll have a look at lunch whether he can actually wrap this one up and see what's happening with that. As down the back straight, Ludwell tries to get round Brewis as Tom's picked out.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Jack Hewland just through the commentary box window, who'd dropped all the way near enough to last place, but just did a double overtake on Oliver Hill and I think it was Connor Cran.
It was, moves him up into 15th.
A double move between hairpin 1 and 2. 2 for 1.
Straight line down
Jack
the inside. Hewland. Nice little block pass, was it?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah, and it worked perfectly. It was a great move.
Fastest lap on the previous lap was Max Shields, but he was only a fraction quicker than Connor Lucas, who almost matched it with a personal best. Tyres seem to be coming in nicely now, Tom, for all of our drivers, because we're setting personal best for at least the top 6, and then 4 other drivers below that as well. So 10 drivers with PBs on that previous lap, over half the field.
Yeah, everything warming up nicely now. I mean, it's taking a while here with the cloud cover and the track temperature being as low as it is. It's around about 14 to 15
Sophie
degrees.
Pawsey is round at hairpin 3.
But yeah, track temperature low at the moment. It's about 15 degrees air temperature out there, 13, 14, 15, something in that region, and heavy cloud cover as well. So track's not going to be particularly warm. It will take 5 to 6 laps before these karts really do sort of hit their peak, and in fact we're seeing that now as personal best throughout the field once again.
Yeah, Lucas with the fastest lap this time reacts to Shields as one on the previous lap and opens the gap up by 1/4 of a second, out now to 1.4. Lucas, who started 7th, is up into the lead. Shields, who started in 11th, is up into P number 2. Biggest mover, though, Tom, Lennon French. Started on the last row of the grid, final position 18th, up into 4. Great effort from the man from Dundee.
Seen George Ludwell make another move on Danny Bean through hairpin 4. So Ludwell coming through now and up to 5th place.
Yeah, Bean going with him, though, and now they've got Lennon French, and Ludwell's in the middle. Ludwell down the inside of Lennon French.
Yeah, Ludwell, great pace. Is French struggling because he's just got mugged completely by Danny Bean coming out of hairpin 2.
This
I wonder if French has got a problem because he was well clear of this group.
But let's be thinking here with Lennon French. Again, started at the back, so he could have gone high on tyre pressures to get through the traffic early, to give himself a bit of space. Now he might be getting backed up as them tyres start to go over the top of the hill. So there is a potential for that, Tom. But again, sometimes you have to go early to get through the traffic.
Yeah, I don't know. His lap times are pretty consistent. He was only 1/4 of a second down, and he got passed twice on that lap as well. So,
but he's struggling now round hairpin 1 as well. There, Tom missed the apex on the inside. Hairpin 2 looks okay for him, but obviously then he'd have carried less speed round 1 up to 2. So we'll keep an eye out on Lennon French, but he is falling away off the back of George Ludwell. But
we're looking at Bean and Ludwell here on screen, and Bean has just given Ludwell a massive push down the back straight as they focus on Cameron Bailey. Of course, they are all in the same class as well. They're in that clubman class. So Bean and Ludwell working together to close in on Cameron Bailey, and they were 6/10 faster than Bailey just by doing that.
And Bailey's got 1.5 seconds of a gap, but here, George Ludwell being pushed along by Danny Bean.
1.5 seconds that time around, but it was 2.1 on the previous lap. So, yeah, a huge amount of time.
I might be mistaken, but I think they're teammates in BPEC are Ludwell and Bean. And Ludwell's just asked him to push him along on the back of Cameron Bailey. Very much a case of you can be my wingman anytime.
Yes, like that one. But let's see what the gap is this time around. Ludwell actually pulling a little bit out on Danny Bean through hairpin 3 and 4, but again 6/10 faster, so the gap under a second now from Bailey to Ludwell. Bailey's going to be looking round very nervously and seeing the two clubman class rivals homing in on the back of it. In fact, there you go,
Oh,
a double
yeah.
look over the shoulder, down the back straight. It took one look and then went, oh my God, I need another look here. Is that right?
I imagine in the helmet, he went,
am I seeing that? Yes, you are. And Ludwell is now there. The gap was under a second.
Oh, Ludwell.
The gap was nearly less. It was nearly a minus gap because Ludwell had a move at hairpin 4. Cameron Bailey is going to be very worried now, and he's going to have to defend for his life. Still a minute and 10 seconds to go.
Yeah.
We're going to see 2 more laps here.
Well, and the rest, I think they'll get... Lucas will get round, then he'll get round to 0. It's 3 laps, Tom. And Ludwell is down the inside of Cameron Bailey. Ludwell risking it down the inside because he shot some dust up. He was very close to tagging the tyres. On the inside was George Ludwell, but now Danny Bean again telling him to go forward. Now Cameron Bailey could well benefit from a bit of slipstream. He's going to need it to stay with these two. They're not going to catch Shields and Lucas. Lucas leading from Shields. The gap was roughly 1.6 on the previous lap. I think it'd be fairly equidistant this time round. Indeed it is. In fact,
Shields with a new fastest lap of the race, and he beat Connor Lucas that time around by 1,000th of a second.
When I said it'll be fairly equidistant, I was absolutely on the nail.
1,000th of a second between them.
46.446 to a 46.447. You only normally see that when they're slipstreaming, aren't you? And they're pushing over the line.
Oh, it's that was who was that? Is that Ike Needham? Who's got the orange suit?
In front, the orange suit.
Macaulay Parnham.
It's either Parnham or Cran. I think it's Parnham. Zach Dawson wide up at South Bank and on the grass. He's just said hello to our cameraman.
He had a moment through hairpin 1. That's what I was pointing out. Zach Dawson had a big moment in hairpin 1.
Dawson in the green, and then he was up on the grass at South Bank, and it's a
I think
it's
he
a
went
trek
up and over
there.
the back of Macaulay Parnham at hairpin 1.
So Dawson, the championship leader in novice, final lap board is out. Connor Lucas and Max Shields, your top 2. Ludwell and Bean have worked through the field nicely together. And now Ludwell has gapped Danny Bean. He's up into 3rd place. Bean 4th. Cam Bailey in P5. Lennon French in 6th. Then it's Needham, Brewis, Parnham and Hewland up from 18th back up into 10th after that off on the first lap. Connor Lucas will take the victory in heat number 1 from Maximus Shields. And then it's going to be George Ludwell and Danny Bean, Cameron Bailey and Lennon French from Ike Needham and David Brewis. Then Macaulay Parnham takes the victory in our novice class with Jack Hewland. Then second in novice is Matthew Houshby, Kyle Byrne in 3rd in that class. James Kay, Zach Dawson, Connor Cran, Sophie Pawsey, Tom Hewland and Oliver Hill.
Well, Zach Dawson, after his adventures on lap 13, decided to sort everything out and put in a personal best on lap 14, the final lap of the race.
Get your head down.
Red mist does wonders for you, doesn't it? Tom Hewland, I'm not quite sure what Tom Hewland's doing when he comes over the line, but he's weaving every time he comes over the line, like he's trying to get a drift on.
Well, what he's doing there,
he's trying to do a grinsel.
Yeah, what he's actually doing is using all of the value in that set of tyres.
Yeah. They're going in the bin after this one, I think.
Well, yeah, but obviously he's got to use them for rest at day. Someone just remind him it's heat 1.
It's like he's still trying to warm them up.
Oh, yeah, they'll be down to threads.
Oh, and there he goes again. Bit sideways into hairpin 3. And a bit wide into hairpin 4 as well. Anyway, so your running order was Lucas from Shields, Ludwell, Bean, Bailey, French, Needham, Brewis, Parnham and Hewland. Then it was Houshby, Burns, Cade, Dawson, Cran, Pawsey, Hewland and Hill, your class winners. Pro was won by Connor Lucas and wins overall. Ludwell wins clubman class and novice class was won by Macaulay Parnham. So that brings our first set of heats to a close. And already ready for our second set of heats for Bambino's heat 2.
It does. It's time for Como Bambino heat number 2, Tom. And one does hope that this one is going to be entertaining. At the very least, and the absolute least, to wake up Tommy Burgoyne's mum, who did a massive yawn about 15 seconds ago and thought we'd missed it.
You didn't miss it.
Oh,
did
no,
you? You didn't
don't
a
miss
thing.
anything around here, mate.
Just doing a bit of admin here in the commentary box, and we've just had word as well, and it's perfect timing as well. That's
Breaking news.
breaking news. Dun, dun, dun. Breaking news. That RPM are going to have a 4-stroke Bambino engine here available for testing at the double header next month. So if anybody wants to have a little try of a brand new style of Bambino engine, they are, or it or they, not quite sure yet, but it or they are going to be available for testing on the Friday before the double header.
We should start a list. Yeah, get your name down.
Did that come through okay? I don't know whether my mic was a bit far away from my face. Did it come out all right?
Yeah.
Did everybody hear that?
Oh, well, I don't know.
Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
that's
I'm
all
next
right.
to you. I'm not
hoping
watching
the
at
people
home.
at home heard that as well. So, yes, if you are thinking of coming along and racing Bambinos for the double header next month, we've got a new RPM Honda Bambino engine available for testing on the Friday. So let's bring you a grid.
Jensen O'Connor, Tom, is on pole position. Abel Hutton alongside. Then it's Tommy Burgoyne and Archie Mostyn on the second row. Aston Wilson and Oliver Bullock, row 3. Calais Tennant and Edward Charlton on row 4. The most entertaining part, Tom, pre-race is watching the parents try and climb the bank.
Do you know what I want to see, though? I want to see Tommy Burgoyne's dad wearing my workwear. I want that as an advert. Because we already supply the garage, so I don't know why I don't wear it to the track.
Oh, you should do.
And I could have an advert for me sales.
We're
Here we go,
away.
and away and racing in Bambino's heat number 2.
Good
Jensen
start.
O'Connor with a good start, and another good start as well for Abel Hutton. Slots into second place. Tommy Burgoyne up and running quickly in this one. Slots into third, with Archie Mostyn dropping into 4th. So it's as you were off the grid, pretty much equidistant. In fact, they're all exactly as they were on the grid in terms of distance between them. Just off the back of that is Aston Wilson. Then we've got Calais Tennant, Oliver Bullock and Edward Charlton.
Good to see Burgoyne getting away well, Tom. It's been a difficult season getting off the line for Burgoyne, hasn't it? And then the race pace has come 3-4 laps in, and then he's charged back through the field. So good to see him getting away reasonably well. He was getting taps at hairpin number 1 by Archie Mostyn, and it looks like this time Aston Wilson could be going with them, Tom. He's not having to find a way through traffic this time. He's got away, although he is tight into hairpin 4, and that may well slow his exit. Let's see if he can go with the train in front, because for the first half a lap, he stayed with them. They'll cross the line in the order that they started this race, with O'Connor, Hutton, Burgoyne, Mostyn, Wilson, Bullock, Tennant and Charlton.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be all action here again in Heat 2 for Bambinos, as they are all still nose to tail. Jensen O'Connor with a slight gap from Abel Hutton, but I'm sure that will be relinquished pretty quickly. Hutton gets good run through hairpin 2, but Burgoyne got a better run through the apex, but then compromised, and Hutton with a great run down into South Bank corner. O'Connor not able to cut across in front.
Ooh.
Finally does so, realises Hutton was there and moves across, but I don't think he was expecting that move from Hutton.
No,
and
the reason I went, ooh, is because I wasn't sure that Jensen O'Connor knew Abel Hutton was there. Oliver Bullock in the background getting down the inside of Aston Wilson, but going with this lead pack.
We've now got a group of 6 as they scatter across the circuit at hairpin 4, and we end up 3 wide, and it's going to be pretty much as you were at the start of this lap, with the exception of Mostyn and Burgoyne.
Third, yes, but there's a risk here, Tom, that by battling second to 6th, that Jensen O'Connor can break away.
Oliver Bullock up and running in this one, a 1 minute .298. Fastest lap of the race. I think that's the quickest one we've seen so far this weekend as well.
Yeah, we had a 1:02, we had O'Connor did a 1 minute point 2, didn't he, Tom, in the previous one, that one lap that stood out.
It's right up there, though, from Oliver Bullock, is that, and certainly a massive improvement from his pace in Heat 1.
Absolutely. Jenson O'Connor then leads Abel Hutton, Archie Mostyn and Tommy Burgoyne, Oliver Bullock and Aston Wilson. 6 drivers, Tom, this time going at the front. Great to see a train of Comas scrapping it out. Like I did say, though, if they do scrap over second a little bit here, it could give Jenson O'Connor the break that he needs. And I think he's going to have a gap of around about a second as Abel Hutton takes to the rumble strip on the inside and drops down into 3rd place. O'Connor leads by 9/10 of a second from Archie Mostyn and Abel Hutton, Tommy Burgoyne and Oliver Bullock.
And another fastest lap of the race that time for Jenson O'Connor. So 1 minute point 254. Bullock that time around lost 7/10 over his previous lap.
I think he had to take a much wider line over start finish because of Hutton going up onto the curb and just didn't want to just stay wide of it.
You know that gap that O'Connor had at the front?
I do, Tom. That 9/10.
Yeah.
It's gone, hasn't it?
It's about half
it's gone.
Now.
It's gone.
There is no gap there anymore. So Mostyn all of a sudden finding the pace.
Again, O'Connor did a 1 minute point 2 on the previous lap, and if he's anywhere near that and Archie Mostyn's closed him in, we could go sub 1 minute in Como Bambino for the first time today.
I think Mostyn went a little bit wide coming out of hairpin 4, allowed O'Connor a bit of a run and wasn't able to then make a move. A 1 minute point 127 for Archie Mostyn. So we're only a 10th and a half now, or less than a 10th and a half, off breaking the 1 minute barrier. The little golden rule here at Teesside, the glass ceiling, if you like, of lap time is the 59-second one.
Oh, O'Connor went wide at 1 and then was really tight at 2, and that's going to allow Hutton and Burgoyne and everybody back in the mix here because Mostyn got squeezed with O'Connor. O'Connor was tight, and then that's going to allow Mostyn. Now, Mostyn has been rather compliant so far with Jenson O'Connor and has been helping push him round and try and break away and then just turn it into a 2-kart battle. But we're back to 6 deep at the front here in Como Bambino as Tommy Burgoyne tries to move down the inside of Abel Hutton, and that's going to allow Oliver Bullock to come through. Bullock could go 5th to 3rd here, could he? He's in 4th at the minute. He's got the nose across. Oliver Bullock could be up into P4. He is briefly because Tommy Burgoyne wrestles it back.
Great action here in Bambino's. Once again, we've seen it, well, for the last few rounds here, but particularly here this weekend where we've got this crew running 6 deep at the front of this one. O'Connor still managing to hold on, but only just. Mostyn had a good run through hairpin 2. Is he going to carry that speed down the back straight? Abel Hutton once again differing line to Burgoyne, but manages to hold on to the pace down the back straight. Burgoyne having a little look on the inside, but can't get the move done. Also there, Bullock and Wilson. In fact, it's Bullock who was looking on the inside, I think. Yes, it was, but Burgoyne still holding position. Now they're side by side into hairpin 4. Burgoyne with a lunge on Abel Hutton.
And Bullock is through again.
Allowed Bullock through, indeed.
5th to 3rd for Oliver Bullock. He had
3rd to 5th for Abel Hutton.
Yes.
Burgoyne
stays where he was. Behind them, Tom, just a big shout out as well to Calais Tennant and Edward Charlton. They're having a good little battle off camera. We're obviously going to stay with this battle of 6 because it is raging at the front. Archie Mostyn is pushing Jenson O'Connor away from the scrap behind with a really smart race between these two of them at the moment, although the gap is going to open slightly as they take differing lines around hairpin number 2.
Aston Wilson just got a bit of a swapper on through hairpin 2, but it looks like he's got pace, Aston Wilson. It looks like there's pace in the kart, just unable to find a way through on the few in front at the moment. So both Wilson and Bullock finding big chunks of pace between Heat 1 and Heat 2, and now able to move with this group at the front, as we said before. Bullock, of course, now in 3rd.
Burgoyne super tight into hairpin 4, and that's allowed Abel Hutton to get a run on him. They were side by side. There was a little bit of side pod rubbing between the two of them out of hairpin number 4. They're slotting back into position. Aston Wilson could be the benefactor of those two squabbling. I think we'll see the last lap next time round, Tom. We're lapping in the minutes. There is 32 seconds on the clock. They're not quite halfway around the track yet, so this could well be the penultimate lap.
It could well be, you're right. And oh, there we go. We haven't given a shout out yet, have we? We'll do that in just a moment. But yeah, it's a lovely, lovely photo that we've just been shown in the commentary box, and we'll do all that in a moment once the Bambinos have concluded, because Archie Mostyn looking very racy once again into hairpin 3. Is he going to have a look on the inside at 4? No, O'Connor seems to cover it off quite nicely by parking the car in the middle of the circuit. I say parking, I mean he was still at full speed, but positioned the car in the middle of the circuit, not allowed Mostyn either side of him, and the final lap board is out. So it's O'Connor from Mostyn, Bullock, Hutton now in front of Burgoyne, with Wilson still there in 6th place.
Don't think Mostyn's going to be quite as pushy this time round. I think he's going to try a move. He's done everything he needed to do so far to give himself a chance of a 2-kart battle and not lose places if he wants to get into a scrap here, as they both take a tight line and wide, and then Jenson O'Connor, in trying not to run out of track, gets some snap oversteer that catches Archie Mostyn out, and it's just going to be a drag race from an almost standstill up towards South Bank, and Jenson O'Connor holds on. This one isn't over yet though, Tom. Archie Mostyn, I think he's still got something in his locker. Round hairpin 3 and 4. Who's carrying the speed? Are we going to have a straight line? We're not. Looks like O'Connor has it scouted, and it could be for the second time today. Jenson O'Connor taking the checker.
Yeah, Jenson O'Connor, so 2 wins from 2 for Jenson O'Connor, but it was hard fought, that one, and Archie Mostyn debuting here as well here this weekend, takes a well-earned 2nd place with Oliver Bullock 3rd, Tommy Burgoyne 4th, Abel Hutton 5th, Aston Wilson 6th. Calais Tennant and Edward Charlton are still fighting it out, but it looks like Tennant's going to take this one just from Edward Charlton as they head towards the start-finish line to complete heat number 2. And indeed, it is Tennant just in front of Edward Charlton for 7th and 8th places.
Yeah, good to see a battle going on just behind. Apologies to those two. We didn't get the camera time that really did their battle justice, because we were focusing on the top 6 having a great little scrap. As they come in, Tom, let's talk about the picture we've just been shown, the arrival of
a new member of the paddock.
Madison Grace Lucas, for Connor Lucas, our current Senior Pro Kart Championship leader, and his partner Rachel, who gave birth the week after the British 24-hour here at Teesside. And then we didn't see them at the last round because they were off competing in BPEC on the Monday.
Exactly, so we couldn't give Madison the shout-out that was so required. But
no.
Welcome to Teesside, Madison Lucas.
Did naturally express my disappointment yesterday that the middle name did not begin with an S. So
yes.
It was MS Lucas.
Yes, I said that, didn't I?
Yeah.
I said that during
I passed that on.
Yeah, absolutely. Needed to be MS.
To which Rachel replied, well, maybe with the next one. So there's clearly some planning going on.
Or maybe it will be an S. Maybe the second one will start with an S.
Yes.
And then we will have MS Lucas that way.
Right. Honda Cadet are heading out then. Heat 1 winner Aaron Berridge, Tom, leads them out in a very serene fashion as well.
What I would say as well is both of us being dads to little girls, and especially when they're newborn little girls, I can imagine having another one is about as far from Connor Lucas's mind right now as humanly possible. It's like in a different country, never mind a different county.
She does seem rather placid from what I saw of her yesterday. It's when they get to about 8 years old.
Yeah.
Because I've got one of that, and then we're being
reminded. Say no, it's when they get to 17.
Yeah.
I think it's just every
apparently.
age. It just goes, every age. Yeah. Nightmare.
Have boys.
Yes, exactly. Have boys. Much easier.
Aaron Berridge then makes his way forward towards pole position. Hugo McCluskey alongside Luca Batchev and Max Taddy, row 2. Joshua Sullivan and Dexter Petty on row 3. Then it's Tom Nichols and Noah Clark, Ollie Crumpton and Joshua Bailey with Ollie Carter and Ethan Pearson. Then it's Morgan Cooney and Layla Berryman, Bailey Wilson and Daniel Zayad with Sam Dixon and Sebastian McCarthy. Then it's Jensen Whitehead and Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, Isaac Welburn and Jake Gibbon, Harry Scrafton and Alfie Keeling, Seth Wright and Jacob McDonald.
So there we go. That's your grid for Honda Cadet. Berridge just having a little wipe of the visor.
A lot of them are doing that, and I noticed it in Senior Pro Karts. So I think that yesterday, you know, when it rained, it obviously brings all the dirt to the top of the circuit, which then when they're going round, it's dusty then. We had the higher karts on last night as well, and I saw the Senior Pro Kart, when they were coming through the dogleg, they were all having a little visor wipe.
Well, I was wondering whether there's a bit of like mizzle in the air, a little bit of, you know, a bit of moisture in the air.
Well, we're not far from the sea, and the wind picks it up sometimes and just brings it over. Not enough to affect track conditions, because we've seen personal bests throughout heats. So, but certainly as well, just that a little bit on the visor. Hugo McCluskey is having a little point across it.
And also having a wipe of the visor.
That's Aaron Berridge. I don't know whether he's confused. No, he should definitely be there. He won heat number 1.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's something else that he's trying to draw the attention of. Oh, I think what he's trying to say is Aaron Berridge's rear bumper is detached on the right-hand side.
Okay.
And obviously Hugo will benefit from that, but he's not told that is because that is a safety concern. Because obviously if it comes off then at the start and everybody else runs over it,
we'd immediately receive.
But what he could do, he can go in the pits here. I think if they can reattach it, they can get him back out on the back of the pack.
What I was going to say is he kind of lifted it up like, that shouldn't be like that. No, it definitely shouldn't be like that, Aaron. So
the steering wheels took it to beating,
and
but he's going off pole. The bumper's off, but he's going to get a mechanical flag immediately. I'm not quite sure why they've let him start. If I'm honest, Tom, he should have been rolled back into the pit lane there. Technical defect at the start, but he's going to do a lap with the rest of the field. We're normally, Tom, very, very complimentary here, but I'm not at all sure. And see, they've all come together at the first corner.
All come together at hairpin 1. Yeah. And that was the concertina effect from Berridge as well.
Yeah, it was, Tom, because Berridge went wide because he knows he's not in this race, and then it's caught everybody out. And at hairpin 2, we've got drivers piled up as well.
We've got quite a few off at that point. So it looks like we've got McCluskey now leading this one, and Berridge will immediately peel off into pit lane.
Yeah, McCluskey from Taddy, your top 2 then. Berridge is peeling off. To the side.
Potentially about 8 corners too late for that one, I think.
I'll be honest, it's not Aaron Berridge's fault. Not at all. 100% not his fault. He was told to do what he was told to do and did what he needed to do. We are not calling that on Aaron Berridge at all.
So your top 15s, McCluskey from Taddy, Petty, Nichols, Sullivan, Cooney, Batuev, Clark, Pearson and Crumpton, the 10. Then it's Berryman, Carter, Whitehead, Zayad and Bailey in the top 15. But we've got a group of 2 at the front, and then we've got another group of 3 as Taddy now overtakes McCluskey for the lead.
Yeah, the benefactors of the opening lap, Dexter Petty and Tom Nichols making big gains, 3 places each. Morgan Cooney takes 7.
Jensen Whitehead took 6 as well, and they're going to come across the line this time. We've got Daniel Zayad moving up 2 places on that lap. We've got a big gap then at the back here from all this, from the spinners at hairpin 1. They come through now, and then we're going to have the spinners at hairpin 2
Dexter Petty's up to 2nd place, Tom. Sullivan is down the inside of Tom Nichols. That's going to allow Luka Batuev back into the mix as Sullivan gets his head down behind the steering wheel. So they head up towards the first corner. Dexter Petty, this is as high as Dexter Petty has run here at Teesside, has won some races at other tracks on arguably not quite a stronger grid, but certainly proving that he can mix it with the best here, Tom. And he is going with the championship leader.
I think that was Batuev who made a great move.
It was on Tom Nichols up to P5.
And sets the fastest lap in doing so as well. And right on the tail now of Joshua Sullivan. So wondering whether Batuev can repeat that move on Sullivan. That was a great move.
We've got a technical defect for Harry Scrafton as well, Tom, in the 44. Keep an eye out for what that is when they come over
Right
the
towards
timing
the rear.
line. He's on his own at the moment as we head up towards South Bank as Taddy leads Petty. Hugo McCluskey and Joshua Sullivan, the top 6, have got a bit of a gap because previously Morgan Cooney and Noah Clark were having a little bit of a scrap as McCluskey goes wide at hairpin 4. Sullivan tries to draw alongside, but he's going to be offline and on the outside, and they all slot back in. The top 6, nose to tail, split by next to nothing.
And Scrafton into the pit lane already and into retirement as well from this one. So Berridge will go off the back of the grid for heat number 3.
McCluskey down the inside of Petty at hairpin number 1. Petty's going to be on the inside of Hugo McCluskey, and that could allow others. And McCluskey's going to struggle here, Tom, to get in at South Bank unless he can get round the outside. Looks over the shoulder, and then he's going to be all the way on the outside. There's a bit more contact in the background. I think Luca Batchev and Joshua Sullivan, the nose into the rear there, forces Sullivan slightly wide. Sullivan comes back at Batchev at hairpin number 4. Everybody slots back into a reasonable order that they were in previously. How? I'm not quite sure.
No, I'm certainly not sure either. Sullivan seemed to get a little bit airborne at the front end through South Bank corner. Managed to hold on to it all and slots back in right in front of Luca Batchev.
Yeah, Hugo McCluskey there, because he'd been on the outside, got some good drive to try and get round that down the back straight and got back in. But they're all closed back up again down this back straight, and it's allowed Cooney and Clark to drop in together. Behind there's another train of karts all the way down the back straight from Ollie Crumpton, who's now up into P9, I think. Ethan Pearson's dropped a few places, and we're side by side with some drivers into hairpin 4. Think we're going to come out again in the same order, but it's all over the shop. No, McCluskey's alongside Dexter Petty, and they're side by side up to game. Tyre smoke between the two of them as they head up towards and round the national loop, and now Taddy's got the gap that he wants.
Yeah, Taddy's just going to be head down now and try and break the toe to the group behind. Noah Clark now going on the inside of, who was that? I missed that one. Where's Noah Clark on here? Oh, it must have been Morgan Cooney.
We're 3 wide down the back straight, Tom, in the middle here.
4 wide.
Yeah, we are, as we head up towards South Bank as Batchev takes to the grass. And then that's going to allow Tom Nichols down the inside. Sullivan is the unfortunate one here, Tom. He's going to get hung out to dry. He's going to have to try something into 4 just to try and slot back into this train of karts. And does so. They're still side by side in the mid of the pack as Jake Gibbon is off at hairpin number 1 and into retirement.
So that's another retirement here we've got. But Taddy now comfortably at the front of this one. I say comfortably. He's about as comfortable as you can be in Honda Cadet with a gap of 0.8 of a second. Dexter Petty still doing very, very well to hold on to second place. It's now from McCluskey, Batchev, Nichols, Sullivan, Clark, Cooney and Crumpton.
Now we could see others being hung out to dry down the back straight. No, as Batchev tries to close the door into South Bank, but finds a bright orange cart in the way.
It goes all the way back to Layla Berryman, does this one?
Yeah, Berryman and Crumpton have come into this, Tom. And it does show that if you battle, it allows them to catch up.
And the gap seems to have come down a bit.
Oh, Crumpton and Cooney. Well. Cooney there, not his finest hour, actually trying to squeeze Ollie Crumpton. Crumpton is through.
Dexter Petty halved the gap to Taddy that time around as well. So Taddy looked comfortable, but not for long as McCluskey now goes down the inside of Petty.
Carries loads of speed as well.
He did, and Petty didn't seem to lose much either doing that. It looked pretty clean, and just a swap of positions as now Petty works with McCluskey to close the gap on Taddy down the back straight. Tom Nichols now has a gap between himself and Sullivan as well. So he's in a little bit of free air. Then you've got Sullivan and Batchev still going at it. That's been going on for about 5 laps. And Clark's in there as well.
Certainly is. Berryman now is in front of Morgan Cooney. 2 laps to go. Head down at the front because Taddy's been reeled in by Hugo McCluskey and Dexter Petty working together for a lap and a bit. And here comes Hugo. We're going to try and go round the outside. Taddy's got it scouted.
McCluskey tried the switchback and ended up finding the rear bumper of Max Taddy. just in the switchback, and that balked his
Noah
momentum.
Clark is alongside Luka Batchev in the early part of the straight and then slots back into position just behind.
So now we've got Nichols there as well. So it's now become a group of 4.
Yeah.
It had all spread out on the previous lap. Now it's back together. And then you've got a group from 5th all the way down to 15.
Yeah, Nichols is right in the back. And Dexter Petty's going to try and go round the outside of Hugo McCluskey. And Dexter Petty does it. What a move by the 16. Petty's up to second. McCluskey, Nichols, Sullivan, Batchev, Noah Clark, all nose to tail as they head up towards hairpin number 1. Clark with a move on Batchev, trying to get alongside. It's got Crumpton and Berryman just behind as well.
Dexter Petty right in the slipstream now of Max Taddy, able to take a first victory here if he can get past Max Taddy in the final 3 corners. We've got one out the way, that's South Bank. We've got 2 more to go. Here we go into hairpin 3. Still can't get the move done. He tries to straight line it. Max Taddy's got it covered off. Dexter Petty slots in behind. Is he going to get drive out of hairpin 4? He's pulled alongside. Is it going to allow McCluskey to take second? It does. It's Taddy from McCluskey. Dexter Petty eventually dropping the place to McCluskey by attempting to go for the lead. It cost him a position. Petty crosses the line in 3rd. Nichols 4th. Batchev 5th. Sullivan 6th. Clark in 7th, Ollie Crumpton in 8th, Layla Berryman in 9th place with Morgan Cooney in 10th. And then it was Zayad, Bailey, Carter, Whitehead, Pearson, Sam Dixon, Bailey Wilson, Sebastian McCarthy, Isaac Welburn, and then we just await the next few runners to come over the line. And the top 20 completed by Scarlett Whittaker done. Whew. Crikey.
So we'll update championship.
I need to lie down after that one.
Yeah, we'll update championship parameters at lunchtime, and then that'll give us heat 3 and the final to run through once the everything has been declared. We'll have a recovery of Jake Gibbons' kart. Which will delay the commencement of Intermax, who will be out next.
Yeah, we're just getting that one recovered now. Being pushed across the circuit, so it looks like it's not going to make it back under its own steam, but it's not going to need the quad of shame. We've got the 78. Oh, I haven't got on my time.
Alfie Keeling.
It's not on my time.
22nd place.
Oh, it is, yeah. Alfie Keeling. Big dent in the front nose cone of that one. Big dent. Rear bumper, rear corner of a bumper shaped dent in the front of that one.
Oh.
So, wonder how that happened. But yeah, that one, that's going to need some work to pop that one back out. Need one of those, those car dent remover sucker things.
Yes.
What are they? Well, it's car dent remover, isn't it? But you stick it on, and it uses suction, doesn't it? And then you just give it a pull.
Yeah.
And out it pops. But I think you've got to heat it up first.
That needs a big plunger.
Because it's a plastic, you warm it up first, don't you?
Yeah.
And then off you pop.
Bit of a glue gun on it.
So Inters and Rondas are heading out now. That's what I'm going to start calling them.
Yeah, Honda R200s. Now, I will assume that it will be Joey Swan and River Bell because they are Rotax going off the front and then the Hondas will go behind. But Rocco Geraghty has come out in 2nd place. So I don't know whether we've amalgamated results or whether it's Rotax then Honda. We'll find out in about 30 seconds time.
Yeah, we'll find out. They're heading round on their rolling up lap now. There they go, through South Bank corner. And indeed it is Riverbell taking 2nd place.
Yes, I thought it would be.
Just Rocco Geraghty getting a bit keen on the out lap.
Bit Roy.
A bit Roy. Yeah, Roy. Here they come over the start finish line. It's going to be Joey Swan leading us away. Power down and we're away and racing here for heat number 2. River Bell squeezing Rocco Geraghty to the inside, and Geraghty having to get out of it, and that then sort of has a bit of an accordion effect back towards Peter Webster and Matthew Plant, and Matthew Plant with a bit of an arm in the air as well, like what's going on here?
Yeah, well, Plant's though
what's occurring?
Yeah, well, he's up to second in Honda. Rocco Geraghty trying to draw alongside River Bell. Can't do it again. I get the feeling here that Bell's going to have more straight line speed. Geraghty's going to have a little bit more in the corners and on the brakes, and does indeed go down the inside at hairpin number 3. See whether Matthew Plant can find a way through as well and maybe go with Rocco Geraghty. But Geraghty certainly got his eye in here as Peter Webster, the pole man, is now in 3rd place in Honda. Joey Swan at the front, leading with a gap of 2 seconds at the end of the opening lap as the rest of the field argue over position. It's just allowed him to get his head down and get away.
Well, it's what we've seen throughout the season here from Joey Swan, or certainly what I've seen through the season from Joey Swan. He's, as I said before, perennially at the front of this one. But didn't have it all his own way through round 1. But has won every single race since.
Yes, behind the Geraghty is through and is starting to break away. River Bell, then Matthew Plant and Peter Webster. Just having a quick look, the live chat is rather active today. Michael Burke confirming it is indeed Sunday night over near Bathurst, and Melvin White saying good luck to Pierce White on his move up into Junior Rotax. Debbie saying good luck to Lennon French from all the followers in Dundee. We'll come back to the rest of the live chat shortly. What I do want to say at the bottom is Julie Nichols has been in touch. She's having to watch from home. She's not well this weekend. Tom Nichols' mum. I know they're missing her because David, her husband, Tom's dad, said this morning that he didn't quite realise how much of a contribution that Jules made until she wasn't here.
Okay.
So full of compliments, and we hope Jules is okay and back for the double header in October.
It's an extra pair of hands, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is more than welcome at all times.
But also sometimes an extra bit of thinking. Yeah. Just a reminder, have you definitely tightened them wheels?
Fresh pair of eyes.
Yeah, that type of thing. You know, should that be there? No, it shouldn't. I've left the socket wrench on the floor tray.
In the case of Aaron Berridge, have you reattached the rear bumper?
Yes.
That kind of thing.
I don't know why they'd have had it off. I think it was the bolts as well. The fixing was still in. It was the bolt.
Okay.
The actual, because it plugs into the frame,
yes,
and then comes up at a right angle. The fixing was still there, so it's not unplugged. It's just the bolt. If it had unplugged, you can push it back in.
It might have happened on the rolling up.
Yeah, exactly. Good eyes from Hugo McCluskey in spotting that one.
It was, yeah, indeed. We thought it was he was pointing because he was out of position, but
yeah,
he actually wasn't. But no, it was very much a case of that is a safety concern. So Joey Swan still monstering away at the front of this one, 6.5 seconds clear already, and we're only on lap 4. Well, lap 5 now. Geraghty leading River Bell by less than a second. And then behind them, we've got Matthew Plant, who's still not showing on our timing screen, but is on the one on your timing screen as you look at it.
Yes, Peter Webster's found a way through on this lap, and Matthew Plant peels off into the pit lane with a problem. So Plant is off, and we're down to 4 runners in Inters.
And that spread the field out as well quite a bit. So we're now sort of equidistant from 2nd, 3rd and 4th, which is Geraghty, then Bell in the Inter Rotax class, and then Peter Webster, the second of our Rondas.
Swan leads. The gap was 8 seconds on the previous lap. It's probably likely to be out towards the 10 mark, just given the difference in speed from the front-running Intermax to the front-running Honda R200s. Joey Swan, Rocco Geraghty there, your top 2, River Bell and Peter Webster. 3 minutes to go.
Great consistency from Joey Swan as well. I mean, his last lap was a 10th of a second off his best, and we're 3 laps on from that. So he's been really consistent. 44.8, and then a 44.9, and then another 44.9. So
we've noticed this before. With he doesn't ease up, does he?
Well, no,
even though he's got a gap, he just gets his head down and just
Casey
keeps going.
Stoners it.
Yeah,
Just flat out from the moment the flag drops to the moment the checkered flag drops, and no let up in between. It's exactly what Casey Stoney used to do. People used to find it quite, I want to say boring, but it wasn't boring, but that's what he used to do in MotoGP. But the problem was that he was the only one who could ride that bike in the way that he rode it. It was a horrible thing, but he was able to control it, get the best out of it, and the only way to do that was to just go absolutely flat out.
yeah. Well, you see, like when
There were no tactics involved.
when people try and ease up a little bit, they make slight errors.
Well, Senna in Monaco.
88 was it when you
I
put
think
it in
it
the
was
wall
88,
at Portier?
Didn't it have a 1 minute lead or something?
Yeah.
And
And just thought, oh, that Armco looks attractive.
yeah, parked it in the barrier purely because he eased off the pace. And so with that came a loss of concentration.
He went straight home as well, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He walked straight back to his flat, yeah. Kimi Räikkönen did the same thing, didn't he?
Yeah, he went to his boat though, didn't he? Räikkönen went on a boat. He
yeah,
didn't go back on a boat.
Yeah.
I want to know where Senna had his keys hidden.
That's a good point, yeah.
Whether he's just done that thing where you just break a little window and turn the latch, let yourself in.
Horror story. I genuinely know somebody that did that, but they had that, the safety glass with the wires through it, because it was in a high-rise apartment block. Decided, I've got a great idea. I'll try and squeeze my hand through the safety wire. Now, genuinely, has a hand that can't open properly because he ripped the tendons on it. He's that much of an idiot.
No. Just back in the live chat as well, Catherine Potter just saying good luck to Kieran and Ashley Savage. Ron Lynn, Alex Lynn's granddad, saying good luck from all at Alchemy Car Care. They're a sponsor. I spoke to Alex Lynn yesterday and we had an interview with him who he thanked his sponsors, including Alchemy Car Care. So he's definitely had a little bit of media training. We do like that.
Should we ask Ron to get back in touch and say, what does Alchemy Car Care do? Is it a valet service or is it mechanical work or is it accident repairs?
They do a range of cleaning products for your car. I have some in the back of my van.
Oh dear. All about the perks, aren't you? All about the perks.
Yes. You can find them on Instagram at Car Alchemy. And on Facebook at Alchemy Car Care.
Oh, there we go.
It's all right.
And if anybody wants to send David some more free products, get in touch with him and he will give you a shout out on the live stream.
If Haribo are listening. On to the final lap then for Joey Swan, leading in the Intermax Honda R200, being led by Rocco Geraghty.
Any cake makers are listening.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Kipling. If you spend your Sundays watching us on TSK-Motorsport
No, he's not going to do it now
Media.
because you've given him a free shout-out.
Yeah, damn right. River Bell, then Peter Webster. So we've got Inter R200, Intermax R200.
Fun fact, Mr. Kipling, real person. Mr. Sheen, Mr. Muscle, not real people.
What about the Colonel from KFC?
Real person. Joey Swan, also a real person, on the final lap of the race, comes across the line and takes a checker flag from Rocco Geraghty in the Ronda class. He's about to come across the line in second place. But Joey Swan, super consistent as well. Another 44.9 to finish the race with. Rocco Geraghty is going to come across the line in second and take victory in the Ronda class. Then we've got River Bell second in the Inters, third on the road. Peter Webster not far behind, actually, River Bell in the second of the Rondas. And, of course, we lost Matthew Plant earlier on and into retirement. They are your four runners. So I'm on Spaniel watch. We've not got any dogs out. But we are Junior and Senior Rotax next, I believe.
We are. We've been severely let down by the by the lack of spaniel.
And we've been a bit let down by the camera people as well, because we need them to get on it and show the people at home some dogs. We like a bit of dog watch.
There is. To be fair, there is a spaniel up there. It's Max Wilkinson's spaniel. If the cameraman at South Bank goes left towards the man in orange, he'll see spaniel.
Fans of Kids TV will get the reference of, I'll write that down in my dog log.
See, not all the action's on the track here, is it, Tom?
Dear. Does make me chuckle, that. Every time we watch it.
Oh, there we go. We almost had it. The kind of
Go in the wrong way. Go in the wrong way. There we go. Back.
Right.
Keep going.
Right.
There we go.
Spaniel.
Hey. Should we bring you a grid?
Yes. You do that.
Well, we're on the rolling up lap.
Oh, there's some racing.
There we go. Hang on, I'm trying to find it now.
That one.
Yep, sorry.
How quick can Tom go?
Right, Max Wilkinson, pole position. Joseph Mills in second, with Ava Reynolds third. Ben Horner fourth. Holly Swan fifth. Freddie Widrington sixth. William Howard seventh. Oliver O'Donovan, double O'Donovan, goes off P8. Pierce Whitehead in ninth. Oscar War in 10th, with Sam Robson, Joseph Yao, Evelyn Bai and Alex Lynn completing the 14 runners in juniors. Then your senior runners goes with Joseph Johnson off pole, with Kieran Savage and Ashley Savage. Then it's Paul Swan going in fourth place in Senior Rotax. There we go, all done. And look, we're still on the... Oh, hang on, that is a very slow...
Yes, Max Wilkinson.
Very slow start.
Get out and push it.
And we're away and racing. There we go. Right, now we're off. Everything's kicked into gear and we're away. Max Wilkinson, though, went very wide. No heat in those tyres.
Oh, we've got drivers coming into contact towards the back. Alex
Joseph
Lynn is
Yao.
one. Sam Robson as well. Here's another one. Joseph Yao, the championship leader, doesn't come out of that one completely unscathed. And we've got one driver pulling off towards retirement. Sam Robson, his right side pod is doing its best Finding Nemo impression.
Yeah, it's so that was an exciting one. But Max Wilkinson had no heat in the tyres whatsoever from that cold rolling up lap.
Yeah, we've got a driver off on the outside of National. We have got a waved yellow flag up there as well, just while the marshals are tending to that cart. We've got driver being pushed away. We'll confirm who it is in a few moments. Think it could be Evelyn Bai in the 143, who is off and out of this race.
And I think potentially Pierce Whitehead may have overtaken under yellow, but I'm not sure. I don't know whether we saw it on camera or not, but it might have just been my eyes. They might have been in the same position they were coming out of the corner as they were going in, but they were definitely side by side.
Confirm in a few moments potentially, but as it stands at the front, Ben Horner leads Max Wilkinson. That's your top two. Joseph Mills and Oscar Wart. Then it's William Howard, Holly Swan, Pierce Whitehead, Ava Reynolds, Joseph Yao, Freddie Widrington and Oliver O'Donovan, Alex Lynn and Sam Robson. That's your juniors with Paul Swan. We've got technical defect now for Sam Robson, that side pod.
It's going to hold no form of protection whatsoever anymore, is it?
Yeah, side on side, it's fine. But obviously, if a driver goes down the inside, a nose can go under that, and then you risk the cart flipping over.
Exactly.
So, fully understand why that one has been given.
So Ben Horner still holding on well at the front of this one. Oscar War with the fastest lap of the race, closing in now on Wilkinson and Joseph Mills. Overtaken by War on that lap, but still managing to go with. So we've got a group of four at the front that's still headed by Ben Horner. Then we've got a bit of a gap then back to William Howard and Holly Swan. And then Joseph Yao recovering from that earlier spin. Starting to march towards the front. Overtook Piers Whitehead, Freddie Widrington and Ava Reynolds on that lap and ended up in 7th place.
Good moves from Yao. Paul Swan leads us in seniors. Kieran Savage, Ashley Savage and Joseph Johnson. Your four, and the two in the middle are having a good battle. Kieran leading Ashley in 15th and 16th. And
Widrington now in front of Whitehead. Lynn recovering again from that first corner incident is now up into 10th place. Sam Robson has dropped right down now, so that's moved up Swan, Savage and Johnson in the seniors. And in rolls Sam Robson into pit lane.
Top 4 here, Tom. This one's just going to get going. I think we'll probably have a few laps, I think, now of maybe Wilkinson and Ward just trying to push on and close the gap. But as soon as one of them makes an overtake, Joseph Mills is going to have a real opportunity of getting in the mix as well.
So William Howard and Holly Swan still together, and Joseph Yao is coming to play in that one as well. As we said, recovering from that first corner spin, Joseph Yao came out sort of the best of all the ones that were involved in that spin, and got underway the quickest, and is now closing in on the back of Holly Swan and William Howard. So all things being equal, that's not actually going to be too bad a result for Joseph Yao if he can get back up to 5th place, bearing in mind what happened in that first corner. But Wilkinson now in front of Ben Horner, as is Oscar Ward. So both of them making their way through on that lap. And William Howard has now dropped back a bit further from Joseph Mills. So our group of 4 at the front.
Ashley Savage, fastest lap of the race in senior max. And now Paul Swan is starting to make his way through the juniors in front of him. This could give Ashley Savage an opportunity, dependent on where each of them meet the lap traffic. So Swan's going to try and move down the inside up at the south bank and gets closed off. And then there's contact in the middle of the corner. Pierce Whitehead is tipped into a spin by Oliver O'Donovan in the 64.
And Mills and Horner have now swapped positions through hairpin 3. It was Horner who tried to move on Oscar War, hairpin 4, my apologies, hairpin 4 it was. Couldn't get the move completed, and that's allowed Mills back to make a pass on Horner. If I can get my words out, that'd help. What with being a commentator.
It is advantageous.
Yes, but it is now Wilkinson looking comfortable at the front of this one at the moment. Oscar War not quite able to go with at the moment, but Mills and Horner still there with War.
Behind them, Holly Swan in P5 will come under the inevitable pressure by Joseph Yao, the championship leader. Yes, don't know whether there was any implications from that opening lap incident, Tom, because there was a lot of karts coming together post-race. We may well see some front fairing penalties. And I'm saying that because the front of Joseph Yao's nose is very low, and I don't know whether it was in that position at the start. May well have been, but does look like it's skimming. It's not wobbling, so it's not fully pushed through, but it's just got to be out of its original seating position for you to incur a penalty.
Well, closing in now on the back of Holly Swan is the championship leader.
Oh, Kieran Savage is off on the outside of hairpin number 2. Still in the kart, but we're going to have a waved yellow, so that's going to remove overtaking opportunities round hairpin 1 and 2. Whilst that kart is moved, drivers will see the yellow flags, so should obey, and are doing so far.
We look at Joseph Yao still closing onto the tail of Holly Swan. There's enough time potentially to start making moves into the gap of the front 4 if he can dispatch Holly Swan quickly.
Yep.
There's potential for more points available for Joseph Yao.
Circuit
Time is ticking down though.
Circuit is green once again. The kart has been pushed all the way to the barrier. Kieran Savage has been moved into a place of safety, so all overtaking opportunities back on.
So we had Ashley Savage retire from Heat 1. Now we've had Kieran Savage retire from Heat 2. So not the best of returns for the Savage family here this weekend so far. Still, of course, one more heat and a final to go. So all still to play for. Look at is Holly Swan still managing to hold off Joseph Yao at the front of this one. Sorry, at the for 5th place, and there goes Yao down the inside now, not holding him off anymore. Or is she? Yes, she is indeed holding him off still. This is for 5th place on the road. Yao getting a bit squirrely through the D chicane as well. Had a little bit too much pace there and got caught out, and is tried a bit of a send into hairpin 3, but then backed out of it, and then does go full send into hairpin 4, catches Holly Swan in the rear of the kart. Swan goes wide, Yao goes through.
Yao up into 5th place, a somewhat mitigating what was a
I'm not sure it
difficult
was
opening lap for Joseph Yao. He's done what he needed to do, Tom, in sort of like mitigating the loss of points.
I'm not sure it was a large amount of contact between Yao and Swan, but it was enough to destabilise Swan's turn in, and ended up then having to turn back out of the corner and have another bite at it. So, yeah, enough to destabilise it, and Yao is now through. So the gap went out because of that. So the gap is 4.3 seconds. I think that's going to be too much to do with just over a minute to go in this one plus a lap.
Yeah, field has spread quite a bit, with the exception of the 3 leaders. Now Joseph Mills coming right back into this one. Ben Horner, who led the early part of this race, has fallen away into 4th place and will likely finish there without any issues in the remaining minute or so of this race. We've crossed the line, Tom, with what could well be 2 or 3 seconds left at the end of this lap. It's going to be very, very tight as to whether we get an extra lap in this Junior Rotax second heat.
Yao now dropping
with our
Swan,
seniors.
but Swan hasn't dropped Howard either.
Yeah, the paces are fairly equal. Let's see whether they close in at all. Not sure William Howard's going to have enough laps. Timer is down to 11 seconds. I think they're going to get round here, Tom, and they will do.
Yeah, 4 seconds on the clock as they came over the line. Wilkinson from War, from Mills, and then Horner. Around about a 1.5 seconds back now from Max Wilkinson. Paul Swan starting to make his way through what was our first lap spinners now, with Widrington next on the list.
Change for the lead, Tom, at South Bank as Oscar Ward dives down the inside of Max Wilkinson. He's took his time in this one and just rode shotgun throughout. Oscar Ward saving it till towards the end. He'll now have one final lap to engage defensive mode from Max Wilkinson. War leads Wilkinson and then Mills. That's your top 3 over the line with a lap to go.
War took a very wide entry into the D chicane, and that compromised the speed massively through it, and Wilkinson is right there now. He's got a run out of the national loop. He has, but not enough to make a move. Wilkinson still sitting in behind War as he gets a good drive out of hairpin 2. They pull side by side. War defends to the inside. Wilkinson follows suit, tries to get a nose down the inside of South Bank, ends up just pushing War all the way through it. Gap appears. Hairpin 3, hairpin 4 is as you were. Then Wilkinson
the
goes
come
back
together,
War, and it's going to be Joseph Mills coming through. Makes contact side by side with Wilkinson. Wilkinson over the line, takes it by 0.6 thousandths of a second.
We said that Joseph Mills had an opportunity there to try and take advantage. Max Wilkinson down the inside of Oscar War, a little bit of contact in there that will give the Clark a thought process. But as it stands on track, at least, Wilkinson from Mills, then War, Horner and Yao, in front of Holly Swan, William Howard, Alex Lynn and Freddie Widrington. Paul Swan finishes 10th overall and is our leading senior Rotax runner from Ashley Savage and then Oliver O'Donovan. In juniors, Joseph Johnson completes senior Rotax in 3rd place. Ava Reynolds, Pierce Whitehead, Sam Robson and Evelyn Bye are your remaining junior runners.
So, just wanted to touch on something there with Wilkinson and War. Yes, they are teammates, but coming into today, there was only 3 points between them for second in the championship.
Yes.
So
very, very tight.
Now Wilkinson has put a gap between him and Mills, between him and War. I need to check the results again from Heat 1.
Yeah, well, I'll ping it in the sheet, Tom, at
and we'll have a look at lunchtime and see how that's going to shake out. But as I said, for second in the championship, there's only 3 points between Wilkinson and War, so that could now be all even, or certainly close to it. Where are we? Grid 4. Junior Pro Kart Heat 2. About to head out in a moment now that the grid is being cleared, but we've got Kieran Savage to be recovered.
Yep, quad required for this one.
I think it's just a little bit too far from the pit lane to push all the way back. Let's see if we can see anything on it as it comes past us. Anything obvious?
Well, he's not holding a wheel, so
that's always a good sign.
Yeah.
It just might be a case of it no go barp anymore.
Yes, that does happen sometimes.
Why you no go barp? One of my favourite memes ever. the guy giving it, the Italian hand gesture of stood at the back of a cart looking down at it, and the text was why you no go back.
One of my funniest moments on commentary was that Anthony Jordan was on the camera at the first corner at Wilton.
At Wilton, we were there. It was us.
Somebody,
wasn't it?
Exactly. At
we went straight through the barriers.
When somebody went straight through the barrier, and he just leant round the camera and went. Like a full-on Italian, and I don't think we commentated for 5 minutes after.
We were crying, laughing.
We were crying.
It was brilliant. So your grid for Junior Pro Kart Heat number 2 is Joseph Williamson off pole with Grace Matthews in second, Oliver Watson in third, Riley Matthews in fourth, Liam Edmonds fifth, Reese Cranston sixth, Isaac Duff in seventh. Jared Fox-Whiteley isn't here, so won't be going off P8, and then Alana Howard in ninth. Well, eighth. Get your timing up. Please do keep your comments coming in on YouTube as well. Straight into the commentary box here if you leave us a comment. And we are underway and racing here in heat number 2 of Junior Pro Karts.
Oh, we've got drivers round at the first corner. Riley Matthews is off onto the grass. Reese Cranston is one of the others, and it could be Grace Matthews is the other driver that's off as well. Joseph Williamson leads then from Oliver Watson, but he's quickly overtaken by Isaac Duff, and then Watson is squeezed up onto the curb on the inside. He slots back into third place, still going for second up towards South Bank. Liam Edmonds in fourth place, just behind them both, and then Alana Howard in P5.
Yeah, Williamson already looking comfortable at the front of this one, gapping the rest of the field. Probably a good second or so by the time they come over the line for the first time. Just get them come across now. There we go. Oliver Watson doing a great job holding off Isaac Duff. Although not so much anymore, as Duff has now made his way through. Sorry, Oliver, that was my fault. Commentator's curse. Isaac Duff made his way through.
Oh, no,
and now Watson replies instantly, and Duff's going to straight line it between hairpin 1 and 2. And they're going to hold each other up massively, and that's going to give Williams, I think that's, barring any mistake, that's going to give Williamson heat number 2 here. Such will be the gap. Duff Watson's still on the inside.
No, Watson's down the inside at South Bank, and Oliver Watson back up into second place. Isaac Duff down into third with Liam Edmonds, Alana Howard. That's Reese Cranston closing back in on this battle after the that first lap. Then it's Riley Matthews in position. We've got a bit of an issue there at the top with time. We have got 8 runners, so just remove the ones where it says TX 161 and 162, and it'll sort itself out into position. Move everybody up a few places.
Indeed, and Reese Cranston with the fastest lap around that time. Quicker than Joseph Williamson as well.
Yeah, I think Grace Matthews may well have peeled off into the pits, Tom. Can't see the car on track and can't see it on the grass at all either. She'd have that issue on the opening lap as part of the coming together further down the field with Riley Matthews and Reese Cranston into that first corner.
So we're going to be down to 7 runners. They are all still in the same shot though. Williamson looking very comfortable at the front of this one now from Isaac Duff, with Oliver Watson still in close company. Liam Edmonds not far behind, and then it's Reese Cranston has now overtaken Alana Howard on that lap as well for 5th place on the road. And then we've got Riley Matthews is a fair distance behind now after that first corner spin.
So Williamson has a gap at the front, although I'd love to tell you what it was, but everything's gone a little bit skew-whiff on the
on our
live
timing
timing.
system.
But on track, he's got the distance between the exit of hairpin 3 and the start of hairpin 4. Give it a refresh, Tom. Give it a start and a stop.
Turn it. Oh, there we go.
There we go. Turn it off. I'll turn it back on again.
Turn it on again. Fastest lap for Isaac Duff that time around. Thank you, Kat, for the help. We've got Williamson from Duff, Watson, Edmonds, Cranston, Alana Howard, then Riley Matthews. But it's fastest lap that time around from Isaac Duff, closed in a 10th and a half on Joseph Williamson, but he's got 1.4 seconds to find, nearly 1.5 seconds to find to make an attempt on an overtake. Oliver Watson not being dropped though.
No, not at all. They're all still there, split by less than 2 seconds at the front. Let's see whether Duff can reel in Williamson. Still got 6 minutes, and if he can take a few tenths a lap out of, he was a 10th and a half on the previous lap. This time it's 2.5 tenths, and the gap's down to 1.2 with the fastest lap of the race.
Once again.
Yeah, with that 47.2 this time from Isaac Duff. It was a personal best from Joseph Williamson, so it's not taking it easy. But I think the gap could be down to less than a second at the end of this one, and Isaac Duff's clearly got a target in front of him.
Ducking down behind the steering wheel as well as Isaac Duff to try and maximise the aero effect, or rather lessen the drag. It's human DRS, isn't it? As he heads down the back straight.
Yeah, see what the gap is. I say it was 1.2.
I think it's going to be significantly less than that. He's going to start to pick up a slipstream now as well as Isaac Duff. It's another fastest lap of the race, 3 in a row for Isaac Duff, half a second quicker. 0.7 of a second now. Isaac Duff starting to eat chunks out of the early lead built up by Joseph Williamson. And Oliver Watson has now been dropped significantly. He was a second slower on that lap.
Yeah, behind them, Reese Cranston is alongside Liam Edmonds as they run up towards South Bank, and Cranston is through for 4th place. Good move by Reese Cranston. Moves himself up into P4.
I think Williamson may have had a little look behind and decided now's not the time to ease off, and instantly responds with a personal best, but it's still a quarter of or almost 2 tenths slower than Isaac Duff. The gap now just over 6 tenths of a second.
Yeah, down into the sub 47s, 46.959 for Isaac Duff. Will really benefit now down the back straight from having another kart in front of him.
Joseph Williamson definitely had a look behind and turned the speed on, because he increased his speed by 4 tenths of a second over what he was doing before. So he must have been taking a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Saw Isaac Duff closing in rapidly and has now got the hammer down. But it may be too late, because Duff wasn't in the slipstream of Williamson. Now very much is, and is still closing in.
Yeah, gap's going to be 4 tenths or so, 0.328 this time round by Isaac Duff. Personal best further down the field for Reese Cranston, Liam Edmonds, and
still
Alana
sub
Howard
47 for Isaac Duff as well. Joseph Williamson only in the 47.2s, and Isaac Duff is now right there. That is a proper slipstream he's got now, and able to use it to close right in on the rear bumper of Joseph Williamson. I called it early. I said barring any mistakes, and I think the mistake was easing off in the pace.
yes, possibly
Decided to take it a bit easy early in the race rather than go hammer and tongs and use the life of the tyres to get a comfortable gap.
Well,
thought the gap was comfortable enough.
Catching is one thing, finding a way through is another, as Watson, Cranston all both put in personal bests.
Williamson again getting quicker and quicker, but still not able to go sub 47. Duff able to go sub 47 every lap so far.
Tried to move down the inside into hairpin number 2. Had the door closed on him by Joseph Williamson. See what his plan is this time round. Obviously, Williamson now will know to potentially have that straight line move into hairpin 2 scouted. As he takes a tighter line into 4. They come out, just slot in nicely where each other was.
Williamson was 21 points behind in the championship at the start of the day. There's only really these two in it because Alana Howard in third was 116 points behind. So there's only really these two fighting over the championship.
Isaac Duff down the inside at hairpin number 1 and is through for the lead on Joseph Williamson, and then goes wide at hairpin 2, and Williamson draws alongside once again down the back straight, and it doesn't really matter here now how quick Isaac Duff is because Joseph Williamson has track position on the inside.
Yeah, and able to retake that position. Lap times have dropped now into both drivers well into the 47s. I think they'll be significantly slower than that with those overtakes. But Isaac Duff now just needs to get the head down again, close back in. In fact, you can see 47.5 and a 47.6 for both the front two. But Duff using the slipstream again.
Caught the grass there on the inside, didn't he, around the National?
He did, but hasn't cost him anything in terms of lap time. Anyway, in terms of gap to Williamson, it remains the same. Going to use that toe now down the back straight, duck in behind the steering wheel. You can see he's right there now on Williamson. Not close enough to have a look on the inside this time. No, definitely not. Potential straight line in hairpin 4 would be on, but I think it might be a little bit early in the race for that. We've
2 laps to go.
Yeah, we're not going to be on the final lap. If it was the final lap, I would fully expect that move to happen. Head through the D chicane around the National Loop one more time. And Duff is right there. Is he on the inside? He is on the inside of Williamson. Can he get the door shut? No, he can't. Williamson then goes, has the inside line for hairpin 2. That allows Duff the switch back, and they're side by side. But now Duff has the track position into South Bank corner. Williamson trying to hang it out round the outside. That's not going to work. Duff has again track position on the inside for hairpin 3 and gets the move completed. And Duff takes the lead now from Williamson. What has Williamson got in response? They head out through the dogleg and the kink into the start-finish line and into the D chicane.
On to the final lap then. Isaac Duff leads Joseph Williamson. Oliver Watson looks comfortable in 3rd place. Reese Cranston in 4th. Although having said that, Cranston has closed in on Oliver Watson in the final couple of laps. He might have a chance for a nibble towards the end if Watson makes a slight error, but I don't think he needs another couple of laps or so. Duff with a look over his shoulder. Williamson behind, right in the slipstream. As they run up towards South Bank, and Williamson is more than close enough here. As Duff goes slightly wide, that's an inviting opportunity for Joseph Williamson, and he's going to try and move into hairpin 4. Down the inside, they're going to be side by side on exit. Duff could well have track positions as they come through over the timing line. Isaac Duff wins heat 2. From Joseph Williamson. Then it's going to be Oliver Watson in front of Reese Cranston. Reese Cranston's had a tough final lap there, Tom. 52 seconds. It looks like he did have a dive at Oliver Watson. And didn't quite work out as Liam Edmonds closed right in at the end to finish less than a second behind Reese Cranston. Then it's Lana Howard, Riley Matthews, with Grace Matthews retiring on the opening lap.
And good respect between Williamson and Duff as they had a little fist bump as they headed down the back straight on the cool down lap as well. So that brings us to, again, the final race in our rotation. Heat number 2 for Senior Pro Kart. Try and find you a grid. If you'll bear with. Senior Pro Kart Heat 2. There we go. Okay. Last couple of runners just clearing the grid now, so we'll expect them out pretty shortly. So Max Shields is going to go from pole position with Ike Needham in 2nd place, Oliver Hill in 3rd, and Harry Roddis in 4th. The head of row 3 will be George Ludwell, then it's Connor Cran, then it'll be Tom Hewland and Danny Bean, Lennon French and David Brewis finish the top 10. Then it'll be Macaulay Parnham and Cameron Bailey, Zach Dawson and Kyle Burns with Sophie Pawsey, and new dad, as we're going to call him for the rest of the day, I think Connor Lucas is going to be Preed with new dad. Then we've got James Kay and Matthew Hauschby and Jack Hewland, the 19 runners. But I think we said Harry Roddis isn't here.
No, he's not.
You said that earlier on. So we've got 18 runners then in Senior Pro Kart.
Shields then will lead them round. He's got Ike Needham alongside him on the front row.
Heading to hairpin 4 on this
Nice
rolling up
and
lap.
slowly.
Again, very, very slow rolling up lap in the same way that we saw from Junior Rotax. Not sure whether this is a tactic or
Well, I
whether
don't know.
it's...
Plug doesn't oil up in the same way. In
no,
Honda,
it doesn't.
does it?
I mean, these are quite comfortable doing this speed, aren't they?
Yes.
Max Shields now goes a little bit early, I think, and it's caught Ike Needham out, and the right-hand train, the odd numbers of the grid, seem to get a far better start than the left-hand train.
Yeah, Lucas from the tail has gone all the way round the outside of the national loop, just sort of anticipating maybe a few issues, and now is getting his elbows out in the middle of the pack. And they're all round hairpin 1, 2. Lucas already commencing his charge through from P15.
I think he's up to about 9th already. But Shields moving away at the front of this one, it seems, at the moment, from Hill. And then we've got Ludwell, who had great pace in Heat 1. Now tries to go around the outside of the D chicane, along with Danny Bean, who, of course, were nose to tail in Heat 1. Ludwell then goes wide on the exit of the D chicane. That allows Bean through on both him and Oliver Hill. Yeah,
and now Hill down the is overtaken by George Ludwell. Yellow is out as we've got Kyle Byrne going off. Macaulay Parnham was the first one off, though, in the 222. And then Kyle Byrne tagging the brake and going off as well onto the grass. Those two will drop down to 17th and 18th, respectively.
Well, thankfully, they missed each other. But that could have been a nasty one, but they went in different directions, thankfully, as they both went off at the same time. So Shields now, as we said, looking pretty comfortable at the front of this one. Danny Bean now in second place from George Ludwell. Connor Lucas already up to 4th place, with Oliver Hill now demoted to 5th. Cam Bailey in 6th. Then it's Connor Cran, Lennon French, Ike Needham and Zach Dawson in 10th. They try to make their way through, as that's the group that we're looking at that's now headed by Oliver Hill. Ike Needham now up the inside of Hill. And
it's Cam Bailey, Tom, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Cam Bailey,
yeah. Ike Needham's behind, battling out with Lennon French, and then coming under pressure from Zach Dawson.
There we go. Oliver Hill still able to go with that group, though. Gets overtaken and then manages to hang on to whoever's just overtaken him until somebody else sort of comes through, if that makes sense. But it is still Shields from Bean and Ludwell. That looks fairly comfortable at the moment. Lucas, though, closing in on the back of Ludwell. Wonder what Lucas has got in terms of pace to close in on Max Shields. He's got quite a way to go to catch Shields in this one, but plenty of time to do it.
About 2 seconds, isn't it, to catch up. Behind, though, there's a superb battle going on that we can see at the moment on the screen.
By Pawsey, and then it's Pawsey, and then Brewis and Hewland are all involved in that one. That's over, I think it's 11th and 12th place.
Yeah, Lucas is through on George Ludwell, up in now into 3rd place then. Different classes, so I don't know whether Ludwell feels now here he can tuck in behind Lucas and drag himself back onto Danny Bean and potentially onto the lead battle with Shields in front as well, Tom. So be incredibly interesting to see whether it's a bit of a tactic from George Ludwell, because Lucas is closing in on Danny Bean. It does look like George Ludwell is being dragged along as well. Behind them, Bailey, French, Needham, Hill. Connor Cran leads in novice from Zach Dawson, Sophie Pawsey and David Brewis. Then it's Jack Hewland, Matthew Hauschby and James Kay. Tom Hewland, Macaulay Parnham and Carl Byrne. The final 2 runners who had the off earlier on at hairpin number 1.
Zach Dawson's just put a move on Connor Cran in hairpin 4 and taken that position away.
Bean is closing in on Shields at the front. So 0.2 of a second. The gap down now to 0.8 of a second. And then Connor Lucas right behind as well.
Well, Lucas was quarter of a second quicker than Bean as well. So took half a second out of Max Shields on that time around.
Oh, Matthew Hauschby tags the tyres on the inside, and he's round at hairpin number 1. He'll fall down to 18th place. Was trying to move on David Brewis, and the gap was closing. Brewis on the outside, the tyre wall on the inside, and Matthew Hauschby spins down to P18. Lucas is through into second place on Danny Bean, then has a little helmet tap and says to Danny Bean, there's a chance here if you can tag on that we can drag you onto the back of the 181 in front.
Lucas again, another half a second quicker than Shields that time around. So the gap, 0.7 of a second. I thought that was going to be too much of a gap for Lucas, but with it being, over a second and a half at one point, and he's really reeled Shields in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, used Ludwell for a few laps, then closed in on Bean, didn't he? And, just used the drivers in front for a few laps and just made his way through. But when he's made the overtakes as well, he's not lost time. That's the important thing.
Shields had a look behind him down the back straight coming into South Bank, and had a big look up to the sky following it, seeing that Lucas was already closing in on the back of him, as if well, what more can I do? I've been at the front of this one, I've been moving away from them, but now they're all coming back towards me. And another 0.4 quicker was Lucas that time around.
Lucas is down the inside at hairpin number 2 on Max Shields. There side by side. Shields slots in. Kyle Byrne with a contact warning in the 31. But Connor Lucas leads from P15. Max Shields in second place. Danny Bean, George Ludwell. Behind them, the battle for 5th place is Cameron Bailey, Lennon French and Ike Needham. Oliver Hill doing well in P8. Let's get back then to the leading novice. It's Zach Dawson.
Just want to see what's going on with Max Shields as well, because his pace has been ultra consistent. Every lap he's done 46.6. Lucas able to do 46.1s throughout this race. So it's unusual for Shields to be that far off the pace of Lucas, certainly to the tune of half a second consistently every single lap.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Now that he's got Lucas in front of him, we'll see what the pace difference is going to be, because that gap hasn't gone out by half a second this time around anyway. See whether this has suddenly given Shields a bit of a rabbit to go and chase. And there we go, 0.4 of a second quicker instantly.
Yeah, now he's got a target.
As soon as he got Lucas in front of him. Lucas setting the fastest lap of the race, but Shields only a 10th behind. So Shields, you'd have thought he would be comfortable in front. He's led many a race here at Teesside, but just didn't have the pace when he was out in clear air. Now he's got a slipstream in front of him and the pace of Lucas. He's able to just follow along.
Yeah, it's,
like I said, found 0.4 of a second from nowhere.
Not particularly close enough at the minute to make an overtake, but yeah, exactly what you're saying, Tom.
I find it fascinating that you can do that. You can be 46.6 every single lap. As soon as you get somebody in front of you to chase, you just find yourself half a second nearly. And again, 46.2. So he's daggone 46.2, 46.2.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go in this one.
And you wouldn't say a slipstream around here is worth 0.4 of a second, would you?
No. I think what it is I think it could, some of it could be breaking into hairpin 1. You could sort of see that Shields was a little bit tighter when he was at the front on his own, and then now he's behind Lucas. He's just a little bit freer, maybe a kart length later on the brakes, knowing, sort of matching the kart in front, and that's helping him carry a little bit more speed. Top 4's been fairly stable the last couple of laps. Still a minute and a half to go.
Another 46.2 for Shields. And George Ludwell and Danny Bean now 3rd and 4th. They're able to go with as well. And in fact, Ludwell looks like he might be making a move on Shields in a moment. He's closed right in on the back of Maximus Shields as they head down the back straight and into South Bank corner. Ludwell, of course, carrying that fantastic pace that he had in heat number 1, straight into heat 2, worked his way through the field, and is now potentially making a move on Max Shields in a moment.
Lucas Shields, Ludwell with 40 seconds on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap. Next time round, they'll see the last lap board. Shields now, I think this is going to have to be a case of holding on to second, is it? Although they get their own points in subclass, but still, Ludwell's going to want second place. Ludwell's going to take second place down the inside into hairpin number 2. And run down that back straight, and then Ludwell's now going to defend off Max Shields. Ludwell leading the class. Shields second place in Pro.
Yeah, still able to go with Ludwell, though. Ludwell's not dropped Shields, has he?
No.
We've got last lap board out now, taken by Connor Lucas. Up 14 places in this race. Your other biggest mover being Jack Hewland, who's gained 7. Up to 11th place. So starting right at the back of this one was Jack Hewland and made his way through up to 11th place. Final half of the lap starting now for Connor Lucas. Doesn't look like Shields again has got much in the way of response for George Ludwell. Now Ludwell's moved through. Has Danny Bean got anything through the last 2 corners for Shields? It doesn't look that way. It looks like it's going to finish in this order.
Oh, look, Shields has a late nosy down the inside there on Ludwell, not close enough. And Connor Lucas comes through to take the victory from George Ludwell. Max Shields, who looks a little bit despondent over the line there, Tom, in front of Danny Bean in 4th place. Then it's going to be Lennon French and Cameron Bailey. Ike Needham falls away on the final lap. Does a 50-second lap, so he's dropped 4 seconds on the final lap in P7. Dawson Hill and Hewland round out your top 10 with Pawsey, Brewis and Macaulay Parnham in front of Connor Cran and Matthew Houshby. Tom Hewland, James Kay and Kyle Bird.
Shields with a big shake of the head as he came through the wiggles and into hairpin 1 as well. So when he went down the back straight and he looked round and saw Lucas there, and then he looked straight up to the sky, it's the look of a person who goes, I have no waft.
But also, you know, obviously you've gone off pole position. You know that's your prime chance of winning a race.
Exactly.
You know, and by all, you know, Shields would have gone out there thinking that was his race to win. So,
but he was a look of I'm down on power, or I have nothing else. I'm giving absolutely everything.
Yeah.
And they're coming past me as we've lost. Is that Macaulay Parnham on the roll down lap? Be. The cool down lap has spun into hairpin 4.
Yeah. One thing to note as well for Shields is they've gone. You're limited to 5 sets of tyres in Senior Pro Kart over your 9 rounds. They've gone used today in order to have a new set for the double header.
Yes.
Whereas I don't think some of the others around them are going to have new. I think they think they've gone new today, but won't have new for the double header.
So they're going to have to use a new, an older set for a double round.
Yes. Well, no. Well, you can use it. It's 2 days, and you scrutineer separate days, so you can.
Yes.
Use,
So they can have a new set on the Sunday or on the Saturday, but.
Well, they don't have use sets both days.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
But just different use sets. Basically.
Oh, so they could have. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can use like your round 6 tyres for round 8, your round 7 tyres for round 9. So tyres are only ever going to do 2 rounds, but there is a fairly, a big gain about going new. So Shields today is probably not going to be a happy bunny, but he knows that going into the double header, he should have a little bit of an advantage going into that final round. Talking about going in, it's time to go into lunch. So we have a paddock show, which was filmed yesterday, where we start off with me talking to somebody about an Oreo milkshake. I speak to Danny Bean about what his favourite choice of Indian is, and then I shame a lad at the end for choosing football over karting. So plenty to watch during the paddock show. Stick with us. We'll be back after lunch for heats number 3 and the finals. Round 7, it's time for our paddock show. We're filming on the Saturday after qualifying. Some of our classes haven't had qualifying, they've had random grids. And during the qualifying, some of them have been to the cafe. What are we tucking into?
Oreo milkshake.
Good. Looks solid, we've had about half of it. How's it going?
It's going good. Cream's starting to melt though.
Oh, well, if the cream started to melt, I'll let you tuck in. But first, what's the track like? It's been a little bit damp, drying up towards the end.
Yeah, definitely dry and still some on the inside, some corners, still moisture, but just drive around it and the rest of the track's dry.
Good. You're Joseph Mills. You racing Junior Rotax. Who are you?
Oliver O'Donovan, I racing Junior Rotax.
You do, number 64. How's practice gone for you?
Good, apart from the last session where I went out on wets and they look more like slicks, put it that way.
Everyone needs a good set of inters just in case for tomorrow morning. Yeah. Should we dry tomorrow? Hopes for the day?
Hopefully I do good. I've got new slicks and new engine as well, so should be a lot more competitive than normal.
Good, happy days. And speak to Hugo. Hugo, we had pole position pretty much until the last 3 seconds of qualifying, then Luca pipped you to the point that when you came off, you still thought you had pole. What hopes for tomorrow from P2? We can be competitive from there, surely.
Yeah, hopefully just either stick in P2 or just don't lose any positions and see if you can get them on the start.
Good. Last couple of rounds, from round 3 onwards, we've been super competitive. We've won some races. We're up there in the championship. Obviously, finished this season strong. What are the plans for next year?
Probably just seeing what grid's best. I think we'll be sticking with Hondas because Inters aren't, the grids aren't anywhere near as competitive. Yeah, it's big at national level, but it's not really filtered down to club level just yet, has it? Whereas Honda's thriving at club level. Yeah, good. Rapid. Right, well, Hugo McCluskey, he's going off the front row tomorrow outside of row number 1, having qualified in 2nd place. Going to see if we can find Sam Dixon, see whether Sam's in. No, where's Sam?
He's round the west track.
He's round the west track. Oh, we'll have to go and find him. How's he qualified?
He's done well. It's his best qualifying up to date, 14th.
Happy days?
I'm very happy. He's very happy with
Good.
that, yeah.
If there's a lad that's not been racing long, you must be pleased with that.
Oh, always pleased. Very proud, very proud. As long as he has fun, he's enjoying it. That's what's important to me, yeah.
That's fine. Do you think Mum's feeling left out?
No. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, Mum's definitely feeling left out. There we go. We always love a little bit of an ambush. It's a very big competitive grid.
Very, yes.
Good. How do you think he's finding it?
He's doing great. It's still quite new. It's still early days. He's just joined it this year, and he's doing his best, and that's all we can ask for. He's enjoying it. He loves it. So yeah.
The thing I like particularly about Hondas is when you look out of the window and all the parents are there and all bouncing, they're all getting really nervous. He's back. But he's back from the west track. So, now you must have known that I was in here. You can probably hear me. I'm not exactly quiet. 14th in quali. Happy?
Yeah, very happy.
Good. So we're going off row 7. Have you had a look? Who's round you? Do we know who's nearby?
Jensen, Jake, and that's who all I really know.
Good. Well, you're in that mid-pack, so the idea is just get round lap 1 and try and pick them off, I guess.
Yeah.
Good stuff. We got a party tonight, haven't we, maybe? Have we got a party somewhere?
Yeah,
we have somewhere. Your party or someone else's party?
My party.
My party. Right, big question. Is there a buffet? Do you know what a buffet is?
Yeah.
Right. Is there loads of food going?
Yes.
Good. Can I come?
Can you come?
Yeah, of course. The more the merrier.
That's fine. I mean, I'm not coming. I've got stuff to do, but I've got a paddock show to finish. But all the best tomorrow. Right, let's see who else we've got. We're in the bottom part of the paddock. Let's have a quick look. Dexter Petty's still in his suit. Dexter, bring yourself round. Let's have a chat. Good. That's made very little. Very little. I don't know. I wonder if it picks up the noise. Good. Qualifying, we're up there. We're in the top 8. Must be happy.
Yeah, very happy. Thanks.
Good. It's very competitive in Honda. What we've really seen with drivers, if they can qualify well, they generally try and stick up there with the front pack. Where are you? You 8th, 7th or 8th?
8th.
Good. So we're on the top 4 rows. You can be competitive from there, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, very.
Last couple of months, we've really had some progression. We've won some races. We've been competitive at MBKC. We've won races at Wunwell. Plans for next year, though, what are we doing?
I think we're doing Rotax hour.
We've got an Inter, yeah. Whether we're doing that or not, we're not sure yet.
So we've got an Intermax. I think we're considering R200 as well. Right, options are very open.
Yeah.
Good, that's fine. Well done. Right, Jensen's here. You don't have to do your hair quite as much as we have to. We don't have to do yours. Yours is already done. looks like it's. So I'm assuming that we take the helmet off, and then we sort it out. Bit of product. Yeah. I do exactly the same. Why are you laughing?
Because you don't have any hair.
Do you mean I don't have any hair? Yeah, you're quite right. I don't have any hair. Well, I just took my hoodie off. I just had loads of fluff on my head, so I had to clean that off before we started the paddock show. How's quali gone?
It's gone really well. We came 12th, and we started at the back. We left a 15-second gap, and then we just went out, and it seemed to work. Yeah,
it's a tactic. I saw you and Hugo McCluskey employed very similar tactics of just holding back, because it's quite busy out there with so many Hondas. Happy with quali though? Think we can make some progress from there?
Yeah, I think tomorrow I can gain a couple of places and get better times, try get into the 48s.
Good. Happy days. Jensen, enjoy your evening. Right, we've got to go this way because we've had a baby. Not collectively, but we've had a...
I hope we haven't.
We haven't. Collectively, the whole paddock have had a baby. It should have arrived at the British 24-hour. It didn't. Bit of a spoil sport because that would have been perfect, wouldn't it?
It would have been, yeah.
Good. And what?
I kept speaking about her too much on the.
Yeah, I know.
We got shy.
Clearly we were pushing more than you were. Yeah, obviously. Right. What have we named her?
We've named her Madison Grace.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm a bit annoyed.
It's not a Teesside.
No, I'm a bit annoyed that the middle name doesn't begin with an S, so it's not MS Lucas.
I suggested this to Connor and he said, we can't do that.
You can do that, and it was the right thing to do.
Then it would have been MS Lucas. It would have been
absolutely.
Good.
That would have been that's yeah.
The next one maybe.
The next one. Already planning. Connor will be happy. We've got some planning. Oh, let's talk to the rest of the family. No, we're a grandma now. We're a grandma now. We're a nana. Oh, we're a nana. Everyone's got to have
Nana sounds better.
Yeah, because it's nana, grandma, granny. That's the step in. That's where you go. You can't go that far, can you? Good. We're clearly very happy. Also, are you happy that there's probably potentially another one on way already planning? We're only a month in.
I didn't know that, but maybe.
Rachel went maybe for the next one. So clearly not been put off by the first.
No, definitely not. No, she's beautiful. Look at her.
I know.
She doesn't even wake up.
I know. Well, to be fair, you've probably got her used to revving engines already and stuff like that.
The Rotax, everything.
Yeah, right. We're cleaning some chassis, H.
Yeah, we're giving it a clean.
Good. I always thought the driver did this.
That's a big mistake to think that.
Yes.
Drivers tend to run around giving their instructions, and then us lot tend to do all the work.
To be fair, Reese is doing a decent job. He's doing the cleaning. Good lad.
His dad used to, because his dad used just to walk off.
Yeah.
His
dad walked off, like your driver.
Correct.
Good. We've raided the Dyson Hoover again, and we've put an extra bit on. Now that's
we've made it extended it a little bit.
Yeah.
So it picks up a bit more dust off the bottom end.
Yes, but 18 months ago we tried something similar and then didn't use it, and now we're back with it. Is it generally in the wet just to try and keep keep it a bit cooler, or is it? Yeah.
If it's really wet, we'd take it off.
Yeah.
Because it would scoop up too much water.
Yeah.
But I think it does draft enough air to try and keep the disc cooler.
Is it a BPEC thing for like an endurance race, or really for sprints that we've left on?
It's a bit of a bad habit now because the brake's been doing well and it's been lasting, we've just left it on. So it's a bit of a habit.
Because the brake in general, for one reason or another, has been quite a temperamental thing across the whole pro kart thing in terms of a binding issue the last 18 months or so.
Everybody struggles at some point with the brake binding. Then the brake goes back, gets reconned, you come back, then quite soon, then they bind again. So it's like everything in today's world. Nothing's as good as it used to be. 5-10 years ago, everything fitted it and you'd fit and forget. But now it's not. It's a fit and maintain and worry.
It's not meant to last anymore, is it, H? No. Brilliant. I've killed some tyres. I don't know whose tyres. Are they Lennon's? No. Whose tyres are them? They're Connor's tyres. Right. It's very busy over there. Irish, all right?
Yep.
You were cleaning that, and I gave you a compliment, and now you've come here and you're not cleaning it. Go back and clean your chassis. There we go. He's off to clean. Matthew's taking some tyres off. Hello. I do choose sometimes. Here we go. We're under pressure. Are they three 3 studs on the back as well. Oh, you say no pressure, but you have just. That one's not quite gone to plan, has it? Are we taking the rears off as well?
Yeah.
Right. Come on then, pit stop time. Tyres down. How quickly can we get this rear off? 3, 2, 1, go. If you absolutely ruin a hub, I take no responsibility for it.
I'm sure you wouldn't.
Good. Do it. There we go. Is that all 3 off? Oh, he's under pressure. There we go. Not a bad effort. That's a reasonable effort. Well done, Matt. Good. Right, let's go find some more people. It's got very busy all of a sudden. Oh, there we go. Peter Webster, get yourself this way. We've just qualified on pole in Inters. Get yourself over here. Good. Rocco, join us as well, because we're both with the R200 this weekend, the Inter Honda. I'll not talk to you first because you're tucking into that. Scott Maltese is in. We'll have a quick chat with Peter. Peter, with the R200, just put it on pole position. You were clearly very happy because as you were coming in on the way out, you were like, yeah, we were happy with that.
Yeah, very much so. We've been working very hard to get a grid, and so now we've got one, we thought we'd represent why there should be bigger grids of this.
Yeah, I think there's roughly 50, 55 R200 engines out there. It'd be great to sort of see more here. I know Tattershall and IPKC are planning on running grids next year. Looks like Super One as well. So in terms of there should be somewhere every weekend for us to race. I'd love to get one of them, but then I'd struggle to talk through the paddock show. But it's tempted. So Rocco, how have we done in quali?
Second.
Good. And rolling starts for you both tomorrow, I believe. So something a little bit new.
Actually, no. I've done Fullback twice rolling and then Walton rolling.
Yeah, and one well used to, but then they've gone back to standing now, haven't they? So
rolling.
Back to rolling.
Micros.
Oh, yeah, because they all go out together, don't they? Good stuff. So you two off the front row tomorrow. Who's going to win?
Me.
Yeah, there we go. I like a nice competitive grid. Good. Dominic Needham. Hello. Good to see you back at a track. I mean, I've seen you, but the camera hasn't since the last time that we saw you when you were slightly less upright.
Yes.
Yeah, we had a bit of an incident.
Little bit of a coming together with a bumper.
Yes, it was somewhat inconvenient, wasn't it?
Yes, and I missed the next day's racing.
Yes, we had a quick visit to James Cook Hospital.
Yeah.
Very good hospital, by the way. I've been in there when I hurt my foot being very silly one time.
Yeah, a good week. Ever such a nice place, and hopefully back next round.
I mean, I imagine you're not leaving reviews on TripAdvisor for it.
Well, you don't know. Food was not
5 stars, must visit.
Did a little bit of a what do you call it? A glowing report. Yes.
Good stuff. Practice today. How's Ike done?
Second in Clubman, so very, very pleased.
Good. Yeah.
New chassis, so find out how it works. So.
I saw him. He treated it to a double pirouette at hairpin 1 in practice earlier on.
Yeah, definitely. We're learning.
Yes.
Obviously, it's completely open at the back compared with his last one.
Yeah.
So it's different, but he's getting there.
Yeah,
he's enjoying it.
It was a majestic double pirouette. Haven't seen something that good since Torvill and Dean in the 90s. But yeah, very open at the back. We're running. It's been dry, so we've run the bumper quite stiff. I imagine we'll be loosening that tomorrow if it's a bit drier, giving some secrets away there. It's almost like I'm pretend I know what I'm talking about. Hire carts, they're getting ready because I think some of our parents are going to go and have a dabble and show their kids how they're doing on track. So I'm just waving this way. Matthew Plant, come on. Left leg, right leg, your body will follow. I'm going that way and you can walk with me because I know you're going that way as well. We're in R200 as well. How's qualifying gone?
Not good.
Not good. Well, for every driver that has a good one, there's got to be drivers that have a not so good. Pace-wise, what do we need to find?
About 5/10.
So we need half a second, but different conditions tomorrow, we believe. I think it could be a little bit drier, so are we confident?
A bit, yeah.
It's been a little while since you've been here as well, whereas the other two have been here, albeit on a normal Honda, pretty much every round. So a little bit more time to get back into it. But you know, are we happy?
Yeah.
Good, and good to see the R200 grid growing a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Good, brilliant. Right, we're going to head left and right. We're going to find. In fact, we're going to go straight over and have a chat here with Edward Charlton and his huge stick. Good. Where did we find a huge stick? It's almost as big as you. Good. And I'm going to ask you, where do you live? And the right answer is on a farm, and we use that for shepherding sheep.
I live at 36 Cockcliffe Way.
Good. Right. Okay, that's fine. Just give us his actual address. Right, bank details?
What?
No, it's all right. I'm only joking. He doesn't have a bank detail yet. We got a bigger bank. Do we get any pocket money yet for like making your bed and stuff in the morning?
Well, I get birthday money and
birthday money's as good a money as anybody's money. How's qualifying gone for you today?
I don't really know.
Don't know. How's qualifying gone for him today?
He's done really well. He started at 1 minute 24 and finished the day on 1 minute 7, was it? 1 minute 6.
Good, so we're heading in the right direction. Exactly. And as long as we're having some personal progression, that's all we want.
Yeah.
Good. Quickly, Rob, we've had somebody try and shy away from the camera. Please point it that way. Good. Nobody gets away from the camera. Right, let's head in. Liam, hi, how are we doing? Good. I'm very good. How's practice gone? Because we don't qualify, we have random grids.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. We were better in the wet than in the dry. We were finishing like on lap times about second maybe in the wet. Way better in the dry, and then in the dry we were like fourth, so it wasn't as good in the dry, but it's been all right.
Good. Doncaster City, I've just know. So you're not far from me at Sheffield, so yeah.
It's a new sponsor, so it's going quite well. They've helped us provide some new engines, so
they are very shiny, aren't they?
Yes.
Good.
Nice.
Have we had them on today?
Yeah, we have.
Good. And reasonably clean still. Well done. Who's top cleaner? Dad?
Yeah, my dad.
Yeah, I thought he might be.
Yeah.
Drivers generally tend to shy away. Look at that. That's a box of cleaning products and half that.
Yeah, he does a good job. Yeah.
Good. I can't remember who the Sillet Bang fella, what his name was. We'll have to check that in the live chat, but he'd be proud of a box of stuff like that. Good. Do we fancy talking, lads, or are we trying to hide? No. Good. We're trying to hide. Yeah, no, and then you walk into me like, no, don't do. Yeah, good. How's practice gone for you?
It was all right in the wet this morning, because being heavier is obviously better, and then as the day's gone out, it's just got worse and worse. But it's been all right day, but looking forward to tomorrow. Hopefully it rains again.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Is he a driver as well? No.
Rentals, yeah.
Good. Are you going out in hires in a minute? There's a session. But you was, but you're not anymore. Why not?
I'm too old, too young, sorry, to do it.
Too young?
It was 16 and over, innit?
I don't know. How old are you?
15. 1 year off.
Lie.
I can't lie.
Because everyone.
That's horrible. That's horrible.
I can.
I can't.
Of course I can. Well, everyone lies all the time. I lie for my lad when we go indoor karting. I tell him he's 13 so he can go on the big karts. Why not? It's all good fun, isn't it? Right, we're going up this way because I want to see if we can have a quick chat with Bailey Wilson if he's here, because it's his first time here this weekend in Honda. But the van looks closed up. The cart's there. We'll see. We'll see what's up there. We'll see what we've got. See if anybody's in. Hello. I wasn't sure if you were in. Hello. Hello. I'd come to speak to Bailey, but I'm not. Yeah, come, bring yourself out. I got preoccupied there with dog. Also, no oil. There's the sticker there. Right. First time at Teesside. We're down from Scotland. How are we finding the track?
It's really fun, and it's a really fast track as well.
Good. How's qualifying gone for the first time?
Well, not bad for my first time here.
Are we happy with it?
Yeah.
Good. We normally race up in Scotland, Crail, I believe, East Scotland Kart Club as well. How's the season gone so far for you?
Yeah, I've won 2 championships, like
Good.
in the 160s and 200s.
Good. And we've won a lot of races this year, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are we underplaying it here? Have we won every race?
Maybe not every race.
Well, I think you've been up there. Obviously, it's been wet for most of the day. Then we bolted some slicks on for qualifying. So the track's sort of evolved a little bit. Also, we're on a Zen and chassis, which we don't see a lot of here at Teesside. How's it gone?
Yeah, it's gone quite good. It's not the best in the wet, but yeah, it's quite good. And dry.
Good, but it's dried up nicely. Perfect. Right. All the best for tomorrow. We'll keep a special eye on how you're doing because it's your first time here and we always like to see new drivers join us at Teesside. Don't know if Tommy Burgoyne's here, but he is. Oh, no, we've just got loads of people in there. Hello. You're not Tommy. There's Tommy's car. Hello. Come in. Don't get shy. Are we driving one? Good. Who are you?
Archie.
Good. You're Archie. You're racing the number 7. Yeah. First time here at Teesside. How's qualifying gone?
Good, I came 4th.
Happy days for a first time. Looks like we've had a decent dinner as well. Looked delicious because still got a bit round there what we had.
Pringles.
Pringles. Yeah, I can eat Pringles. I don't know why I looked at Pringles. I was like, oh, no, it's a tube, but it's not quite the thing for tucking in. Hopes for tomorrow. Hoping to challenge for a podium.
Yeah.
Good lad. We do like people that are optimistic. Tommy. Good. How's quali gone for you?
Good.
Good. Where are we starting tomorrow?
2nd.
Good stuff. Now, we've seen throughout the season you've had some proper good pace. Finally got a win in the double header. It had been sort of bubbling. We were nearly there. We'd had some thirds. We'd had some seconds. In for the win again tomorrow, hopefully.
Yep.
Good. Who's on pole?
Jensen.
Jensen. Right. So Jensen won the last round, but then didn't take the trophy home because of something wrong with his kart. He's obviously going to hope for the win, but you want to win as well, don't you?
Yep.
Good. Happy days. Lovely hat as well. Drift Championship. Hello. The pole man. Bring yourself over. Hiding in here. Good. Congratulations on your pole position. Good. Great to see you back as well. Are we feeling confident?
Yep.
Good. Now, last time the final went really well and then didn't go well afterwards. But I was speaking to your dad earlier and he was like, well, it happens sometimes and let's go again. So good to see you back. And so tomorrow we're hoping for some more wins?
Yep.
Good. When it was wet earlier, what's it been like?
Good.
Good. Would we like it in the wet?
Yep.
Good. Happy days. Brilliant. Right. Let's go over here. Daniel. Hello. Don't know why I called you Daniel, because we called Daniel. Right. Now we have to address a matter. The matter in the week going, please come and speak to me during the paddock show. I'd love a chat. Yeah. Let's go and have a look at your machine. Mechanic's working hard. Harder than you. Don't give me a... He's tracking it up and everything. Top work.
He's acting.
I know. Now, we clearly love a good chat.
Yeah.
Practice today's been wet for most of it, but obviously you guys have to use slicks anyway.
Yeah.
What's it been like?
Not the best. We've been fighting setup all day and we haven't found anything quick, and we've got a big hole in the bumper.
Just kind of hoping for a dry day tomorrow then, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Good. Season so far, how are we summing it up?
It's been quite good. We've had some decent results, but just getting towards the end and in the wet, not the quickest, so we'll just keep pushing and hope for the best.
It's that time of year, isn't it, when it's a bit hit and miss?
Yeah.
Good. Got a few names on cart as well. Let's talk us through them, what we got.
Orchard Green and OG Waste is who he works for in his business. Vic's Travel Lounge is my stepmom's business. Taste of India, you go get an Indian, they're the best. Then Lucas Racing, of course.
Where is Taste of India? Is it local? Local to where?
Local to me. It's like 40 minutes from here. Oh, Bedale.
Oh, well, that's fine, because I was like, oh, I live in Sheffield, and I think it's probably a bit far for me to get them to deliver it, but are they good? What's the choice when we go to Taste of India?
Butter chicken and chips.
That's fine. If you just said a korma, I'd have beat you to death with your own shoes. Right, let's keep this going. I was going to go that way, but I think it's got a little bit quiet up there, so we're going to go back this way. So, here we go. Little sausage doggy again. Hello. Hello. Now, we had some sausage doggy cuddles earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Good. We did. How's Jake doing?
He has just had his best qualifying result.
Good. Where is he?
16th.
Good. And he was proper good in the wet earlier as well.
And may I add, Chris isn't here.
I saw him yesterday.
Yeah, he's got to work.
Ah.
So does that tell you we don't need him?
Oh, absolutely. Chris Gibbon, stay at home. Right, there we go. let's keep the show rolling. There we go. How's he done today?
All right, qualified third.
Right, it's the right side of the grid, isn't it?
Yeah, we've found a bit of pace again today, so we're hoping for a better round than last month.
Look, and this is the thing with Comas. Like the Honda lads, they've just put some more fuel in it and rolled it in back at van. Coma, like, they've got to take it all apart and everything, and then tomorrow morning they'll wake up and the air pressure will be different, and then he's got to do his jetting again. Oh, the amount of people that go up to Honda and they go, so what do? I'm like, you put petrol in it and you drink a cup of tea. Look at him, he's got like a massive drink as well. Look, there we go. That's Honda dad in the making. Jake's out. Jake, well done on quali, mate. Superb. Hopes for tomorrow?
Top 15.
Good lad. Are we happy? Happy?
Yeah, very happy.
Good stuff. Look at these joining in. Want a bit of camera time? Good. Say hello.
Hello.
He's got his squad here.
Got a whole team.
He's got enough charms.
Good. Are you happy for Jake?
Yes.
Good. Are you eyeing his car up because you want to go?
Yes.
Absolutely. Mum and Dad's bank account is currently crying. Like proper crying. Good. Are you eyeing one up as well?
No.
No. I was thinking because we were nearly double crying if they both want one. Right, let's keep it going. We'll head back down, see who we've got. That's Riley's car. Riley's clearly forgot to put a number on it because he needs 47. He's took his sticker kit off though compared to last time, which is good. Right. That's Joseph Mills. We spoke to Joseph already, but that's his kart that he'll be racing. Good. Where's your driver? Hello. Good. Right, that's not right helmet for this game, is it? No. There we go. That's a helmet for scooters and bikes, but important to wear so we don't hurt ourselves, and we don't like that. How's qualifying gone?
It's gone pretty well.
Good.
I'm quite impressed. I could have done better though.
Good. We are here for the first time on a race day. I'm not sure if you practiced here before, but certainly from a race time over from Cumbria. But seem to be enjoying it.
Yeah, I really am enjoying it. I mean, it's my first time going to a new track. It's just how it goes.
You've got to try new tracks, haven't you? You've just got to keep it. Yeah. Got to chase them grids.
Yeah, just got to keep it going. Try to catch new people. Try to learn some new lines. Learn a new track. Get some good times. It's all about learning.
Good. Well, we'll be keeping an eye on yourself and on Archie, who's been here but is next door now. We spoke to him already as well. So the two of you over. Is there a little bit of rivalry, a bit of a battle between you?
Yeah, there's a battle between us, but I just can't seem to catch up. So I hope I can keep up to him tomorrow.
Good. But you're enjoying it though.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
Good. Almost as much as Dad's enjoying that beer that's on floor tray while he's putting kart back together. Right. We'll head our way down here. We won't speak to Max Taddy's mum this time because she did promise me that if I ever spoke to her again on a paddock show, there would be murder. Which, for those of you who don't know, that's a Taggart reference. If you don't know what Taggart is, sort your lives out. Right, Daniel Z, hello. Good. How are we? How's quali gone?
Not very good.
Oh, where are we starting?
18th.
18th. We can go forward though. That's a good thing. Drying track though, out on slicks. Everybody pretty much went slicks for the first time in that last quali. But confident for tomorrow?
If it doesn't rain, yeah.
Good. Was there a bit of a mishap earlier? I saw your dad take it down to get jigged up.
Yeah, chassis bent. After one wheel, I flipped again.
Flipped again? Because you had a flip at Wilton, and then you had a flip at Wunwell. Let's try not to add Teesside to the list. Yeah, we don't want that, do we?
Hopefully not.
No, hopefully not. Right, let's head down the grass. Let's see if we might have time for one more interview. Stuart's on tyre duty. We're going back. Oh, we're going new. We're going new for tomorrow. But look, obviously you've not done all the rounds, which means that you're not limited on tyres. You can just bolt news on. Wonderful.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, obviously today's not been great for practice tomorrow because tomorrow's going to be dry. Today's been wet. So yeah, we've got some new ones for tomorrow. See how it goes.
Good to see the driver working.
Well, yeah, that's it, exactly, yeah. He's learning how to mechanic, so then when I go race, then he can help me. That sounds all right.
Absolutely.
When that falls off tomorrow, then...
Absolutely. Have you only got one wheel gun now?
Yeah.
Because if you had two, you'd get it done twice as quick. At the minute, we're just sitting there doing nothing, aren't we? Go on, sort it out. Get two wheel guns and, let's make this a bit quicker. Right, let's see if we can maybe have one more chat. See who we've got. I was going to chat to him. He's on a scooter. He's having too much fun. So we'll have some parent chat. Good. Oh, what we got? Berries and cherries.
10 last
Good.
Night, got 10 for tonight.
A 10?
Yeah.
Oh, how's the driver done?
Terrible.
Terrible.
Yeah, because of that.
Is that why you're drinking? Is that why you're drinking? What we done? Oh, you were one of the few that went out on wets.
Yeah. Didn't pay off.
It did not pay off. You've had a bit of roll there.
Yep. So.
Well, you
20th.
rolled the dice, and we're 20th tomorrow. Yeah. She just got to get her elbows out, I'm guessing. How's the others done?
Alfie, I think, is 22nd. And Harry's 24th, I think, but we were the only ones that went on wets.
Yeah.
So it was just a bad
It's
decision.
a gamble, isn't it?
Yeah.
Could have been a hero.
Yeah.
Who knows? Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stretch it out because there's one more I want to speak to. I want to speak to this man here. Introduce yourself to the camera. We're going to do a bit of a shaming. Good. Yeah. Introduce yourself to the camera.
Albie.
Good. And tomorrow we are doing what?
Playing football.
Which means today we didn't do
Qualifying.
Good. Now.
Rocco said to him.
I'm not happy, and then really needs to evaluate your choices.
Got to change, mate.
We can't be doing that. I mean, I like football as much as the next one, but karting's karting, isn't it? So you got a bit of adrenaline in you, So are we coming to double header?
Yes.
Good. I'm gonna talk to your dad because he's eager to chat. Yeah. Wait for the double header.
Definitely, yeah, absolutely. Rocco said to him, Albie, what are you doing? What are you playing football for? What the? And I kind of thinking that now.
Yeah, exactly.
And
I mean,
they're getting pummeled at the moment as well every week. So
don't get me wrong. It's a far more cost-effective option than playing football, but it's not quite as fun.
No, I know. No, I think we'll be switching. Yeah, I think you've convinced me.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
well, if not, we'll just get everybody round him later and just we'll circle him. We'll gang up on him. We'll proper shame him. Right. That's your Panic Show for round number 7 here at Teesside, the Owner Sprint Series. We head back to the commentary box. It's time for heat number 3 and the finals.
Hello and welcome back to Teesside for the final session here this weekend. This is going to be the third set of heats followed by our finals, the first of which is already rolling up onto the grid, which is Bambino's heat number 3. Jensen O'Connor's going to go off pole position from Archie Mostyn with Oliver Bullock in third and then Tommy Burgoyne. Then we're going to have Abel Hutton and Aston Wilson, Calais Tennant and Edward Charlton. The 8 runners just being held in position slightly. Hello, David.
Hello. I'm
Welcome
a bit out
back.
of breath.
Did you have to run?
I was at the other side of the paddock and then I heard the comas go brrrr, and I was like, okay, I might be needed. So,
well, it was pretty well timed with the end of the paddock show.
Yes. It's just that I don't do running, Tom.
Which I caught absolutely none of it.
I don't have the body shape for it.
I hope it was a good
I
one.
can assure you it was good. I was in it.
You were. But maybe next month I might be in one.
Ooh, oh, yes. Well, we only have one. We play it both days.
Ah, well, maybe not then. Depends whether I don't think I'll be down here on the Friday.
We'll film on the Friday.
Although, if You never know.
Ah.
Things may change.
Book yourself a meeting on the outskirts of Teesside.
From a personal...
8:30 on a Friday morning, I've booked a meeting just outside Middlesbrough.
You never know.
Yes, grid's in position. I've spotted a picnic basket on the bank. Don't know what's in it.
Someone's here for the long haul then.
Yeah.
Making a day of it. Jenson O'Connor from pole position. What's he going to be able to do from there? 2 wins from 2 for Jenson O'Connor. The green flag is in hand. The grid is just being cleared. It's up. It's down. We're away and racing, and not a good start from Jenson O'Connor.
No, that should allow Mostyn to come through, and indeed does. O'Connor was blipping the throttle, and then when he put all the power down, it gave him absolutely zero response. So Archie Mostyn will lead us through then for the first time from Jenson O'Connor, Oliver Bullock and Tommy Burgoyne.
Yeah, big gap for Mostyn. Oliver Bullock as well showing well in 3rd place. As Jenson O'Connor now makes his way down the back straight in pursuit of Mostyn, and Burgoyne goes to the inside of Bullock, heading down into South Bank Corner. And around they go, and Burgoyne takes 3rd place away from Bullock as they finally get the move completed into hairpin 3.
Mostyn with a gap that's probably going to be at least half a second when they cross the line. Those behind are going to have to potentially have a few laps of working together rather than squabbling to try and close in the race leader. Archie Mostyn leads Jenson O'Connor and Tommy Burgoyne. Oliver Bullock and Abel Hutton, Aston Wilson, Calais Tennant and Edward Charlton complete your Coma Bambino runners. Again, the top 6 still fairly close, and not a bad opening lap either from Tennant and Charlton.
No, indeed. Able to go with the front 6, it seems, at the moment. O'Connor feeling the need to go defensive against Tommy Burgoyne. That allows Burgoyne the switchback and the inside run and track position into South Bank Corner. Burgoyne is going to have the inside line, and Burgoyne goes through to 2nd place. So Jenson O'Connor, who's taken 2 wins from 2, now goes down to 4th.
Could be
because
even
Abel Hutton goes through, and so does Oliver Bullock. O'Connor responds with a switchback into hairpin 4, and then tries to go round the outside of Bullock, and I think that might even allow...
Oh, he is alongside Tom. It has worked out for him.
Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson's going to come up a place, and Wilson's going to try and move on O'Connor into the D. Great move by Aston Wilson. He's going to move up into 4th place. O'Connor down to 5th. The lap to forget for the 26.
Yeah, Bullock dropped a couple of places as well that lap, of course. And Burgoyne, well, where's that come from? Has already closed in on Archie Mostyn. He was half a second behind at the start of the lap. And he's already putting a move on him down the back straight. Not able, it seems, to pull alongside. Needs to tuck back in and use the slipstream for Burgoyne. But Abel Hutton now looking in a very comfortable 3rd place.
Calais Tennant going with them as well. And Edward Charlton, that is certainly a PB. He's in the 101s.
Wow.
Great effort by Edward Charlton in the 36, just continuing his personal progression as well. At the front, though, let's see what Tommy Burgoyne. He's very occupied with those behind him as well, though, is Tommy Burgoyne. A few looks over the shoulder back at Abel Hutton. It's been anybody's game, this, really, throughout the day. Yes, O'Connor's won both races, but he hasn't had it easy in either, with the drivers putting him under pressure, as we've got Abel Hutton slow round the national loop, and Abel Hutton has got a big problem here. I get a feeling we could be heading towards retirement. It's balked Oliver Bullock massively, as well as Abel Hutton tries his hardest to get out of the way. And Abel Hutton in the 17 will almost certainly roll that car off into retirement.
From a podium position as well, that's a real shame for Abel Hutton, really struggling to get any kind of power down as he heads down the back straight.
Yeah, I think he might, if he can, he might just roll that round towards the pits if he can keep it going, but just got to be mindful. There's not a lot of marshal coverage down at South Bank. He has gone very wide and offline. That is a good call and a choice wise beyond his young years for Abel Hutton.
Aston Wilson now trying desperately to hold off Jenson O'Connor, having made that move, obviously, past Abel Hutton. But Aston Wilson now trying to hold off double race winner Jensen O'Connor for third place. Meanwhile, Burgoyne still leading this one from Archie Mostyn. And as they head down the back straight one more time.
O'Connor's in the slipstream of
is.
Wilson.
Will
he pull out or will he push? Bit of both, actually.
Yeah, pulled out and then went, no, I'm going to push. I am going to push.
He just hit that wall of wind and went, I'm all right, thanks. Let's have a push.
I'll have a
think he might need to, but then he takes a move at hairpin number 3 down the inside. Goes Jensen O'Connor. We are under yellow flag after that for kart being pushed off to the right-hand side. Don't think there was a lot of harm in that. It was done in the early part of the corner before they actually got to the yellow. So I think O'Connor may well be okay with that one, Tom.
We shall see whether anything comes of it. But yes, Tommy Burgoyne, personal best. Archie Mostyn, personal best. Jensen O'Connor, fastest lap.
Let's see whether he can get back into this one then. Jensen O'Connor from third place, 0.6 of a second or so off the back of the two leaders. It is Tommy Burgoyne from Archie Mostyn, Jensen O'Connor, Aston Wilson, and then Calais Tennant, Oliver Bullock, who was running well with the front runners, but then when Calais Tennant retired, it hampered Oliver Bullock somewhat, and he dropped away from the rest of the field in front.
And Edward Charlton now on a 101.6.
Go on, lad.
This is what we love to see, with Bambinos and Honda Cadet, in the same way that we've seen Aaron Berridge progress massively over the last couple of rounds. We have seen Edward Charlton constantly getting faster and faster. Almost every lap, he's getting faster and faster, is Edward Charlton. Still consistently now in the 101.6s. And he was, in the 105s last round, 104s?
Yeah, so he's taking some chunks out. We love to see personal progression. We've mentioned it before, Tom, and I mentioned it when we were at Le Mans, as when we, regarding things like that, watching, I've got personal experience of it. My lad's first time here, he was 26th and got lapped.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, won a championship here. The chances are he's going to hand that one over potentially as early as today in Honda Cadet. We'll keep an eye out on that after heat number 3. Down the inside at hairpin number 3 for the lead goes Archie Mostyn from Tommy Burgoyne, and that has really allowed Jensen O'Connor to re-emerge in the trio at the front as Tommy Burgoyne takes a chunk of curb on the inside through the D chicane. Behind them as well, Aston Wilson isn't out of this one at all.
Speaking of personal progression, Aston Wilson as well. Debut here as well. Same for Archie Mostyn, both of them for their first time here. And Aston Wilson able to go with the front four.
It's a flat-out track largely as Jensen O'Connor down the inside of Tommy Burgoyne, a bit of side pod to side pod between the two of them. It is a fast track. It's sort of like, but it's not easy because you have to teach the drivers to turn it into a flowing track and keep the engine revs as high as possible. And it looks like Mostyn and Wilson have both managed to conquer that quite early on in their trips here to Teesside as O'Connor and Burgoyne become occupied with each other, and Aston Wilson's ready for a switchback out of hairpin number 4. He would look like he was going to push Burgoyne, then he was going to push O'Connor. How is it the final lap already?
That has absolutely flown by. As Archie Mostyn leads us round with the scrapping 3 behind. He's allowed to have a little bit of a gap at the front of this one. But it is still Burgoyne from O'Connor and then Wilson in 4th.
We don't
I said it was a gap.
Yeah, well, we don't see a lot of debutant Bambino winners in heats the first time they come here at Teesside, and we might see the first one in a while here, half a lap for Archie Mostyn. Behind them, we've got Tommy Burgoyne and Jensen O'Connor going side by side. O'Connor can't turn in because the S-plate of Burgoyne is there. Mostyn is round South Bank. O'Connor with 2 heats and a two wins and a third should be enough for pole for the final. But out of the final corner, it was Mostyn, but Burgoyne draws alongside. They're side by side. Could it allow O'Connor to get in the gap? Mostyn's going to take the checker. from Burgoyne, and then Jensen O'Connor and Aston Wilson. The top 4 in Como Bambino split by half a second. From Calais Tennant in 5th, Oliver Bullock and Edward Charlton finishing as close as he has to a race leader since he's got here at Teesside Autodrome again. That progression from Charlton, only 11 seconds off the leader. He is getting closer and closer to the pack every time we see him.
Absolutely, and great result for Edward Charlton. As we said, Oliver Bullock caught out by the slowing of Abel Hutton. That sort of ended that particular group of 6, I think it was at the time. Calais Tennant and Oliver Bullock then ended up dropping back because of it. But yeah, we hope to see Abel Hutton back out in the final as well. Of course, had some very good pace here today once again. So it would have been a group of 7.
Yes.
Had Hutton remained. But yeah, great start to our second session here this weekend. And we will await Honda Cadets coming out for heat number 3.
Yep, just going to have a quick look to see if we've got anybody getting in touch with the live chat. We have Leanne Howard, William Howard and Alana Howard's mum has been in touch saying it's good she can't be here, but good luck to the 2 of them. Love from mum. So please do get in touch with us in the live chat. It will be greatly appreciated. Honda Cadet next up then. Heat 2 winner and largely champion-elect Max Taddy will go off pole position. Hugo McCluskey alongside Dexter Petty and Tom Nichols, row 2. Luca Baccio and Joshua Sullivan on row number 3.
I've got it big here, so you don't need to strain your eyes if you want.
I've got good eyes, mate. And good everything else. Noah Clark will start in P7. Ollie Crumpton alongside Layla Berryman and Morgan Cooney round out your top 10. Daniel Ziad and Joshua Bailey on route number 6. Then it's Ollie Carter and Jensen Whitehead, Ethan Pearson and Sam Dixon with Bailey Wilson and Isaac Welburn on route number 9. The top 20 completed by Sebastian McCarthy and Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn. Seth Wright starts 21st, Jacob McDonald 22nd, Alfie Keeling, Jake Gibbon, Harry Scrafton and Aaron Berridge, the final 3 not taking the checkered flag at in the previous race. Gibbon off with an incident at hairpin number 1. Scrafton and Berridge both with mechanicals. And that means that Aaron Berridge, the Heat 1 winner, will go off P26.
Yeah, so we're going to have to see now not just pace from Berridge, but also racecraft. What has he got in the locker to be able to work through?
That's the thing.
Pack cleanly and patiently.
From the tail of the field, what you've got to you realise is that there's going to be less experienced drivers. It's a big class in terms of you can start this at 7, year of your 8th birthday, race until 12. So there's big, in terms of that, he's going to now find drivers that are going to have different braking points to the drivers that he's been with for the last couple of rounds at the front, that are going to have lines. He's also going to find drivers that are going to scrap for every corner rather than do the push like the others have been. That is largely what sets your front pack of 8 from your mid pack, is that your front pack do a bit of willing to work. Yes, we've lost 3 or 4 cars. Let's work together for half a lap, close it up. The mid pack scrap for every corner. The actual lap time pace, as we saw yesterday, less than a second, splitting the top 15 in qualifying. That's how close Honda Cadet is. That's the only difference split in your front pack and your mid pack, is the willingness to scrap against the willingness to work together.
Absolutely. So patience needed from Berridge, but also, like we said before, that you said that top group of 15 was separated only by a second in lap time, but they've been a group of 15 throughout Heat 1 and 2 as well. So Berridge is going to have to work quickly but patiently to get through into that top 15. And I think once he then cracks that, if he cracks that, then could well start to move towards the front again.
There was Aaron Berridge then in that final
position.
One
to watch, definitely, for Heat 3 is Aaron Berridge.
We get this every now and again, don't we, Tom? One of the front runners slightly out of position. But we're good to go. Just a bit of movement there from some of the parents, just so that our camera guy can actually see what's happening on track. Marshall making his way to the front, green flag in hand. It's interesting to see what drivers' sort of ritual is. Your front runners that have to wait for a while. Taddy's there, helmet up, looking back. Some of them are helmet down, just solely focused forwards.
Petty adjusting his gloves just to get a better feel for them. And Yeah, I know what you
Engine
mean.
notes rise. We are away and racing in Honda. It's a good start from pretty much everybody in that top 6 or 7. They're all going to slot in the same order. Then it gets a little bit more squirrely a little bit further back as Morgan Cooney is forced wide. He's going to find Daniel Zayad alongside him, and they're still side by side through the chicanes. Everybody up towards hairpin number 1. Looks like everybody's through nicely. Hairpin 2, though, was where we saw some issues last time. They're around that nicely as well as they head down the back straight. The pole man leading the way, Max Taddy from Hugo McCluskey, Dexter Petty and Tom Nichols, Luka Bachuev, Joshua Sullivan. He's going to try and make a move early. He's down the inside at hairpin number 3 for Sullivan on Luka Bachuev. He is up to P5. We've lost pictures in the commentary box, but Tom and I will still talk you through the action because we've been treated to a massive window.
We have indeed. So it is Taddy from McCluskey, from Petty, Nichols, Sullivan, Bachuev, Clark, Crumpton and Berryman and Cooney, your top 10. Just going to have to refresh the timing.
Yeah, just to see if we can make that a little bit smaller so that we can see what's going on. We can that'll
there
do.
we go.
Yeah,
That's a bit better.
We can see
that timing was huge.
Yep, 110% massive. At the front, McCluskey is trying to push Taddy along, but Taddy goes tighter into South Bank. I don't know whether Taddy, mindful that Hugo McCluskey's had a heat win, Taddy's had a heat win, so whomever finishes, if it's towards the front for them too, is going to be the pole man for the final. So Taddy's trying to box smart. Sullivan's found a way past Nichols and is up into 4th place. Nichols down into 5th. Bachuev and then Noah Clark. Ollie Crumpton, Layla Berryman, Morgan Cooney complete your 10.
Berridge already up to 18th place. So got another few places to work through before he starts to get into that group of 15 we talked about pre-race.
Yeah, he's going to try and move down the inside on Bailey Wilson, and indeed does get that move, but he's been quite, I wouldn't say fortuitous, but the field, there was no sort of lap 1 issues that he'd had to thread and potentially try and miss for Aaron Berridge. He's going to have a lap or so of free track in front of him.
Yeah, there's a bit of a gap between Berryman and Cooney, it looks like, 9th and 10th. That
similar.
Needs to get
There's
bridged.
a bit in the front pack as well. The top 5 with Luka Bachuev and Noah Clark. A little bit of drift. They're bringing Ollie Crumpton and Layla Berryman along with them as well.
Yep.
I think Berryman's been quite strong today. As down the inside at hairpin 1 goes Hugo McCluskey on Max Taddy for the lead.
Yeah, and Petty right there as well, pushing Taddy down the back straight as they all come together. And then Sullivan elects to push Petty as well. So the front four all bump drafting down the front straight.
Nichols as well joining in as Sullivan then goes down the inside of Petty into 3. And Nichols could potentially come back at down the inside of Petty as well. And again, that's allowed Bachuev right onto the back. Clark, Crumpton and Layla Berryman as well. So the choo-choo train has gained a few more carriages, and we now go all the way down to 9th.
Well, Ollie Crumpton set the fastest lap of the race that time around, as well as the front few were battling away and trying to work together, but actually ended up holding each other up as they continue to
Here's the thing now, Tom. McCluskey's had the pace to get to the front, but he's now effectively causing a little bit of a train because in certain parts of the track, he's not quite as quick as those drivers behind him.
Yeah, and what it's actually doing is the ones who are down in sort of 8th and 9th are then getting caught out because everybody's slowing down and they're almost having to come to a stop in certain hairpins.
Petty down the inside of Sullivan. Sullivan went for 2nd and will come out now in 4th as Dexter Petty finds his way through. Sullivan went for a move on Taddy. Petty then taking full advantage. He's been a real standout for me, Thomas Dexter Petty today. What you often find is drivers that get in that front pack, they then spend a bit of time following. And he's gone, absolutely not. I'm getting right in the mix.
And Sullivan just making that overtake again into hairpin 1, demoting Petty back down to 4th place. So it is McCluskey still from Taddy from Sullivan. Then we've got Petty now in 4th. No, make that 5th because Luka Bachuev has gone up the inside. Tom Nichols right there having a look as well into hairpin 4. not quite able to get the move done, but that train now that went back to Layla Berryman.
It's Crumpton now, because Berryman's moved up into 8th place. Crumpton in 9th. Cooney, Daniel Zayad, Joshua Bailey are right in the mix as well. That's your top 12. And what's the split down to top 12? No, we can't figure that. We're about 2 seconds, isn't it?
Down to 12, 2.7 seconds. Covering the top 12.
Talking of twos, Joshua Sullivan's just tried to move for 2nd place down the inside of Max Taddy. The switchback, though, by Taddy is now going to leave Sullivan on the outside, and Sullivan's going to struggle to get back in because he's going to find Luka Bachuev in the 2 alongside him at South Bank, and the rest of the train could well come through as well. Hairpin 4 is going to be critical here at slotting back in, and he does in 4th place. Bachuev up into 3rd then. As Sullivan and Dexter Petty, that's going to allow Tom Nichols to come back through. Again, this is what we're saying, Tom. Drivers that try and take advantage and go for places. That looks like it's Sam Dixon. Oh, no, Alfie Keeling, I think, is off at hairpin number 1. We'll confirm drivers dropping down the order. It is indeed Alfie Keeling.
It is, yeah, because Scrafton, Wright and McDonald have come through and Keeling has not. So Berridge watches up to 13th now as Sullivan goes side by side with Nichols down the back straight.
Well, Sullivan, I think, made a bit of an error at hairpin 2 and then took a defensive line in order to try and not lose places down that back straight, and it has actually backed Nichols slightly into Dexter Petty. So leaders have got they've got like a few kart lengths between them before the train, Tom. So minute and a half on the clock. Still anybody's race this at the front. It looks like Hugo McCluskey, if he wins, it will be on pole for the final with Taddy in 2nd place. Then it's Bachuev, Sullivan, Dexter Petty and Tom Nichols, Noah Clark, Layla Berryman, Ollie Crumpton. There is a gap back then now because Daniel Zayad has found a way past Morgan Cooney that's fragmented that charge of them up onto the back of the 9-kart train at the front.
Yeah, so it is now just a train of, I say just a train of 9, and then there is a gap with the following 4 that's now on the tail of that.
Oh, Taddy down the inside for the lead on Hugo McCluskey. McCluskey, who had a gap of 3/10 on the previous lap, now sees Max Taddy in front of him as he pushes the 112 over the line. 40 seconds on the clock, penultimate lap in Honda Cadet. Taddy from Hugo McCluskey and Luka Bachuev.
Yeah, that's allowed Bachuev to reclose that gap in for the front 2 as well.
Now Taddy's going to defend. Sullivan. Yeah, but Taddy's going to defend into 1, and he may well have a tighter line into 2 as well. That may well see the rest of this train close back up.
And Berridge already threw up to 11th as well. Taddy feeling the need to go defensive down the back straight and defended fresh air to Hugo McCluskey, who also defended fresh air to Luka Bachuev.
Who's now under pressure. Like I say, McCluskey and Bachuev going side by side. And it has allowed the train to close right back up. Final lap in Honda Cadet. Taddy leads then from Hugo McCluskey, Luka Bachuev, Joshua Sullivan, Dexter Petty. A kart led them back to Tom Nichols, Noah Clark, Layla Berryman and Ollie Crumpton. Into hairpin number 1. No real defensive lines, strangely, as they head up towards apart from Dexter Petty's going down the inside of Sullivan. Great move from Petty in the 16.
Yeah, beautiful straight line between 1 and 2. Narrowed the angle, didn't allow Sullivan to get the cut back either, and takes 4th place.
Super move. Now Taddy's going to defend off Hugo McCluskey as all of the Hondas take that line towards the first quarter, towards hairpin number 4. Out of the final one, Bachuev's alongside McCluskey. Taddy's going to take it along with pole position from Hugo McCluskey, Luka Bachuev, Dexter Petty and Joshua Sullivan, your top 5. Tom, I'll let you take us through off the screen. I'm going to plug some stuff into spreadsheets.
Okie dokie. So Max Taddy taking the win. McCluskey 2nd, Luka Bachuev in 3rd. Then it was Petty. Brilliant showing in 4th place from Joshua Sullivan in 5th. Then it was Tom Nichols, Noah Clark, Layla Berryman, Ollie Crumpton, and Aaron Berridge cracked the top 10 on the final lap as well. So great drive from the very, very back of the grid into the top 10. Then it was Daniel Zayad, Joshua Bailey, Morgan Cooney, Ollie Carter and Jensen Whitehead in the top 15 with Ethan Pearson, Sebastian McCarthy, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, Isaac Welburn, Bailey Wilson, and then we saw Sam Dixon retired, I think, and then...
No, it was Alfie Keeling.
Oh, it was Alfie
Sam
Keeling,
Dixon's
sorry,
in
yeah.
21st.
And then Jake Gibbon, Harry Scrafton, Seth Wright, Jake McDonald, and then the retired Alfie Keeling.
Just having a look. I'm changing some spreadsheety stuff, Tom.
And Berridge just rolled in front of the commentary box, nodding his head away like, yeah, I'm pretty happy with my work there, chaps.
Yes, happy days. Right, let's have a quick look at Honda Cadet Championship stuff.
Stuff? Go on then, show us some stuff.
My understanding, and we'll keep it, we'll sort it out throughout the race, is that if Taddy's in front of Sullivan, Taddy wins it. He's been super consistent throughout the year, has Max Taddy. That's my understanding. He's taken 12 race victories so far this season. But to give you an idea on the consistency of things, Tom, he's had 9 second places and 2/3 as well. In the first 5 rounds, he was not outside of the top 3 at all in any heats or finals. It was only at round 6 where he fell outside the top 3, dropped down to 4th and 5th, and that was deemed as a very bad day at the office.
Yeah.
So it looks like Max Taddy could indeed wrap up the Honda Cadet Championship here this weekend.
Well, the first 5 rounds, he was either first or second in every race except one where he finished 3rd.
Yes. That one won by Luka Bachuev on the day. So Taddy, McCluskey, Bachuev, Petty, Sullivan, your top 5 as Intermax make their way out. So it will be Joey Swan and River Bell, although River Bell is round at hairpin number 1. I think there's a slight tag of the tyres on the inside, but she will have time to slot back in to position by the time they get round, Tom.
Yep, just... the standard rolling up lap, with the exception of Riverbell, who had a bit of an excursion, but is quickly back into position, and will take up second place alongside Joey Swan, and then we'll have the first of our Rondas, the Honda R200 class, making its debut here this weekend. It's going to be Rocco Geraghty going off the front of that one, and away we go, and Joey Swan leads us over the line. River Bell tries to cut in, but in fact Rocco Geraghty then makes a little opening for himself there and makes his way past River Bell. Oh, and then they come into contact.
Yeah, Geraghty is round.
Don't think he was expecting River Bell to be on the inside there, and closed the door, and there was a cart there, really. And then contact was made, and round went Geraghty.
So
back underway again, though.
Warning for River Bell on the board, but as you say, Tom, I think that was a misunderstanding between the two of them. Bell going for the move, and Geraghty just really not expecting that cart to be there at all. Turned in, the door closed, and Matthew Plant now leads in Honda R200. So we had Webster, who led us over the line at the start of the meeting, having qualified on pole. Geraghty has led the majority of laps, albeit, well, all of them actually, because he swept round the outside at the first corner in heat number 1. And now Matthew Plant's going to have a go in Honda R200. So,
well, showing that we've got a nice even class anyway. That we've got 3 runners in it, and all 3 of them have led at some point today.
Let's see what Geraghty can do from here. See whether he can close in.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and keep an eye on timing because we lost it briefly off the screen there. Joey Swan, of course, another fastest lap, so we'll get consistently quicker throughout the race as well. But 44.9, I mean, that just shows you the level that Joey Swan's operating at, because he's 2 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else out there.
Certainly is. Now we know the Intermax engine is quicker anyway. It's it's just that it's not that they're quicker. I don't think too much at the top end. It's the fact that it's an almost instant power output, whereas you're not going to get that with a 4-stroke engine. So it is a little bit different, but Honda power certainly coming to the fore now in Intermax. Well, in Inters.
Well, it's a very visual representation of two-stroke versus four-stroke, isn't it?
It is. The good thing is it gives another choice, doesn't it, at inter-level for drivers stepping out of cadet that want to have that class before going to the larger chassis in the juniors. So,
if you could have, I think if you could have the reliability of the four-stroke, and the just, you turn it on and away it goes and it runs forever, and then you just have it rebuilt once a year sort of thing, or even less sometimes.
Well, it's one with a Honda. If it's going well, you don't touch it.
No, exactly. However, it doesn't come with the sound and the smell that you get out of the two-stroke.
No, which I believe should be everybody's alarm clock.
Yes.
Just it's 7 o'clock in the morning. I will. As Paul Swan this morning, the Hondas were getting ready to go out for their practice at just gone 9 o'clock. As Paul Swan was waking the paddock up, revving Joey's car.
Oh, was it? Oh, was that one the one that was revving? I could hear it as I was walking into the paddock.
Which obviously you don't mind it because it smells lovely.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the smell that I would want to wake up to every morning. Forget your fresh coffee and toast, bacon sandwiches and all that. Yeah, they're great. Wake me up with the smell of a two-stroke.
Now Honda's going to get exciting here in R200 because Peter Webster has closed in on Matthew Plant, and similarly, Rocco Geraghty has closed in on Peter Webster.
Indeed, it is starting to come together now.
Yeah, so there's your battle. That's the battle we're following now, Tom. Honda R200 as Matthew Plant has a look over the shoulder to see Peter Webster. And then Rocco Geraghty
Peter Webster's
behind
going to look over the shoulder and see Rocco Geraghty. Yes, indeed, as Geraghty now pulls alongside out of hairpin 3. And I think has found out that that's not the quickest way through that section.
No, but Webster's got to make a move here and try and put just a little bit of daylight between Rocco Geraghty, who has been the fastest driver in this Honda R200 class. And he's got to find a way through before Rocco Geraghty finds a way through on him. Needs a good run out of hairpin 2. Will Geraghty try and push him? Yeah, as Matthew Plant moves inside slightly. And that's going to open the door because I think he thought he'd done enough. And Peter Webster will lead Honda R200, albeit only briefly. Matthew Plant straight back at him. Plant's going to be on the inside. Geraghty's down the inside of Peter Webster. And Geraghty's up into second place.
Yeah, and it might even be first place in that class as well, as Webster went for the move, got it completed for about 100 yards, or maybe even less, maybe 50 yards, and then Plant was straight back through. That then allowing Geraghty the inside run and to fill the gap that Peter Webster was trying to get on the switchback, found Geraghty there, and Geraghty got the move done instead.
Matthew Plant, we'll see what happens this time. Again, he's come to the middle of the track, but he hasn't closed the door. And Rocco Geraghty goes through with an invite into South Bank Corner. And Geraghty, who had the opening lap spin, has fought his way back, chipped away at the other two Hondas, and moves himself now into the lead with 1:40 on the clock.
You can hear the sound of those R200s as they start to make their way through in front of the commentary box. Just a really loud, low rumble as they fly in front of the commentary box. And Joey Swan still very, very comfortable at the front of this one. 15 seconds, or the best part of clear of River Bell for second place. In fact, there he goes in front of us now. Meanwhile, the R200s are still working their way through South Bank. Personal best that time around for Matthew Plant as well. He tries to tag on to the back of Rocco Geraghty, who's come from a long way back in this one after that early spin. It was an early spin, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. With contact with River Bell into...
That was it, yes, of course.
Into hairpin 1.
Yeah. So, yeah, good recovery drive from Rocco Geraghty, and looks like potentially on for a heat victory.
Let's see what Peter Webster can do here with Matthew Plant down the back straight. He's already found a way through once, and looks like he's going to find a way through twice as he goes down the inside. What he didn't do last time, though, was defend to the inside. And again, he's gone slightly wide in the second half of South Bank, and that's allowed Matthew Plant to come back down the inside. It's a
and it's a carbon copy as well, because again, Webster went for that up and under at hairpin 4, and if there was another kart behind, they'd have filled that gap again.
Oh, there Webster tried to go through. This camera angle there's good. It just shows you the rise in elevation through the D chicane. Thing to note as well with her Honda R200 is that it is open gearing, so drivers can make changes, where in Honda Cadet it is fixed at 2068. So in R200 you can change gearing, so that's why we might see differences in end of start straight. Final lap. Yeah, so it's only rear sprocket that you can change on the Honda R200. But we're on the final lap. Joey Swan has triggered the timing line. He's currently at hairpin number 2, and you can see him roughly there in the background. River Bell in second place overall, in second into Rotax, and then it's Rocco Geraghty, Matthew Plant, and Peter Webster.
Joey Swan's eased off now. He's a 10th off his fastest lap of the race. So
step it up, Joey, lad.
He's eased off now. He thinks this one's in the bag.
And indeed it is, as Joey Swan comes through to take the checkered flag and win in into Max.
And sets the fastest lap of the race on the last lap.
Oh yeah, step it up, Joey, lad. River Bell will be set for second place in front of Rocco Geraghty. It's still going on, though. For second place in Honda R200 between Matthew Plant and Peter Webster. Webster's not quite close enough into hairpin 4. Bell crosses the line for second place. Geraghty third overall and leading in Honda R200 from Matthew Plant, who is chased home by the 25 of Peter Webster.
I think Joey Swan did a let's have a look at what I could have done on the last lap.
Here's a lap time I made earlier.
Let's have a look at what I could have done. A 44.703, fastest lap of the race.
Before
on the
we
final
move,
lap.
just quickly, Tom, before we move on, and I appreciate that the result may be, I'm not sure if it's 100% sorted or provisional, but from the Rotax Max Grand Festival, Austin O'Man, who we've seen here many, many times in Bambino
champion,
has won the Rotax Max Grand Festival at Warden. So, superb effort from Austin O'Man.
Congratulations.
A driver that really sort of honed his skills a lot here in Coma Bambino before moving into Micro Max. And Austin O'Man takes the Rotax Max Grand Festival Micro Max victory just up the road.
Josh Hushka in that one as well, in 6th place.
Yeah.
Another.
Also now running the P10, because that's where he finished in the British, because numbers are seeded for the top 10 in the British.
Right, okay.
So Austin O'Man, the second seed, but wins the Rotax Max Grand Festival. Moving on, it's time for Junior Rotax, and Tom has a grid.
I do. And it's headed, because of the random grid format, by Alex Lynn from William Howard. Then it's Evelyn Bye and Freddie Widrington. Then we're going to have Joseph Yao, championship leader, from Holly Swan, from Sam Robson and Ben Horner. Then we're going to have Oscar Waugh and Ava Reynolds. Then it's Pierce Whitehead and Joseph Mills with Double O'Donovan in 13th and Max Wilkinson in 14th. Then we're going to have the first of our senior runners, which is going to be Paul Swan. And then it's Kieran Savage alongside with Ashley Savage and Joseph Johnson on the second row of that one.
Juniors then in for their rolling start. Alex Lynn will lead them through.
I think we're going to need to start plugging in some results into our spreadsheets here and seeing what
we certainly
positions we're going to be rolling up in for the final. Oh, as we've lost, is that
Max Wilkinson round at the National Loop.
So started P13, must have made a couple of places up and then went round. So got it all to do now as he's the best part of 2 hairpins behind the leader, which is still Alex Lynn heading down the back straight for the first time.
From Freddie Widrington, then it was Joseph Yao, but he's now under pressure from from Oscar Waugh as the seniors get underway. Yao down into 4th place. Behind them, Ben Horner makes a move on Holly Swan down the inside. William Howard just behind them. And it looks like it's Sam Robson. Both the side pods in place for this one. As they'll cross the line. Behind them, Evelyn Bye, Ava Reynolds, Pierce Whitehead and Joseph Mills with Oliver O'Donovan. And then the recovering Max Wilkinson down in P14.
Yeah, Oscar Waugh already up 7 places on that lap. With
Make it 8.
Make it 8. Well, in a lap and a half, he's done 8 then.
Oh, yellows. We've got Pierce Whitehead off into the wall. Ava Reynolds and Evelyn Bye coming together, and Whitehead taking evasive action. He's going to get out and push his car away from the tyre wall, jump back in and rejoin this race as Evelyn Bye is off the track on the inside. Waved yellows for our senior runners, and that will be the same for when our juniors come through as well. We've got Digiboard there and the flag on the inside as well.
Yeah, so Freddie Widgington, Evelyn Bye, Ava Reynolds, Pierce Whitehead all dropping places on that lap because of the incident. Looks like Bye may get back underway though.
And indeed does. Rejoin safely the track. Albeit now will be a lap down on our leaders, which has changed because now it's Oscar Waugh in front of Alex Lynn. Lynn drops into 2nd place. Ben Horner is just behind up into 3rd place. Joseph Yao is greeted by a contact warning over start-finish.
But sets the fastest lap in the process. Yeah, so we've got Waugh from Lynn, from Horner, from Yao, as we said. Then it's Holly Swan from Sam Robson, William Howard. As I'm just interrupting myself because Joseph Yao goes side by side with Alex Lynn down the back straight. Can't get the move completed. Oscar Waugh now with a comfortable gap at the front of this one from Ben Horner. Good driving so far this weekend from Ben Horner as well, right up at the front for most of the heats. And passing Alex Lynn on that lap, as we said. Oscar Waugh now heading through the National Loop. Joseph Yao not able to make any inroads so far on Alex Lynn or Ben Horner in front. They go onto the back straight. Then we've got Sam Robson now is in front of Holly Swan, I believe. In fact, there is. And then we've got William Howard in behind as a group of 3 for 5th, 6th and 7th. Joseph Yao now side by side with Alex Lynn as they head out of hairpin 4. Who's going to come out in front of that one? It is Alex Lynn holding the inside line, the shorter line around the circuit, or that part of the circuit anyway, and able to hold on to 3rd place from Joseph Yao, who is now charging.
Max Wilkinson, fastest lap of the race on that previous lap, was 7.5 tenths quicker than those in front of him. So he now has a little bit of clear track as he tries to close in on William Howard. Joseph Mills just behind has had a couple of good heats as well, Tom. Let's see whether he can tag in with Wilkinson and go with. But, at the front, Oscar Waugh from Ben Horner, then Alex Lynn holding firm from Joseph Yao. Gap back then to Sam Robson. Holly Swan is under pressure from Will Howard. So they head through that D chicane, and Max Wilkinson again, Tom, was half a second quicker than the 2 in front. He's going to be there this time on the next lap, I'm sure. May even be sooner if he gets the hairpin 1 and 2 correctly.
Yeah, Wilkinson is now marching up once again, and with the slipstream that he's going to get from all the karts in front, one after another, if he can make his way through, you never know. Could still be marching right towards the front of this one.
Certainly could. He's got to find a way past Howard and Swan, who are battling between each other, and that does make it a little bit harder when it comes to catching them, because they may not be aware that there's another kart just behind. Wilkinson, well, I was about to say not close enough at hairpin 1, but he is indeed down the inside of William Howard. Later on the brakes, Howard then helps him round hairpin number 2. Down the back straight they go. As We see Joseph Yao is down the inside of Alex Lynn up towards South Bank. Yao up into 3rd place. Lynn now down into 4th, but he has a comfortable gap. Technical defect for Joseph Johnson in Senior Rotax. I think that could be rear bumper. Yes, it is rear
looks
bumper.
like it's flapping away, but we're not too sure. It's not flapping all the time. But yeah, I was just about to say that Joseph Yao looked to be starting to get a bit frustrated behind Alex Lynn. The fact that he was unable to make a move and finally got that one completed. Took a few laps, but got there and got that done. And now Joseph Yao is going to try and start to close that gap to Ben Horner. We'll bring you a lap time, which will be the first of Joseph Yao's in clean air or cleaner air. Now that he's got past Alex Lynn. See whether that gap comes down quite a bit or not.
Yep.
Max Wilkinson passing William Howard, as we said on the previous lap. Let's see whether that gap has come down. He's past Holly Swan now.
Lap traffic for the leaders to contend with here as they catch up shortly to Piers Whitehead, who had that off earlier on and had to drag his cart away. So leaders, it is their problem to try and find the way through the lap traffic. We're not going to see people jumping out of the way. But Oscar Waugh has opened it up enough of a gap, Tom, for him to so you not have to rush this.
Got some blue flags going out as well for the lap traffic of Piers Whitehead. There he goes.
Yeah, as Oscar Waugh wastes no time at all finding his way through. Rest of the leaders now coming through. Not all lost for Whitehead here, Tom, because now he's going to get an opportunity, I think, to potentially learn and hone his craft. It's his first Junior Rotax race here at Teesside, having moved up out of Cadet. And, you know, in terms of jumps up, you know, it's a big jump. Lap time-wise, it's 6 seconds.
Physically, it's a big jump.
Your grip levels are higher. Your rib ache is higher. You know, there's a lot to it. I think he's acquitted himself well.
Much stronger arms and biceps and triceps and forearms and hand grip, and everything needs to go up as you.
And this contact there is Joseph Yao with his arm up is not happy, and Alex Lynn is off as well. We've said this a number of times. It's not Piers Whitehead's job to get out the way. It's the faster driver's job to get through cleanly and safely.
Yeah, indeed, and as we said before, there were some blue flags out for Piers Whitehead, so we'll have known that they were there.
But Whitehead maintained his line, Tom, and that is what you're told in karting. This isn't Formula One, this isn't touring cars. You don't jump off the line. You maintain your line, and everybody finds a way past, and that's exactly what he did. No fault at all there by Piers Whitehead.
No, indeed, and it took Yao and
Alex Lynn out of the equation.
Yeah.
Largely, Lynn was collateral in that, unfortunately.
And
Yao are down now in 8th and 9th, respectively.
And fully on their own as well.
Yeah, a real shame for Lynn, who was going well in 4th place. Yao was up into 3rd and did have some good pace as well, but needed to get through quickly to catch up to Ben Horner. The big winners out of that, Tom, Max Wilkinson, who spun on the first lap, is up to 3rd.
Yeah, great drive, great recovery drive from Max Wilkinson. But big shout again for Ben Horner, who has really had a big step up this weekend.
First time I've seen him here in a little while, but you know he's been away. He's honed his craft at other tracks as well, and signed on late. So without any practice at all yesterday, he's performing very, very well.
Indeed. Max Wilkinson now is not able to. Well, he's just about able to match the lap times of Ben Horner, but not able to go with Oscar Waugh. And then Sam Robson a further 3/10 slower than that. Joseph Mills was probably the quickest one out there lap time around. In fact, was the quickest out there that time around. Was Mills, who's on the starting to close in on the back of Sam Robson now.
Yeah, at the front in seniors, Paul Swan leads, but he's not got this one he's not got the gap that he had in the previous two, as Kieran Savage is within a second of him in 2nd place. Ashley Savage 3rd. Joseph Johnson in pit lane, unfortunately for him, with issues. His rear bumper departing from action. Timer is down to 0. Oscar Waugh is a lap and a half away from victory in heat number 3. And indeed, Tom, I believe inherited the win in heat number 2, because I think Max Wilkinson was adjudged advantage by contact for that move at the final corner. In fact, no, it was Joseph Mills who inherited the win. Oscar Waugh down second. It dropped Wilkinson down into 4th place. Final lap, though, this time for Oscar Waugh.
Yeah, Ben Horner comes across the line in second, Max Wilkinson. And that is was that the 56? 56? We've got a 56. Who's just come into pit lane? Joseph Johnson.
No, he's been in for 5 or 6 laps, Tom.
So
with his
who's
rear bumper. We'll pick it out in a minute as the
Sorry. Try and figure it out.
field make their way through. Round South Bank will come Oscar Waugh. Hairpin 3 and 4 to negotiate. 1.5 seconds in front of Ben Horner at the flag. And through comes Oscar Waugh to take victory in heat number 3 from Ben Horner and Max Wilkinson. Then it's going to be Joseph Mills, William Howard and Holly Swan in 5th and 6th place respectively. It's Sam Robson dropping down the order in the 58. Came into the pits a lap before the end. So Yao in 7th, Lynn in 8th, O'Donovan in 9th, Widrington 10th in front of our leading senior runner Paul Swan, who takes victory from Kieran and then Ashley Savage. And then it's going to be Ava Reynolds, Pierce Whitehead and Evelyn Bye. Your final runners on track in front of Sam Robson. Although Robson will be classified 15th, Tom, based on the fact that all the others had taken the checkered flag. So he'll drop down to 15th. And that's where he'll be classified in front of Whitehead and Bye.
So track about to be vacated by the final heat of 2-stroke running. We will go on to Junior Pro Kart next.
Yeah, so Junior Rotax will be a class that can't be wrapped up today. So we'll look at, we'll sort that out ready for the final round here.
I think that's our closest championship actually is Junior Rotax. But
well, no, because Honda Cadet, well, in terms of points, yes, it is, absolutely.
It can go in any direction, really.
They've Oscar Waugh's been quick all season, but had a very difficult opening couple of rounds. Similarly for Max Wilkinson, he's been quick all season, but at times his axle decided that it wasn't going to play ball. I did indeed clip that up as a highlight of the week, Tom, from the last round.
What was that?
Oh, it's not like you to not remember it. Max Wilkinson, when his rear
axle
snapped,
and then I missed it.
And then 3 laps later you went,
thanks for
something happened to Max Wilkinson.
Yeah.
But in between that, I did put, the SpongeBob a few moments later.
A few moments later. Oh, thanks for that. Cheers.
Oh, I'll show it you later. It's quality.
Thank
Some
you.
of my best work.
Yeah, brilliant. Not my finest work. Anyway, Alana Howard leads us towards the green flag here from pole position in Junior Pro Kart Heat number 3. Riley Matthews will go off P2. Jared Fox-Whiteley is not with us, but is on our grids. So that means Isaac Duff will start in... Oliver Watson will start in 3rd place. Then Isaac Duff in 4th. Grace Matthews in 5th. Reese Cranston will start 6th. Joseph Williamson 7th. And Liam Edmonds 8th. I have to make adjustments because Fox-Whiteley's still showing us on the grid.
Oh... It's because he signed on for every round. So here we go then. Green drops as Alana Howard leads them over the line. Up towards the first corner, Riley Matthews being helped along by Isaac Duff, who's going to try and sweep all the way around the outside and does. Reese Cranston does exactly the same. Alana Howard and Oliver Watson arguing over track position. Watson is through up into 3rd place. Howard comes out in 4th with Williamson in 5th. Behind them, Riley Matthews with a move down the inside on Grace Matthews. Little bit of side pod for help. That could allow Liam Edmonds to get a good run down the back straight on them both. He slots in between the Matthews sandwich. And then gets a move done at hairpin number 3 in the background to move himself up into 6th place. Isaac Duff leads over the line then from Reese Cranston and Oliver Watson. Warning for Riley Matthews. I think that was the overtake on Grace Matthews at hairpin number 2 as he did a little bit of a slide job, side pod to side pod, to get that one done, and that did indeed allow Liam Edmonds a bit more of a run down the back straight towards hairpin 3.
Yeah, Isaac Duff at the front of this one, with Cranston in behind, using the slipstream. Is Cranston down the back straight and into South Bank, ducking in behind the steering wheel. Duff not feeling the need to do it yet to the same extent that we have seen him do throughout the first 2 heats. He had a little bit of a dip behind, but we've seen him go what I'm going to call full Max Shields down the back straight, where the gopher, you slide your bum forward and drop the whole of your body down behind the steering wheel and enter a sort of reclined position. Whereas you get the other one where you dip your head in behind the steering wheel and you push your body forward in the seat instead. And both achieve the same result, which is not much difference in terms of aero, but it feels good.
Yes.
You feel faster when you do it.
Rhys Cranston going with this time Isaac Duff, and it is bringing along Oliver Watson and Joseph Williamson as well, as Williamson goes down the inside of Oliver Watson into hairpin 4. I think Watson will have enough to ride that out, and does. Slides through. Watson in the number 15. Different kart from the last time we saw him here, Tom. He's switched onto the Apollo chassis as Oliver Watson. Last time he was here, he was on a different one. So
is it a new Apollo or is it a used Apollo?
Well, he's using it at the minute. That's all I know.
Clearly,
I don't know. I mean, I know a lot about what's going on, but I haven't seen the receipts.
Oh, okay. I'll let you off that one.
Unlike Peter Webster, who sees every receipt.
Sees every receipt, marks it, stamps it, counts it.
And deducts the tax.
Deducts the tax, job done. It's got noticeably dark here over the last few minutes. I don't know whether you've noticed that, David. I think we could do with some lights on the front of these karts.
Click the 3rd tab and refresh it for me, Tom, while I keep an eye out on what's happening out the window. Particularly on the tab that says Minutecast, as Oliver Watson and Joseph Williamson argue over 3rd place at hairpin number 2. They're going to be side by side down that back straight. I get the feeling Watson's going to have the track position. Does say no rain for the next 2 hours, which is handy.
Not so accurate weather.
Yeah, because it also said it wasn't going to rain all day yesterday, and I can tell you that was a massive lie.
So there we go. that just tells you everything you need to know. Shall I try a different weather app and see what that says?
Try all the weather apps as Isaac Duff leads Rhys Cranston over the line. There's a yellow warning for rain there, apparently.
Of yellow rain, apparently.
Yeah, which I can tell you is considerably better than yellow snow. Williamson down the inside of Oliver Watson into hairpin number 3. Still can't get it done, though. These two scrapping at every corner. Watson with a look back, and he's gesticulating, but really, it's Williamson. Clearly feels he's got the pace to go forwards. And then Watson's going to come back at him at hairpin number 3. We know Williamson's got the pace to run with Isaac Duff. Now he's found a way through. Let's see whether he can close up on these two. Rhys Cranston hasn't been left at all, Tom.
Ange Falkus has been in touch in the comments.
Has she?
Says she's watching from Mexico. Which, again, as with the comment from Ibiza earlier on, is welcomed, but not appreciated.
Exactly.
Well, also, I hope you hoy down a burrito.
Speaking of Ange Falkus, she enjoyed a day out at Silverstone. It was either Silverstone or Donington earlier in the month, as Oliver Watson goes back down the inside of Joseph Williamson, which was a prize she won at the Teesside presentation.
All right.
Which was a day at British GT, courtesy of Optima Motorsport. So
beautiful.
It's always good at the presentation, even if you haven't finished in the top 3, to come along. A, support your friends. B, you might end up winning a nice day out somewhere or another prize that we hand out at the presentation. I hope that we'll have more information about this year's presentation, maybe at the final round. See what the plans are for that one. But yes, we historically we've handed out some prizes, and it's been rather good.
So fresh from what was it, British GT at
Yes.
Silverstone?
Straight to Mexico. Donington, I think.
Or Donington.
Yeah, I think so.
Straight to Mexico.
Hmm.
Well, always welcome. Welcome to have you with us, and you know that.
Williamson's going back down the inside of Oliver Watson into hairpin number 3.
You can see how the cameras are actually struggling with the light now here. Such is the level of darkness that we're now having. The clouds super thick, but both the Bubka weather and the
it's
not so
the
active
South
weather
Bank camera where it's sort of
both
in the
saying
shade
no
of the
rain.
trees. It really is quite dark down there, isn't it?
Everybody, all the marshals have got jackets on as well, so imagine it's fairly chilly out there as well. It says it's 15 degrees.
Yeah, there's no wind chill factor. The presentation, Tom, will be on the 22nd of February at the Leonardo Hotel in Middlesbrough.
Ah.
I've just booked it. just booked it.
Just booked it now.
Yeah.
Mid-race, Reece Cranston down the inside of Isaac Duff now for the lead of this one, just jumping back into the action. Duff immediately with a riposte and takes back the lead from Reece Cranston, and it's as you were over the line.
Yes, no, a metaphoric wag of the finger from Isaac Duff, and it
No,
literally
no.
was. As he came over the line, he sort of said to Reece Cranston, look, if you stay that close to me, we're probably going to come together, and Cranston decided that he's got another 2.5 minutes of this race to go and doesn't want to squabble too much. Maybe that's a bit of a wake-up, though, for Isaac Duff. His last lap was a 47.8. Let's see what he does this time round now that he's realises that Reece Cranston is not going to settle for second place. Behind them, it does now appear that Joseph Williamson has finally broken free of Oliver Watson for third. And chucks the fastest lap in, does Isaac Duff.
I predicted it, didn't I? I said,
You
I was already pointing at the screen like there's a fastest lap coming here from Isaac Duff. And I knew it. His previous lap was a long way off a personal best, so I knew he'd have had the wake-up call and go for it, and I was... for once, I've been proved right about something.
Yes, down the back straight they go. Reece Cranston hasn't really been dropped, although Duff was 0.3 quicker, but Cranston is sticking with... Say, head round South Bank.
Quite surprised that Williamson hasn't been able to make any inroads.
Oh, there's Cranston down the inside.
Oh, parked!
That is a move and a half by Reece Cranston. Learnt what happened in the previous race by leaving the door open on exit. Got it down the inside and just went, bang, little tap of the brake. Stops the run of Isaac Duff on exit. That is a textbook move by Reece Cranston.
And you know how I was lauding myself for being right for once, for predicting something. I then said Joseph Williamson wasn't making any inroads.
He is now.
Not only sets the fastest lap of the race, but goes a second quicker than the front two, who have now changed positions once again.
Isaac
and
Duff.
look like they're about to change positions again.
Not this time.
No, Duff manages to get back in front of Cranston, who then catches all of the dirty air, a load of understeer, and now Williamson, who was... 2 seconds behind this, a lap and a half ago, is now right there.
He is right there. 34 on the clock. 2 laps to go. Now Reece Cranston's in that difficult middle position. Does he attack or does he defend? Williamson now sets the best lap of the race on the previous lap to this one. As Isaac Duff, Reece Cranston and Joseph Williamson split by half a second between the top 3.
Yeah, he was half a second quicker as Williamson than Duff that time around. Now as he goes wide on entry into hairpin 2, try and get the extra momentum on the back straight. Is it going to be enough to close in? No, it isn't. Cranston able to block off slightly the momentum of Williamson, and that's allowed Duff a little gap at the front of this one. Going to get the last lap board this time around. Williamson now with a move on Cranston. Remember, he was 2 seconds back 3 laps ago.
Yeah, Reece Cranston crosses the line in second place. Gap to lead is half a second as Isaac Duff leads them over the line. A victory in this one would put the Junior Pro Kart Championship firmly within his grasp.
Identical lap times last time around for Cranston and Williamson. 47.205. Just thought I'd point that out. To the thousandth of a second,
it's
they
great.
were identical.
So close between the two of them as Cranston moves across to try and defend off down that back straight. on Joseph Williamson, as Williamson looks for a little bit of a half straight line into hairpin 4. Cranston's got it scouted. Isaac Duff, though, will come through to take victory in heat number 3 from Reece Cranston and Joseph Williamson. Then it's going to be Oliver Watson, Liam Edmonds and Riley Matthews. Alana Howard and Grace Matthews will complete the grid, as Alana Howard closing in slightly, I think, on that final lap from Riley Matthews. Finishes less than a second behind in 7th place. Grace Matthews completing the grid of 8 Junior Pro Kart runners.
So there we go. That brings to an end Junior Pro Kart Heat 2. As David looks to go to work on some championships.
Yeah, I've stole the timing laptop, and I definitely think at round 8 and 9 we could do with 2 of these. I'll bring me work one for the other side as well, if I remember. But that way we can keep everything on one side. So as it stands, Tom, at the moment, I'm just going to have a look at Williamson's other results throughout the day. That's a 3rd place then for Williamson in that one. And as it stands, if Isaac Duff takes the victory, then I think that he could well be Junior Pro Kart champion here at Teesside. We will just wait for the full results to come in, because obviously they've got post-race technical and everything like that. But yes, I think it's going to be Joseph Williamson needs a win.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Kat. We've got another laptop now.
We do get a good service here, don't we?
We do. We get well looked after. So there we go. So you can do that, and I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll try and find us a grid. Find me the grid website, David. Where do I go for that?
I will in a minute, Tom. Just quickly,
Kat's gonna do it for me now.
It's Josie. It's going to be Jack Hewland on pole positions. They're already out, so I'll run you through it. With Lennon French alongside Matthew Houshby and Danny Bean on row number 2. James Kay and Tom Hewland on row number 3. Then it's Connor Lucas 7th, Connor Cran in 8th, with Sophie Pawsey and George Ludwell 9th and 10th. Kyle Byrne will start 11th in front of Zach Dawson. Then it's Oliver Hill, Cameron Bailey, Ike Needham and Macaulay Parnham, Maximus Shields and David Brewis.
Lovely. So already heading round South Bank and into hairpin 3 on the rolling up lap. Everything nice and calm and looking like we are about to get going first time. David's still tapping away trying to get these championships updated. I'm particularly keen on finding out the Junior Rotax situation as well.
That's not going to get wrapped today, so I'm not even plugging stuff in until the final, until next round, yeah.
Would like to know before the final so we can see what the permutations were going to be. But we're underway here in Senior Pro Kart as we all got a little bit close together through the national loop. Lennon French bouncing over the curbs, as is Danny Bean as well. Got a bit airborne over the curbs as well. Lucas already up to 2nd place with I think that's Connor Cran. Oh, is it Connor Cran?
Well, him and Parnham have got the same suit. They don't make it easy for us. But up in 3rd place, is it 3rd place we're looking for?
James Kay.
James Kay is in 3rd, yeah. Danny Bean in 4th.
Yeah, with Lennon French in 5th, and then we've got Zach Dawson in there as well, as is Tom Hewland, Sophie Pawsey, George Ludwell, Carl Burns. So Lucas leads us over the line, followed by Hewland, James Kay, Danny Bean, Lennon French, Zach Dawson, Sophie Pawsey, Max Shields, Cameron Bailey and Ike Needham, the top 10. And heading through, and it all seems to be everybody in line at the moment, with the exception of James Kay and Danny Bean, who've just had a bit of a swap of positions through hairpin 1 and 2, and now Danny Bean up to 3rd place. So Lucas now starting to gap the rest of the field. New dad, Connor Lucas, of course. Sorry, I need to preface that with new dad, Connor Lucas, leading the way here.
Just trying to figure out who we're missing, Tom. We're down to 18 runners. I think it is one of the Hewlands missing.
No, could be. Tom and Jack are both there.
Yeah, they're both there. Connor Cran is the driver that we're missing, Tom. in the number 11. So that's why we're down to 17.
Okay.
So we're following Lucas, but there's a good train behind with Danny Bean leading now in front, up in second place with Jack Hewland, Lennon French, James Kay, Zach Dawson, and Max Shields, who's come through from 18th up into 7th place now. And will benefit a lot from the fact that Lennon French and Jack Hewland are squabbling it out in front. He's already found a way past James Kay. I think he's up into P6. He is. Zach Dawson, P7. Sorry, Zach Dawson in P5, the next driver for Shields to try and dispatch.
And we're going to see a resumption of the hostilities between French and Shields as well, I think, if Shields can get past
On
Dawson.
track, of course. They do get on out off.
Oh,
it.
yeah, no, we should say that. Yeah, we definitely should say that. They are friends off the circuit. But on the circuit over the last few years, we have seen much action between the two of them. And there goes Shields on the entry into hairpin 3, passing Zach Dawson and taking 5th place away. Now it's Shields and French nose to tail, heading through the final section of the track, over start-finish line, and they're going to have to go to work on Jack Hewland as well. In the same class as well as Jack Hewland, all in the elite, in the pro class with Danny Bean, the leading clubman runner, now in 2nd place. There goes French on the inside at hairpin 2.
Oh, it's opened the door for Shields.
And that allowed Shields, yes, to carry the momentum through. Didn't get balked at all, unlike French.
No, and he got past Hewland and past French. That's going to allow Zach Dawson. Shields lined that up from the entry into hairpin 1. He braked 2 kart lengths earlier, anticipating something was going to happen, and it did.
And carried the momentum through perfectly and got the move completed. Now up to 3rd place for Max Shields.
Lucas then from Danny Bean, Max Shields up into 3rd place from Lennon French and Jack Hewland, Zach Dawson and Cam Bailey with Ike Needham and George Ludwell. Then it's James Kay, Sophie Pawsey and Kyle Burns, Matthew Hauschby, Macaulay Parnham, Oliver Hill, David Brewis and Tom Hewland, your 17 runners.
Heading down, and it is Lucas looking very comfortable at the front of this one. Also looking very comfortable in 2nd place is Danny Bean as well, leading the clubman class. Zach Dawson as well, holding on in the novices to 6th place. So holding on well there. As Needham and Ludwell make their way past Cameron Bailey on that lap. Lucas has clearly eased off with his lap time, a 10th off his fastest lap of the race. So taking it easy now. Sunday drive.
Yes.
for Lucas. Let's see what Danny Bean has got in, if he's got anything left in the tank, or whether a 47.0 is his race pace. So as they come across the line this time, here comes Lucas. That sticker kit as well on the front of the 43 car. It's got a bit of a yellow M on the front of it. It reminds me of a particular fast food chain every time he comes past. Maybe that's just me because I'm a fat lad from Batley, and that's what we do.
Oh, yellow flag on the posts. Don't know why. Oh. We've got carts. We've got carts
up and over.
Yeah, at the outside of hairpin number 1, and the race will be neutralised under a red flag with 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think that may conclude heat number 3.
Well, we'll see. We had 3:55 on the clock, which is still counting down, so that'll just get stopped at 3:46, as the rest of the field, some of which take to the grass, which at least they don't run into each other.
Looked like it was Macaulay Parnham, and who was around Macaulay Parnham? It was Matthew Hauschby.
Yeah, Hauschby's cart was the one that was upside down.
Yeah.
But what I will say is Hauschby wasn't near it when it was upside down. So we're going to take our time and make sure that we're okay.
Well, medics are still in position at the moment. So
yeah, I didn't see the incident.
Sign.
Oh, Hauschby, it looks like Hauschby's up with the helmets off, which if it is, that's superb. He still will need to be checked, I think, by the medic, Tom, because I think it's only prudent. We don't want any sort of delayed shock or anything like that, because obviously you get a big boost of adrenaline.
Oh, there'll be a concussion
and then
check
and then it
like
drops, and then
of
it drops down, doesn't it? So, but good to see that that Hauschby is, up by his own thing.
Up and about, yeah, under his own steam, and looks to be walking away as well. So, okay, well, hopefully some good news there, and looks like drivers are already starting to make their way into some kind of restart order, and they are indeed getting into a line. So it looks like we are going to restart this one, I think. Just about to find out. Just awaiting an update here as to whether we are going to restart this one.
So we are over 50%. Yeah,
okay, so
single
a
file
rolling
restart.
green lap. And
Yeah,
then,
Battenberg start lap, and then we're going to finish it now. It's in that discretionary period, isn't it, where it is between 50 and 75%. So it's race director's discretion.
Just going to point out the front of the 43 car. Have you noticed this? Or is it just me? Where Nigel's legs are now.
Yeah, you mean the bit I can't see?
Yeah. Well, you'll see in a moment when he steps out of the way. There's a pair of golden arches on the front of that 43 car.
Yes, I can see. What we could so it's an M. So we could even say it's an M for Madison, couldn't we?
We could.
Although I think they had, we'll see what I think the sticker kit's been like that for most of the year, so we'll see. Right, we're going to roll round for a single lap then, behind the race leader. What it has done though is it's given a second bite of the cherry to a few people, Tom, who this one was Connor Lucas's in the bag, and now he's going to have 3 minutes and 45 seconds. I think timer will, I imagine, start to elapse shortly, because we are under Battenberg, which means the race is technically restarted. So we'll see when he comes round, and I think it's likely to restart when he crosses the line. Drivers now working hard to get some heat back in them tyres that will have been lost by the 6 or 7 minutes waiting for this to resume. But yeah, Lucas, Bean and Shields, your top three. French, Hewland, Dawson, Ludwell, Needham, Bailey and James Kay.
Kay's had a decent race. Obviously started towards the front, but it's still hanging on inside the top 10, and it looks like we're about to get going again. Green flag is down, and we're away and racing once again here in Senior Pro Kart Heat number 3. And it is Lucas leading from Bean, from Shields and French and Hewland at the front of this one. It's whether Danny Bean can put any kind of move into Connor Lucas. It's going to upset the usual apple cart order.
Reminder that Shields is on used tyres. Those in front have gone new this round, which means they'll be on used later on in the for the double header. When Shields has got a set to go at.
Yeah, there's a head through hairpin for it. It's all been
well,
fairly tame so far on the restart.
Yeah,
with the exception of Dawson.
Dawson and Needham having a bit of an argument over 7th place, which sees Ludwell up to 6th, Needham in 7th, Dawson drops 2 down into 8th.
Wow, Luke is getting really sideways on the entry into hairpin 1, as was Ludwell, who went so wide he nearly ended up off the circuit, but managed to gather it all up and get back underway again.
Hasn't lost a place either.
No, quite surprisingly, but yeah, that kart was all ways of sideways.
Shields is right on the back of Danny Bean, round hairpin number 3, and then he's right down the inside of him at hairpin number 4. And Shields leaves being no other option but to allow the 181 through.
And Dawson and Cameron Bailey were side by side over the line as well, with Dawson just managing to hold on, but not through the national loop as Cameron Bailey comes through.
David Brewis peels off into pit lane and retirement, unfortunately for the 80.
So that's going to leave us with 14 runners here in Senior Pro Kart. So now Needham once again starts to, Bailey once again puts a move on. No, it was Needham. Apologies, it was Needham and Dawson swapping positions once again. They come over the line. There goes Cameron Bailey as well, and so your running order: Lucas, Shields, Bean, French, Ludwell, Hewland, Needham, Bailey, Dawson and Kay still holding on inside the top 10 from Pawsey, Burns and Hill. Then there's a gap back then to 14th place Tom Hewland. He's still having a brilliant time out there, just chucking it around like a dog toy.
Yes, he is. Keeping himself entertained as well as the many others watching as well.
Bit of drift action going on from Hewland at the back of this one.
Yeah, 40 seconds or so on the clock when they go under, so 2 laps to go then in Senior Pro Kart, with Connor Lucas leading from Max Shields and Danny Bean.
Yeah, Bean's been able to stick with Shields, has not been dropped. And likewise, Shields has not been dropped by Lucas either. And was quicker that time around as well. So whether Shields has got anything, as they will take the last lap board this time around. Got a contact warning going out for George Ludwell in the 13. He's in very close proximity with Lennon French, so I'm imagining that's what that one's about. So here comes Lucas to take the last lap board. Shields still in pursuit with Danny Bean in close proximity. Then it is Ludwell who has now overtaken French. Then we're going to have Jack Hewland, Cameron Bailey, Zach Dawson, Ike Needham dropping a couple of places there, and then James Kay still brilliantly holding on to 10th place.
Great effort from James Kay. Top 3 after that restart have broken away, with Lucas, Shields and Bean.
I'm surprised at Sophie Pawsey being down in 12th place. I thought she might have made a bit further progress towards the front of this
Started 9th.
Yeah. And checker flag goes out. Heat 3 taken by Connor Lucas once again here today. Then it's Maximus Shields and Danny Bean. George Ludwell and Lennon French 4th and 5th. Then it was Jack Hewland in 6th, Cameron Bailey in 7th, Zach Dawson in 8th, Ike Needham in 9th, James Kay in 10th, Kyle Burns in 11th, Oliver Hill 12th, Sophie Pawsey 13th, Tom Hewland, the last of our classified runners, in 14th. And we had David Brewis, Macaulay Parnham and Matthew Hauschby, who retired early. And that brings to an end our heats here at Teesside for round 7, and our finals, the first of our finals, will be up next, which will be Bambino's, and we're going to try and bring you potentially a championship update, because it's very close in Bambino's as well.
Yeah,
so we'll bring you some permutation. I know it can't be wrapped up here today.
I haven't updated Bambino, Tom, so
okay.
You're clutching at straws that don't exist today, unfortunately.
Okay, well, crack on then, chop chop. We've work to do.
We have, but that's for another day.
That's a royal we, meaning you. But see, because Bambino's incredibly close as well. There's only 48. Coming into today, there were only 48 points separating the top 4. Abel Hutton leading by 12 points from Tommy Burgoyne, with Calais Tennant 36 points back, and then Oliver Bullock 48 points back of Abel Hutton. So again, that could all change, and we could be in a completely different order by the end of today. But we shall await an update on that from David's magic spreadsheet.
I'm not doing Bambino. I don't know how many more times I need to.
Well,
address
if I keep saying it, I'm going to put enough pressure
points
on.
today. Wonderful.
Okay, so we just had the update that both Pro Kart drivers are okay.
I'm only updating championships that I think can be wrapped up, Tom, on today, and then the rest will be done ahead of the double header because we have 2 drop rounds.
Boring, David.
Boring. That is that's what's happening.
So Bambinos are about to head out for the final, and I'll leave you in the wonderful company of David Sullivan while I take a very quick comfort break.
So Coma's making their way out now. Grid for our Coma Bambino final sees Jensen O'Connor on pole position in the 26. Archie Mostyn alongside him with Tommy Burgoyne and Abel Hutton on the second row. Then it's Aston Wilson and Oliver Bullock, row 3. 3 drivers, all on the same number of points. Hutton, Wilson and Bullock on 138 points. So positions are sorted via qualifying position, which sees Abel Hutton in 4th place, and it's Aston Wilson and Oliver Bullock behind. Calais Tennant and Edward Charlton completing your 8 runners in our Coma Bambino class. So they're all going to just be held. As always, we send them forward in a safe manner, 2 by 2 into position. So there's your front row complete. As Edward Charlton, the final runner, is sent on his way. Field then are in position. Parent and helpers are making their way off circuit. Once they are in a safe position, we'll get the green flag from the start line marshal. It's down and we are away and racing. O'Connor makes a better start this time than what he did in the previous race, but it's still not enough, I don't think, here to hold off Archie Mostyn, and Mostyn will lead round the national loop, and it's opened the door as well for Tommy Burgoyne, who moves up into 2nd place. Mostyn leads from the S plate of Tommy Burgoyne. Then it's Jensen O'Connor in 3rd place. 4th is Abel Hutton, but then Aston Wilson gets down the inside of him into the right-hander. And Calais Tennant is going to try and get through as well as they run down the back straight. Oliver Bullock and Edward Charlton completing your Coma Bambinos. We're out to 10 minutes plus a lap rather than 8 minutes plus a lap for the final. And the top 2 already on a little bit of a breakaway here at the front with Archie Mostyn and Tommy Burgoyne. We know Jensen O'Connor's got the pace, but at the moment, if the top 2 just work together, Jensen O'Connor might not have an answer.
One way to find out, which is
keep watching.
Stick with us for the next 9 laps, plus a lap.
And then the rest of the finals as well. Yeah, don't go anywhere.
Yeah, of course. Stay tuned, as they say. Aston Wilson going right with Jensen O'Connor as well. So Aston Wilson has been getting progressively quicker throughout the day and able to sit on the rear bumper of double heat winner Jensen O'Connor as it stands at the moment. Calais Tennant and Oliver Bullock gapped slightly. So we've got 4 pairs out there on circuit at the moment with Abel Hutton and Edward Charlton together.
And on the previous lap, O'Connor, that opening lap, he fell away from the leading duo. And again, let's see whether there's a change at the front for now as Tommy Burgoyne leads us over the line from Archie Mostyn. As Burgoyne puts in a 1:04. Gap's a 10th, but they gained another half a second to Jensen O'Connor.
We still haven't smashed through that glass ceiling of the 1 minute barrier yet, have we? Today, could just be down to track conditions, though. It's very dark and gloomy out there still, but no rain as Burgoyne and Mostyn go side by side once again down the back straight. Burgoyne squeezing Mostyn right onto the grass. Mostyn not backing out of it and ended up over the back. But yeah, Mostyn unwilling to yield that one, and neither was Burgoyne either, as he continued to push down on Archie Mostyn. But everyone emerged from that okay, and it's as you were. And Mostyn still onto the tail of Tommy Burgoyne.
Yeah, it was pretty much, it was 6-1 and 2-3s for the other there, Tom. Neither wanted to back out into that corner, unfortunately, for the two of them. Having a look at the live chat, RS Aviation asking if Reese is racing today. I'm not sure. I think you must be talking about Reese Cranston, but please do confirm if that is the case, please.
And Mostyn now into the back of Tommy Burgoyne as they go through hairpin 1, still letting him know he's there. It's like Morse code on the back of Tommy Burgoyne at the moment. I'm hoping Burgoyne is learning Morse code in the Grangemouth area of Scotland. Whether that's a thing that's taught in schools. If it's not, then he's no idea that Mostyn is saying, "I'm coming through at hairpin 3."
But he's going to try and hold him off at hairpin 4. They're going to be very tight, the both of them. Got to be mindful that on the previous lap, Jensen O'Connor set a personal best and took a 10th or 2 out of them. Burgoyne and Mostyn are tight. Oh, again, they're up and over the curbs together. And it was Burgoyne who squeezed Mostyn last time. This time it's Mostyn who squeezed Burgoyne onto the rumble strips.
A little bit of retaliation there potentially from Mostyn. But anything you can do, I can do better. I think it was from Mostyn as he takes the lead now away from Tommy Burgoyne. Jensen O'Connor and Aston Wilson are now closing in because of the battling pair at the front. So it was 3 pairs, in fact 4 pairs on circuit. Now we're going to have a group of 4 and then followed by Callie Tennant and Oliver Bullock still trying to sort themselves out, as are Abel Hutton and Edward Charlton.
The gap at one point in this race, Tom, between the front 2 and the battle behind was 1.5 seconds, and it's disappeared in basically 2 laps as Burgoyne and Mostyn are going to be so preoccupied with each other that Jensen O'Connor is about to make a surprise attack for the lead here. He's up into 3rd. He's right on the back. Let's not discount Aston Wilson. Yes, he's fallen away round about a second or so off the back of this, but we've seen already a little bit of battling, and it puts people right back in the mix. Let's not discount him as O'Connor falls away again, slightly off the leading 2. When the 2 push together, they are quick. And when they scrap with each other, they are slow.
Correct. And O'Connor, like you say, David, able to close in on the gap, and then all of a sudden drops away again. I wonder if he had a little lift through the D chicane, and it takes forever, as we've seen before, for these Coma C50s to spool back up and get back up to maximum revs again. And I'm not sure whether that was the issue. It may well have been the issue for Aston Wilson as well. Maybe Aston Wilson had a little lift somewhere and had to wait for the engine to come back in as Mostyn goes side by side with Burgoyne through hairpin 4. Burgoyne's going to hold it out round the outside, holds on to the lead. O'Connor right there now. He's going to come through with a ninja move. I think he's going to stealth his way through, possibly at hairpin 1.
It's not, well, for Bambino, normally it's out of hairpin 2, isn't it? And then that long run down the back straight. But then the 2 of them work together for a bit through the single file chicanes, and that opens up a little bit of a gap to Jensen O'Connor.
I think Mostyn's got a good pusher cart and Burgoyne's got a good puller cart.
Yes,
if that makes sense. We talk about it a lot during the 24-hour races that we cover, and it's always the best way to work together is when you've got one that's good at pulling and one that's good at pushing. So one with good bottom end out of a corner and one with good top end at the end of the straight. Put them in the order that they need to be and work together. That's what Burgoyne and Mostyn have got, it seems, here this weekend. But when they go side by side, it allows O'Connor right back into the mix again.
Yeah, Jensen O'Connor that time took a sweeping line round hairpin 4 that I think will help him in the long run but he's got to stick with them round the national loop, and he does seem to fall away a little bit. A few kart lengths round there as Burgoyne and Mostyn tag together and then head up towards hairpin 1, and they've come together at hairpin 1, and Jenson O'Connor's collateral in that one. Aston Wilson's up into second place. Burgoyne's got a clear gap at the front as Archie Mostyn and Jenson O'Connor. O'Connor tried his hardest to avoid the kart rolling back into him and just couldn't quite squeeze through the gap. And Tommy Burgoyne at the front now is going to have a gap of around about 4 or 5 seconds from Aston Wilson, who just kept himself in the mix, Tom, in that 4th place. Kept himself close enough to try and take advantage, and he was there when it mattered. Burgoyne leads then from Aston Wilson, under 2 minutes to go. Archie Mostyn is in 3rd place. Jenson O'Connor P4.
It was Wilson was dropping away from the front group at quite a rate, but ever the opportunist has come through and taken 2nd place when Mostyn and O'Connor spun around. Going to get some lap times this time around on a flying lap, because they both Mostyn and O'Connor lost at least 5 seconds. With those spins, but
107s and 108s respectively for the two of them.
Looks like Mostyn is starting to reel Wilson back in, though.
Yeah, going to pick them up as we head towards South Bank. It's not over yet, as now Archie Mostyn's got a target in front of him as they go round South Bank up towards hairpin 3. Has a little move, a wobble, and through he goes at hairpin 3. Archie Mostyn with the move that moves him back up into 2nd place.
Which, when you see and remember everything that happened, see, a little wave to each other almost as there's Archie Mostyn having a big.
Yeah, they can do that in a minute and a half.
Yeah, exactly. you calm yourself. There's still a race to be completed here. The two friends head their way around hairpin 1. And Jenson O'Connor, don't count him out yet for the final step of the podium. Or potentially 2nd place as well, as he's starting to close back in on these two.
Yeah, lap and a half to go for them. And indeed, O'Connor is there, Tom. It's Archie Mostyn just sorting something out on his helmet there, it looked like, and went slightly wide on the entrance into South Bank. Burgoyne exits hairpin number 4. To see the last lap board, and Jenson O'Connor's right on the back of Aston Wilson. 1 lap to go.
Oh, that was a nice chop across the front from Aston Wilson there. It stopped Jenson O'Connor's progress. We look back at our race leader, Tommy Burgoyne. Archie Mostyn now looking safe in 2nd place for the moment anyway. Wilson takes a wider line through hairpin 3. O'Connor following the line.
And then switch back
at hairpin 2. And takes 3rd place away from Aston Wilson. And it's back to as you were before the spin.
Yes, it's taken a while, hasn't it, to get back to where they are. But we are back to where we are. Out of the final corner comes Tommy Burgoyne. Burgoyne's going to take the victory here at Teesside. Round 7 is won by the S-plate of Tommy Burgoyne. Archie Mostyn's going to come through, I think, for 2nd place, although he's gone wide over start-finish. He is going to do enough. 2nd place for Mostyn. 3rd for O'Connor. Wilson in 4th. Unfortunately, one of them had to miss out on the podium. Unfortunately, it's Aston Wilson, but he can hold his head high, as can Archie Mostyn in their debut here at Teesside. As Mostyn, I don't know whether he's a bit frustrated, but he has nailed every single curb through the chicane, or whether he's just thought they look really entertaining. Let's see what I can do. But he's hit every single one of them. But I think it could potentially be frustration that he thinks he could have potentially won that. The victory, though, goes to Tommy Burgoyne here at round number 7 at the in Coma Bambino. So it's Burgoyne, Mostyn and O'Connor, Wilson, then Bullock, Tennant, Abel Hudson, and Edward Charlton. Your 8 runners in Coma Bambino.
So that brings that one to an end. Honda Cadets up next. I'll bring you a grid for Honda Cadet final, and then David can run you through the permutations of the championship, what needs to happen for various results to be cemented. So Hugo McCluskey is going to go off pole position. Level on points is Max Taddy, but with the benefit of slightly better results, Hugo McCluskey takes pole position. Max Taddy alongside, as we said. Then it's Luka Bachuev from Dexter Petty with Joshua Sullivan in P5. Tom Nichols in 6th with Noah Clark and Ollie Crumpton. Then it's Layla Berryman and Joshua Bailey in the top 10. Morgan Cooney and Aaron Berridge. Then we're going to have Ollie Carter and Daniel Zayad with Ethan Pearson and Jensen Whitehead. Then Bailey Wilson and Sam Dixon. Sebastian McCarthy and Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, the final runner in the top 20. Then we're going to have Isaac Welburn, Jake Gibbon, Seth Wright, Harry Scrafton, Alfie Keeling and Jacob McDonald.
In the Combox chat, Tom Nichols' dad's been on just saying potentially they think this could be Tom Nichols' best final start in P6, so be interesting to see what he can do. There's been very little, Tom, between the top 6 throughout the day. You know, let's add Aaron Berridge in there from Heat 1. He was up there as well. Noah Clark's not been far off, but has sort of struggled to crack just that top 6 just in there as well. But when it comes to the championship, Max Taddy's just got to finish in front of Joshua Sullivan. Harry Scrafton, I think, has got a problem, has he? I think he's pulled off.
And did he pulled to the side and then did a 180.
Well, yeah, well, he needs to face that way to regrid, so I don't know whether he's got a problem. I think something's getting radioed.
So championship permutations, David, let's run through that first.
Yes, if Taddy finishes in front of Sullivan, I think he's got it, Tom. Don't think anybody else looking. I've just put everybody else with first place between now and the end of the season. Yeah, if Taddy finishes in front of Sullivan, Taddy wins it.
Okay.
Taddy going off the outside of the front row, Sullivan off the inside of the third. Plenty of drivers can win this one, though, Tom. That's the thing. I would ask anybody on that bank, and I don't think there'd be many, would put money on who can win this. It's one of 7 or 8.
Or 9 or 10 or 11 or 12 or 30, 40, 50, and so on. As we've seen today, we've got a front group of 15, but really a group of sort of 9 or 10 that have been in the mix for the victory throughout the day.
Yeah.
The results have sort of stayed within the same group, or the victories have stayed within the same group. And
good thing to know. I think we've
been 9 in the mix.
We've got, I think it's Andrew McCrossan on the bank here, with his green hoodie on, watching Hondas, even though he's not racing this weekend. So good to see he's here, still watching his friends. He's out with an injury, Tom. So yeah, he won't be taking part this weekend, but I think he'll be back for the double header, which is great. But more importantly, he's come to watch his friends race, and that's a good thing for me. So yeah, Harry Scrafton's car is off, and I think we're just making sure that nothing's fallen off it that is on the track. The barrier's going to get closed. The start line marshal's got a walk and a half to do.
Yeah, he's almost in red car.
He is. Someone get that man get him some starting blocks.
I think, yeah. So Harry Scrafton doesn't.
Yeah, it's been a tough day for him. He's had one mechanical, and now that's 2 mechanicals, unfortunately. He's not going to start this one, is Harry Scrafton. What this does do is add an extra dynamic for your rest of your field, Tom, who have now been sat for a couple of minutes while that's been dealt with. So who's been cool, calm and collected? Who's allowed the nerves to rise in them is this additional weight? 10 minutes on the clock. We're about to find out. Green flag is hand. Champion-elect on the front row. And away we go in Honda Cadet. It's a good start then from Taddy. He's going to try and get across in front of Luka Bachuev and does. Noah Clark with a good start. almost got alongside Tom Nichols as Dexter Petty then tries a move on Luca Baccio. Baccio has a look over his shoulder in the middle of the chicane just to figure out who it is that's behind him. As the rest of the field stream round hairpin number 1. The leaders are in single file, then there's 2 or 3 wide, and they're all just bouncing off each other, but they are round hairpin 2.
Yeah, Taddy with a great switchback move on McCluskey at hairpin 2 to take the lead away.
Well, that's how you win a championship, innit, Tom? From the front.
Yeah, just
get over the line.
If you win the race, you win the championship.
And don't worry about anybody else.
That's it. Head down now for Taddy, and potentially moving forward and taking this one all the way to the checker flag. We shall see. McCluskey still there in close company, as is Baccio and Petty and Sullivan and Nichols and Clark and Berridge and Crumpton and Berryman.
Berridge up now in front of everybody. He's going to be on the train for the lead, Tom. Aaron Berridge, you missed the race and started this final outside of the top 10, I believe. Was it 11th for Aaron Berridge at the start on this one? It could have been P10. We'll find out in a second.
It was 12th for
Berridge. P12 for Aaron Berridge is on the train at the front of this race. There's absolutely no reason why he can't charge through.
Yeah, already up 4 positions and trying to get onto the back of Noah Clark. And if he can, that is the front group, which is a group of 7 at the moment. Soon to be a group of 8, I'm sure. Whether Layla Berryman and Morgan Cooney can go with us, as they have done throughout the day as well, to make it a group of 10.
Oh, Dexter Petty's going to try a move down the inside of Luca Baccio, and does indeed get the move done on Baccio, and he's up into 3rd place, a maiden podium potentially on the cards here at Teesside. As then Baccio now is trying to defend those behind him. That's exactly what Dexter Petty wants.
It's exactly what Max Taddy wants as well. With Sullivan being in that group, it's doing him no end of favours at the front of this one. Not come under much pressure from McCluskey so far. I think McCluskey quite happy just to sit there and work. And in fact, as they come over the start-finish line,
McCluskey takes a really wide line round the national loop, in that he goes slightly wide on entrance and then just tries to squeeze to get the kart chucked in. Sullivan is down the inside of Luca Baccio and up into 4th place. So they run down the back straight, and he's going to use Dexter Petty as a bit of slipstream. So they head up towards South Bank. Petty's seen him coming and moves over to try and hold off the 13. And then Sullivan tries to move down inside in 3, and Sullivan's taken 2 places in this lap. Petty's coming straight back at him, though. Sullivan's on the outside. Track position is important here, and Sullivan has it, and he's going to move through. Is he into 3rd place? Petty's going to try and hold on. Dexter Petty holds on to 3rd place.
Petty.
That's a driver with a bit of confidence in him at the minute.
Yeah, Petty with a great move sliding through there. Now that's given a massive gap to Taddy and McCluskey at the front of this one. Massive being a relative term, of course, as Sullivan then retook, was it Baccio or Baccio and
Petty.
Sullivan?
Petty and it was Petty got back through.
No, sorry, Baccio was, I think, moving back through maybe on Nichols.
Oh, it was, yeah. Correct.
But they've swapped back positions. So this group now needs to get their head down, and because of all that scrapping, Layla Berryman was already coming onto the back of that group, but that's now brought Cooney, Crumpton and Carter along as well. And then the rest, all the way down to the number 21 of Jensen Whitehead in 17th place, are all within touching distance of the group.
Yeah, it is super competitive in Honda Cadet. Move for 3rd place sees Sullivan down the inside of Petty into hairpin 1 on the brakes as they now run down the back straight. We know Sullivan can tow because yesterday he was at the front of qualifying and was at the front of the train that towed everybody round. And let's see whether now he can tow the rest of that train back onto Max Taddy and Hugo McCluskey. The gap they've got to close in absolutely bang on 1 second.
And Berridge already making his way through on Nichols and Noah Clark as well. So Berridge up to 6th place now.
Half race distance, 5 minutes to go, plus that important 1 lap at the end. Taddy and McCluskey at the front. Dexter Petty, Joshua Sullivan behind. Sullivan leading the train.
McCluskey is playing this super smart, I've got to say.
Well, he's going to have to, isn't he, Tom? Because if we've seen earlier, you can get to the front. Sullivan went fourth at the start to first and then finished back in 5th or 6th. So you've got to be smart, and he feels he's got the pace because down the inside of Max Taddy goes Hugo McCluskey. And now the 2 championship protagonists are 2nd and 3rd.
Well, I thought that McCluskey was just going to sit on the back of Taddy for the next sort of few laps and sort it out at the end of the race.
Well, I thought he was going to try and push him away as well, Tom, but he clearly feels that he's got a little bit more pace. We saw this, though, in the previous heat. He had the pace to get at the front, but then it looked like he was sort of backing it up just because of Taddy appeared to be stronger in places that McCluskey was a little bit slower. And then it was backing the 2 of them up. Berridge with the fastest lap on the previous race in P6. Having a quick look, Tom, the top 12 are less than 5 seconds.
Yeah, it is still
Taddy's
close once
back
again.
down the inside of McCluskey at hairpin 3.
And that has now brought Sullivan and the rest of the group back into place. So they were a good 2.5 clear, and now it's all back together again. Dexter Petty, just with a slight gap to Sullivan. He's going to close that up over the next few corners. But that is Petty, and then Batuev, and then Berridge is right there as well now. So Berridge, from 12th on the grid, is right in touch with the leaders now.
Oh, Hugo McCluskey, a little bit of a tap into the...
run, yeah.
Yeah, into Max Taddy, forces Taddy wide, and McCluskey takes advantage.
See whether Taddy's going to find any kind of retaliation for that in terms of taking the position back. Taddy not able to pull alongside into South Bank corner, and McCluskey now going defensive into hairpin 3.
3 minutes to go. It's a bit early for that, in my opinion. We'll find out whether it works. As they say, Tom, it's a bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off.
It's all the way back to Tom Nichols now, the front group. They've managed to break a bit of a gap to Crumpton, Cooney, Carter and Bailey, Pearson, Zayad.
Let's see if Taddy does the same.
With Whitehead and McCarthy,
no, does not. They're all tight into hairpin number 1.
Yeah, it's as you were.
And they're going to go tight again down that back straight, Tom. Since the mid-season, this has been a very tactical Honda Cadet grid.
Well, it's needed to be. It's 40-mile-an-hour chess that we're playing, isn't it, at the moment?
Well, down the back straight, Tom, the Hondas here, they clock 55 to 56 miles an hour on entry to South Bank. That's Dexter Petty alongside Aaron Berridge. Berridge is going to be through. Petty drops to P6.
Berridge up to P5 now as he continues his march towards the front. And if he can bridge that gap to Luka Batuev, he's going to be right in touching distance of Hugo McCluskey and a potential round win once again.
Batuev down the inside of Sullivan, down the back straight as McCluskey's got a gap at the front. Sullivan needs to try and get across because he's going to find Aaron Berridge is on the inside of him as well. And Aaron Berridge is through, up into 4th place.
He has bridged that gap indeed. So Berridge up to 4th now. Great drive from Berridge. Then we've got Batuev in front now.
McCluskey's got the gap at the front, though, Tom, that he might need here. Well, minute to go, so that's 3 laps, but the gap is 0.7 of a second.
You said that McCluskey thought he had pace in hand. And Taddy going a bit wide through the national.
It's not. It's Berridge got squeezed wide. Taddy went wide. Some went down the inside. And then Aaron Berridge got squeezed wide. And then Sullivan and Batuev are side by side. Out of hairpin 2. As the train comes to the inside. And again, Sullivan is going to be on the outside. They're 3 wide up towards South Bank. We need to fall back onto this battle. The leader's off on his own at the front. There's the train. Who's going to come out where in this one? Taddy's in 2nd place. He's on his way to a championship.
Yes, Batuev and Berridge then went side by side coming through hairpin 3 and 4. And it is McCluskey still leading this one comfortably now from Taddy. Got a bit of a gap then back to Batuev, Berridge, Petty, Sullivan, Clark, Nichols, Berryman, Crumpton, Cooney. you can't count Cooney and Crumpton out of this one either. I know they're at the back of this train, but they're still right in the mix.
Yeah, they are, definitely. Everybody's got a chance here, haven't they? As Berridge and Bachuev are very occupied with each other here, Tom. Timer's down to 0. When they come round, they'll see the last lap board this time as Dexter Petty goes down the inside of Aaron Berridge into hairpin number 4. Hugo McCluskey's 1 lap away from a victory. Max Taddy's 1 lap away from a championship. Of Aaron Berridge goes up and over the curbs.
Yeah, got a little bit airborne and a bit sideways, did Berridge, but did really well to gather it all together and maintain momentum. Right on the tail of Dexter Petty, having a look on the inside is Aaron Berridge. Sullivan tried to follow through, and in fact, neither of them made a move in the end.
No. Out onto the back straight they go then this time. Train goes down the back straight. Hugo McCluskey leads from Max Taddy.
Bachuev feeling the need to go a little bit defensive, I think, on the inside.
So, out of the final corner, Hugo McCluskey takes the victory at round 7, but Max Taddy is your 2024 Honda Cadet champion. Bachuev will go on the podium. Berridge, Petty and Sullivan. Then it's Clark, Layla Berryman and Tom Nichols, Ollie Crumpton and Morgan Cooney, Joshua Bailey, Ollie Carter and Ethan Pearson, Sebastian McCarthy, Jensen Whitehead, Daniel Ziad, Bailey Wilson, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Jake Gibbon complete your top 20.
So all action once again here in Honda Cadet. We see it every time, we say it every time, and it's because it's true. But Hugo McCluskey with a well-earned victory. In the end, gargantuan proportions of a victory of a 2.5 clear of Max Taddy.
Yeah, congratulations to Hugo McCluskey on the victory. Congratulations as well, though, to Max Taddy, who, with 2 rounds to spare, takes the 2024 Honda Cadet Championship here at Teesside, Tom. He joins a list of drivers in our Honda Cadet class that include Aaron Alexander, Oliver Buckton, Catherine Potter, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Thomas Potter, Joshua Sullivan, and Max Taddy adds his name to the list of Honda Cadet champions here at Teesside Autodrome. Congratulations to Taddy. Congratulations as well to Hugo McCluskey, who takes the victory at round 7.
Indeed, seconded here as well. Big congratulations from myself to Max Taddy on the championship win, and of course Hugo McCluskey for the victory here. I would also like to say as well, great drive from Aaron Berridge into 4th place. Good recovery drive after missing a heat. So well done to Aaron Berridge. And again, Dexter Petty, another big shout out as well for 5th place overall, has had a great day.
Yeah, superb day from Dexter Petty, proving that he can mix it at the front.
That brings to an end Honda Cadets here this weekend, and Harry Scrafton just making his way back into pit lane, being pushed back in, and then we will have our Inters and Honda R200s heading out for their final in just a moment. And it's going to be Joey Swan who goes off pole position in the Inters from River Belt. Then in our Honda R200s, we're going to have Rocco Geraghty ahead of Peter Webster and Matthew Plant. Is it safe to say that Joey Swan's wrapped up a championship?
If he wins it, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. When I say
so
if he wins
anything
it, I mean
but
the race.
Anything but a retirement.
Yes,
pretty much.
It is enough for Joey Swan.
So we could well crown our 2nd champion of the weekend in 2 races.
Yes, Tom, we certainly could.
Head round on the rolling up lap. It is, there we go, the orange helmeted Joey Swan. River Bell alongside in the white helmet. The 2nd of our Inter Max classes, and then it's the 3 Honda R200s in behind. Rocco Geraghty, Peter Webster and Matthew Plant. Here we go. Green flag is down, and we're away and racing, and Joey Swan instantly into the lead, with Rocco Geraghty forcing a way through on River Bell.
Still have Matthew Plant through as well.
It
Tom,
has.
into third overall.
And Peter Webster looked to have been a little bit caught out as well through the wiggles.
He needs to now just try and tag on to River Bell. If River Bell can then get back through on the other two in front using a straight line.
Yes, can.
He's just got to be in the position to take advantage, hasn't he?
And can, and has, and does. goes past Plant down the back straight anyway.
So let's see what Peter Webster can do.
There goes River Bell coming over the start-finish line, still behind in Rocco Geraghty, the Honda R200 leaders, as Peter Webster makes a great move around the outside on the entry to the D chicane on Matthew Plant and takes away second place in class. Of course, he's good at taking things away, isn't he, Peter Webster?
Yes, he is.
Adding as well, and division and multiplication, especially when it comes to 20% VAT rates.
Yes, yes, yes.
It's just going to run and run and run, this joke, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And here comes Joey Swan. The orange helmeted Joey Swan. You can see him from a mile off with that lid on. 45.120, fastest lap of the race. Comfortably at the front of this one by 3.5 seconds now. From the first of the Honda R200s, Rocco Geraghty. Matthew Plant is not done here, I don't think. He's still right on the tail of Peter Webster. If we've got a job for Peter Webster, what do we think Matthew Plant would do? Should we have a little speculation while before they start to sort themselves out into a fight?
Diggers.
What, Plant Machinery? Matthew Plant Machinery. Do you think it sounds like a good company, doesn't it?
It's
Matthew Plant Machinery.
Similar to Max Plant, Matt Plant.
Matt Plant, yeah.
Right, can these get close enough for if River Bell's going to make a move on Rocco Geraghty? Because we know what happened last time, where the two of them put their carts on the same piece of tarmac.
Just having a little giggle to myself here.
Is it a joke in your head, or?
It's a joke in my head, yes. It certainly can't be repeated on the air.
Geraghty in second place overall, leading Honda R200 from River Bell, the second in Intermax. Joey Swan makes his way around hairpin number one already. 48.807, the fastest lap of the race for Swan. He's on his way to a championship as well.
As River Bell starts to make moves on Rocco Geraghty. Can't get that one completed though into Southbank corners. They head through hairpin 3 and 4. Peter Webster still right there as well. Rocco Bell tried to have a bit of a lunge at Rocco Geraghty there and definitely couldn't get the move completed. I think better off just sitting in behind at the moment through hairpin 1 and 2 and powering past down the back straight. Peter Webster is using the slipstream of the double carts in front and starting to move towards the back of Rocco Geraghty now. That gap coming down significantly over the last couple of laps. And there we go. In fact, there's River Bell listening clearly to the commentary. Pulls alongside down the back straight and moves through on Rocco Geraghty. Now it's a case of just hanging on.
Well, no, Geraghty's
through the wiggly bits.
Yeah, but Geraghty's going to try and have a nibble back, and that has allowed Peter Webster to close up on the back of Rocco Geraghty.
He's right there now. So this Honda R200 race is starting to come to life. I think it's safe to say that the Intermax one is done, barring any issues for either of our two drivers.
Yeah.
What with Joey Swan now leading by 9.5 seconds.
Yeah, he's got the power down, hasn't he, and disappeared off at the front. Certainly not over in Honda R200. So Geraghty and Peter Webster across the line, split by 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, Webster's right there now, isn't he? Just needs to close in a little bit more and we'll be able to put a move on Geraghty. Geraghty using the slipstream of River Bell to good effect as well. But it's down here where Bell is just going to drive away. You can, in fact, you can visually see it.
Yeah.
You can see the difference in power. But Peter Webster right there now on Geraghty. Are we going to see a move into hairpin 3? Probably not this time. Just needs to hold on now. To the back of Geraghty as they go over the line one more time. Almost identical lap times, 0.03 of a second between Geraghty and Webster. Matthew Plant seems to have dropped back ever so slightly now, 2.3 seconds off the back of this
on the
pair.
brakes though in there, Rocco Geraghty closes up on the back of River Bell. He needs to be very, very careful not to tag the back of the 99 because that will allow Peter Webster certainly to have an opportunity at him. Webster's more than close enough.
When you see the comparison in the driving styles, it's the Honda is, or certainly the Honda of Geraghty and Webster are able to catch up Bell through the corners, and then Bell just drives away down the straights. It's like watching something with a really short wheel, like a Caterham 7 sort of thing, versus a Ford Galaxy. Yeah. the classic Ford Galaxy, the big V8 lump. The heavy thing, really fast down the straights, but terrible through the corners. The Caterham, the exact opposite of that.
2.5 minutes to go. Peter Webster's been close, but hasn't been anywhere near close enough to have a safe overtaking option on Rocco Geraghty. They'll cross the line again. I imagine there'll be roughly about the same 1/4 of a second between them that there has been for the rest of the race.
And again, 0.02 of a second between them.
Yes.
In terms of lap time.
Very, very close, isn't it?
It is. You've got to wonder where Peter Webster's going to find a bit more than 0.02 of a second. He's got to find a 10th or so, or maybe a couple of tenths, and be able to actually put a move.
Here's the thing now, Tom, is that they're closing up on River Bell in certain parts of the track. Then Bell escapes down the straight and South Bank, but it's going to be tough for Geraghty because he's hard on the brakes and he's later on the brakes into hairpin number 1.
Do you know what I liken it to? Have you ever seen the Goodwood Classic races?
Where you've got like a Mini against
versus the Ford Galaxy, so down the straight, the Ford Galaxy just absolutely powers away. And as soon as they get to the corners, the Mini's like right there, like a little mountain goat scurrying away behind it, and trying to get through. And then as soon as it does get through, the Galaxy then monsters it down the next straight as well. So it's a bit like that with River Bell, Rocco Geraghty, and Peter Webster at the moment. They're able to close right in through the corners, and then Bell just engages second gear, if you like, and away it goes. Keeping it interesting though here in this Inters class.
There's Matthew Plant coming out of hairpin 4. Joey Swan though leads, and with 36 seconds on the clock, he could do with just easing off a little bit here, couldn't he?
Just park it up and wait for the final lap board, and then go again.
He's going to cross the line here with some 15 seconds or so on the clock, and he's got a gap of in excess of that, isn't he? So he could have eased up, but that's not Joey Swan's style.
No, it's certainly not. He's eased up in terms of lap time. I mean, he's 2 tenths now off his fastest lap of the race, so clearly not pushing anymore.
No,
Joey
not at
Swan.
all. Now Peter Webster is trying to draw alongside Rocco Geraghty. That's a driver that needs that extra lap, so he'll be thankful for it. Well, Peter Webster will give him an opportunity to find his way through.
Let's see whether Peter Webster's got anything left. The last lap board will go out this time around. Joey Swan coming across the line. There it is. Final lap for our champion-elect as he heads around the national loop one more time to take the Intermax Championship here. All he's got to do is roll it across the line to a finish, and that will be a championship completed for Joey Swan.
Still a battle going on behind, though, with Geraghty and Peter Webster battling it out for Honda R200 supremacy. River Bell in the mix as well in the Intermax just in front of them. Up to hairpin number 1. Geraghty looks like he might have enough, particularly as Webster goes slightly wider into hairpin number 1. Out of the final corner, though, your 2024 Intermax champion, Joey Swan, takes victory once again here at Teesside Autodrome. His 24th of the season for Joey Swan. He takes victory in Inters in front of River Bell. And then in Honda R200, it's going to be Rocco Geraghty taking the first Honda R200 victory in a final here at Teesside from Peter Webster in second place. And then Matthew Plant. A great little battle between the two of them at the front, between Geraghty and Webster. Hopefully we see a little bit more of that at rounds 8 and 9.
Indeed, yes. Looking forward to that one, and hopefully we can get a few others onto the grid as well in the both the Intermax and the R200 class. So I'll bring you the Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax final, which is coming up next, and we'll bring you the grid and points in that one in just a moment's time. Just bear with us a second. Okay, so that is all of our Inters clear of the track. So we'll bring you the grid for the Rotax final, juniors and seniors going out together. Oscar Ward goes off pole position from Max Wilkinson, who was level on points with Joseph Mills, but by virtue of slightly better results, takes second place. Joseph Mill goes off P3 with Ben Horner in 4th, Joseph Yao in 5th, and Holly Swan 6th. William Howard will go from P7 with Alex Lynn in 8th. Freddie Widrington in 9th, and Sam Robson rounds out the top 10 with Oliver O'Donovan in P11, who I'm now nicknaming Double O'Donovan. He goes off P11 with Evelyn By in 12th, Ava Reynolds in 13th, and Pierce Whitehead 14th. Then we have the first of our senior runners, Paul Swan, going off P1 with Kieran Savage, then Ashley Savage and Joseph Johnson, the 4th of those runners. Just about to get going now. It's Oscar War who's gone slightly early, but it didn't catch Max Wilkinson out. It was...
it's Mills there. Is it a Horner down the inside?
No, it's either Mills or Horner.
It's Horner down the inside in the first corner. Ben Horner goes through from the second row. Max Wilkinson in second place, Joseph Yao and Oscar War. It wasn't, I don't think War went early. Wilkinson was still warming his tyres coming through the dog leg.
I thought it was going to catch Wilkinson out, but it clearly it didn't. But it ended up being Horner going through. And Joseph Yao now up to 3rd as well, from 5th on the grid. So it's going to be Horner from Wilkinson, from Yao, from War, Alex Lynn in 5th, has made up 3 places. So good start for Lynn. Then it's Howard and Widrington and Robson. Holly Swan not with a good first lap. She's dropped 3 places. Oliver O'Donovan up to 10th.
Change for the lead. Max Wilkinson down the inside of Ben Horner. Just put the cart down the inside. Horner gave him space. Wilkinson then now leads from Ben Horner, Joseph Yao and Oscar Waugh.
Yeah, Wilkinson just managing to hold on now to first place. Ben Horner still putting Wilkinson under a huge amount of pressure. Joseph Yao, who was championship leader coming into today, still there in 3rd, and Oscar Waugh in very close company as well.
Top 4 have got a bit of a gap back to Alex Lynn, who subsequently has a similar gap back to Robson, Widrington, Swan and the rest. And Alex Lynn will be really hoping that this lot have a little bit of a battle.
At the front of seniors, Paul Swan is leading the way from Ashley Savage, just in front of Kieran Savage and Joseph Johnson. The gap around about 1.7 seconds separating the top 4 in seniors.
Top 4 pulling out a bit of a gap further back to Alex Lynn in P5. That's the top 4 are just being fairly sensible at the moment as Oscar Waugh sticks a nose down the inside. Don't think he had a lot of choice though. Joseph Yao left a bit of a gap and Oscar Waugh just popped his nose down the inside. It's more of a case of putting it there so that he didn't run into the back of him and fell back into position. We'll see what the rest of this race has to bring. We've still got 9 minutes of this 12-minute final to run.
I'm just monitoring the
Wilkinson, Horner, Yao, Waugh, Alex Lynn now closing in 3/10 on that previous lap in 5th place.
Just monitoring the seniors out of the commentary box windows. The Savages are getting very close to each other.
Ashley in 2nd place at the minute. Kieran in 3rd. With
it's actually
Paul
gone out
Swan
a bit over the second half of this lap, but they were very close at one point through the first half. And Ashley Savage, in fact, setting the fastest lap of the race.
Victory for Paul Swan should be enough as well for him to wrap up the Senior Rotax Championship. Haven't confirmed it 100% on numbers, but his attendance at the opening 7 rounds should be enough for Paul Swan. On the same day that Joey wins Intermax, Paul should hold on to his Senior Rotax Championship that he won last year.
It's Uncle Paul, isn't it?
It is Uncle Paul.
UP.
Reigning champion here, hence why he's got the gold on his sticker kit.
RC. Reigning champion.
Oh. We're not doing this. We're just not.
You're not.
I'm not entertaining
You're
you.
not.
I'll just mute you.
There's Joseph Yao now making a move for 2nd place on Ben Horner and gets it done as well. Oscar Waugh right there still. This group of 4 still working away at the front of this one. Max Wilkinson with a bit of a gap now.
7/10 Wilkinson has got. These 3 need a bit of a push together to see if they can close up on the back of Max Wilkinson at the front. Need a steady couple of laps.
Oscar Waugh set a fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago. And has, in fact, gone a 10th quicker than what the seniors have been able to do. Such is their pace in junior. How long have we got until Wilkinson, Waugh, Yao, etc. move up to seniors?
I don't know. I've not requested birth certificates.
I don't know what sort of ages we were. Max Wilkinson's a big lad now, isn't he? He must be close.
Well, we say that, but obviously, like Oliver Bullock is like the same height as me, and he's 6 years old in Bambino. So,
not sure whether that says more about Oliver Bullock or your height.
Same height as you.
So we'll see whether Joseph Yao has got any kind of responds for the pace of Max Wilkinson at the front, and in fact immediately goes a quarter of a second quicker than Max Wilkinson. Ben Horner and Oscar Waugh equally faster than Joseph Yao. Those front three are starting to, second, third and fourth, are starting to work together now to close in on Max Wilkinson, with Oscar Waugh setting a new fastest lap of the race, which is just eclipsed by Ashley Savage.
He's down the inside of Ben Horner as well, and he's through. Just had to wait for him to come back in shot, but Oscar Waugh up into third place in front of Ben Horner. There's Joseph Yao. It was half a second on the previous lap. It's out fractionally, but you wouldn't be able to notice that on screen. It's very, very similar between Joseph Yao in second place, Max Wilkinson. Oscar Waugh, though, the one for me to watch here, Tom. He was only lost a tenth in that last lap and had an overtake in the middle of it as well. Looking at seniors, what the gap is at the front, Ashley Savage is reeling in Paul Swan.
Certainly
as
is.
well, because Swan's got some lap traffic in front of him. I think the gap's down to less than a second as they head up towards hairpin 1. Swan's just trying to navigate the junior traffic that he's coming up onto. I think Yao's falling away a little bit from Max Wilkinson. Indeed, the timing confirms it. Out to 6/10 is the gap.
Yeah, it is starting to go out a little bit. Not much, but it is starting to go out. But Yao, Waugh and Horner still there, and anything is possible. We've still got 4.5 minutes plus a lap to go here.
Plenty, isn't there?
There certainly is, especially when tyre pressures are now starting to reach peak. So who's going to have a fall off in terms of pace? Who's going to now be at peak performance?
Well, Yao came into this, didn't he? But now he's losing a tenth a lap or so to Max Wilkinson, and Oscar Waugh is the one that's closing in. I think Waugh needs to find a way past Joseph Yao from either on this lap or the next one to give himself a chance of a victory. Could the move come at South Bank? He's not close enough to Joseph Yao. That is for certain.
Just coming into today, Yao was our championship leader with Wilkinson and then Waugh, but there were only 33 points separating them. And they run as a front three here as well.
Yao's had a win, but also then followed it up with 2 7th places, so not ideal for Joseph Yao. Waugh's been the driver throughout the day with 2 second places and a win. Max Wilkinson a third, a fourth and a third. But it's Wilkinson at the minute who could go 3-4-3-1 and take the victory. Behind them, Horner in fourth, Alex Lynn in 5th place. They are battling. Oh no, I was about to say they're battling out, but it's not. It's because Sam Robson has caught up to Alex Lynn and is through and up into 5th place. Him and Alex Lynn are side by side on exit of hairpin 4. Sam Robson up into 5th place. I think that could well be his best final finish if he holds on to that here at Teesside for Sam Robson.
Yeah, and there they go, just flashing through the shot there as we refocus on Max Wilkinson, leader of this race. Oscar Waugh, I thought he was going to straight line it between 1 and 2, but couldn't quite get the drive he needed to put a move on Joseph Yao. Now does, though, gets a good drive out of hairpin 2. Clearly set it up through hairpin 1 and 2, did Oscar Waugh. Puts the move on Joseph Yao into South Bank corner and gets it completed. Yao thought about having an immediate reply, but it looked like Oscar Waugh had got that one covered.
Yeah, my worry there was that if he makes a move on Waugh, then that's pretty much race over for both of them in terms of getting anywhere near Max Wilkinson. The gap is 0.7 of a second when they cross the line. Oscar Waugh has arguably been the fastest driver. The heat results certainly suggest so. Seniors are very close together. Ashley Savage on the back of Paul Swan. They've got lap traffic in front of them in terms of juniors with Ava Reynolds and Evelyn Bye in front of them. that could give Ashley Savage an opportunity as they head towards hairpin number 1. Joseph Johnson peels off into the pit lane. Max Wilkinson, gap was 7/10.
Oh,
it's down to 6.
Ashley Savage is alongside Paul Swan down the back straight, and they're 3 wide. They actually all slot back in the order that they started the straight. By the time they get to hairpin 3, they've starting to make their way through the junior runners at a pace now. But Savage pulled alongside Paul Swan there and had a look. And Paul Swan knows he's in a race now to hold on to victory in this one. It's the best way to take a championship victory, of course, is to win the race. But Ashley Savage making a return here this weekend for the first time in around about 18 months, racing at Teesside, and wants to go out with a victory here in Senior Rotax.
4/10 now, Tom, is the gap at the front as Oscar Waugh is starting to reel in Max Wilkinson, but he could run out of time. Time is 26 seconds. I'm not sure they're going to get round. They might do, Tom. It's going to be touch and go in this 12-minute plus 1 lap heat. So they head round South Bank as to whether they get round before the time elapses to 0. It's going to be incredibly close.
Ben Horner starting to drop back in 4th now from the front 3.
3, 2, 1. They're through just with less than a second to go, and that could be the additional lap that Oscar Waugh needs. Gap is down once again, still 0.4 of a second. If this was the last lap, I'd be confident that Max Wilkinson would be holding on because Waugh's not close enough, but now he's been given another lap to try and close in on Max Wilkinson. Down the back straight towards South Bank, lap and a half to go.
Yeah, Waugh is closing in. That gap is not 0.4 of a second anymore. Using the slipstream to full effect down the back straight. Taking a nice tidy line through hairpin 3 as well as Oscar Waugh. Final lap board is now out and is taken by Max Wilkinson. It's under 0.4 now, the gap. Joseph Yao going well as well, closing in as also on Wilkinson, and he's going to be there to pick this apart if these two come together. In seniors, it is still Paul Swan from Ashley Savage. Just as they come over the line, nose to tail.
Oscar Waugh now is close enough to Max Wilkinson to have one chance, I think. It's going to have to be a straight line into 4. It's not going to be close enough, though, this time round. And the final at round 7 in Junior Rotax will go to Max Wilkinson from Oscar Waugh and Joseph Yao. That's your top 3 from Horner. Robson with his best Teesside finish in 5th place. Then it's Alex Lynn. Freddie Witherington in 7th. Could well be his best finish as well in a final for Witherington. Swan, Joseph Mills and Oliver O'Donovan completed top 10. Seniors, Paul Swan takes victory, and with it, the Senior Rotax Championship once again that he won here in 2023 from Ashley Savage. Kieran Savage completing the Senior Rotax podium.
So, no luck catching them Swans then?
There is not. That's for sure. 2 races left then here in here at Teesside round 7.
Junior Pro Kart final coming up next. And we'll just await the Rotax runners clearing the grid. But we will give Paul Swan a round of applause as he comes over the line for taking the championship once again here in Senior Rotax. And there he goes across the line.
Here we go. Just having a quick look at results from some of our regular drivers elsewhere, Tom. So Rotax Max Grand Festival, that only really applies to Mini and Inter 950. But the juniors and seniors are running it as the Motorsport UK British E-Plate at Warden Law.
Right.
And our friend Jared Fox-Whiteley's on the podium.
Is he?
P3.
Oh, good lad. Good lad.
Provisional, still, of course. It does take a while at that level.
Clearly, them floor mats are sold his dad.
Does it?
That's made the difference.
Better than a floor tray. Yeah, it takes a while at that level to declare results because they've got to have
full scrutiny.
Oh, they've got a full scrutiny and 17 public inquiries.
Yeah, indeed. So, Pro Kart final already making their way round. It's going to go from pole position for Isaac Duff with Joseph Williamson alongside. Then it's Oliver Watson and Reese Cranston, Liam Edmonds and Riley Matthews. And we're going to have Alana Howard and Grace Matthews. Watson and Cranston actually joint on points, or level on points. Go off at third and fourth. It was Oliver Watson just taking the split in that one.
Duff off pole position needs a win to take the championship. Williamson off second place needs the win to keep his championship hopes alive for one more round. Let's see how this one plays out. 12 minutes on the clock for our Junior Pro Kart runners. Into the acceleration zone they come. And we're away and racing. Williamson on the outside might not be able to get across. And whoa, Oliver Watson is round. He was on the inside and got squeezed. Watson is round. Riley Matthews is on the grass. And Isaac Duff leads Liam Edmonds, who started in 5th place, up in 2nd now. As Williamson is going to try and have to hold on. Mid-corner, he has a helmet tap with Reese Cranston and says, come on, let's think about this. As Cranston then goes, well, that's fine, but you can push me because I'm going through for P3.
Exactly. It was a bit of an arm wave from Williamson, which seems a bit premature, certainly at that point in the race. We're only a few corners into the race.
He needs to win, though, Tom. That's the thing. He can't be mucking about because can't let Isaac Duff disappear.
No, and Cranston goes through, and Williamson immediately follows through on Edmonds as well. So it's now Duff from Cranston from Williamson. Edmonds demoted to 4th, but still has gained a place over that lap.
Yes, he has. He went from 5th to 2nd and back to 4th. Let's see what Oliver Watson can do with a bit of clear track in front of him, Tom, having started in 4th. But he was right behind Isaac Duff as they went into that corner. I think Williamson was round the outside, and Williamson was so far in front that it just squeezed the nose of Oliver Watson, and around he went. One of them sort of first lap incidents that you can do exactly the same thing on a different day and everybody survives.
Yeah, and we see it so often here as well that exact incident happens here at Teesside. It doesn't seem to be anybody's fault particularly, but there's always somebody or 2 or 3 or 4 that come off worst out of it. But it is still Duff now leading from Cranston, from Williamson taking the fastest lap of the race as he closed in on the back of Reese Cranston as they start to work together potentially and close back in on Duff. And it looks, in fact, that's working like a charm at the moment.
Yes, well, they took a quarter of a second out, 2/10 on the previous lap. As Reese Cranston tries to get his head down behind the steering wheel. Not difficult, Tom. He is on the shorter side of Junior Pro Kart. He is one of the younger drivers, Reese Cranston.
In the same way that I'm on the fatter side of Senior Pro Kart.
Yes, and life. Which I can say because so am I.
Yes. As I always say, festively plump.
Yeah.
I am. Doesn't matter what festival it is, but I'm festively plump. There goes Duff now.
Yeah,
into hairpin 1 once again. Just about holding off Cranston and Williamson now, but it is a group of 3 all together.
Down the back straight they go. Isaac Duff with a long look over the shoulder.
A nervous look, it might be said. Cranston with a new fastest lap of the race that time around. It was a couple of tenths quicker than Duff. So there's pace in hand for Cranston now that he's there on the back end of Duff. And Joseph Williamson was so close through hairpin 4 to Reese Cranston that they might as well have been one kart.
Yes.
It was like they were conjoined.
Yes, absolutely, mate. They were very, very close. I mean, these are the 2 drivers that in the previous race set identical lap times. They did was it a 47.205, both of them in the previous race.
Something like that. Yeah, definitely. They were identical to the 1,000th of a second when they were following each other. Williamson, you've got to think he's just set a new fastest lap of the race that time around, but he's going to have to make a move at some point on Cranston, or is Cranston just going to make the move on Duff?
Well, he's going to be on the outside. That's his problem, and he's going to slot back in. So, Reece Cranston.
If Duff doesn't win and Williamson finishes second behind Cranston.
Ooh, now we're playing games, Tom.
Because we weren't really expecting Reece, all credit to him, we weren't really expecting Reece Cranston to be in the mix for these two.
Well, he's been out of a kart for a couple of months, hasn't he, Tom? But unable to make it up here.
He's back with a plum here, isn't he?
Yes.
But that's the question. He's now the oil in the water of the Duff and Williamson mix and championship.
If Williamson gets second and Duff drops down to third, it's still open.
Okay. So basically, Williamson has just got to beat Duff.
Yes, to hold.
Otherwise, it's Duff's championship.
Yes,
it doesn't matter
correct.
where they finish, really.
Yeah, that's it, mate.
Okay.
Although having said that, second, if Duff is second and Williamson is third, it could still be done level points.
Right.
But I think it's done then on the number of race victories available, and I think Isaac Duff's won more.
Duff. Yeah, he's.
But
won
mathematically, it'd still be open. Long way to go though yet, with 6.5 minutes to go in this race.
Yeah, it's whether Reece Cranston he's got a bit of a gap now to make up onto the back of Isaac Duff once again. It's opened up ever so slightly. Still plenty of time left in this one. We're in that kind of Honda mid-race lull, aren't we?
Just a little bit, yes. We'll see what happens with this. Like I said, there's plenty of time left, but there's that worry of maybe going a little bit too early, isn't there, with some of these, with your move and then having to defend for too long.
Shout to fourth place, Liam Edmonds, who's sort of in a race all on his own at the moment, as Cranston feels the need to go defensive against Williamson.
Well, no, I think it was a half move on Duff. Down the inside, I think he considered a straight line. Either way, they've all come out with very little gain or loss.
But yeah, big shout to Liam Edmonds, holding fourth position very well at the moment, despite a hard charging Oliver Watson, who was a 10th and a quarter quicker than Edmonds that time around, but with a 3.5 second gap to find. Alana Howard as well, showing well in 6th place with Grace Matthews and Riley Matthews 7th and 8th. You see how dark it is here at Teesside at the moment on the screen. Oh, Cranston hit a big bump through South Bank corner, and it got the...
Again, though, Williamson gets through when he's not even got the move done, and he's already tapping his helmet, telling Cranston to work with him. Now he's done it, he's finally through, but that's for something for sort of like a few corners after, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely, he needs to get the move completed first. But that also, Reece Cranston hit a bump or something through South Bank. It lifted the car up in the air and then just gave him a huge amount of understeer, and that then allowed Williamson to get the move eventually completed. But yeah, like you say, David, he needs to stop tapping his helmet and get the move completed first. And
drop the wheel down the inside. Just watched it back. He's dropped the wheel
off the inside.
Off the inside, and then as the wheel has come back, it's thrown
jumped
him,
up in the air. Right,
I launched him away.
I saw it get airborne and managed to catch the reason why that was, but what happened, and then we've done a bit of detective work. Royal we, once again, meaning you, have done the detective work, but Duff now at the front of this one with Williamson now in close proximity, and Williamson, as we said, has got to get past Duff to keep any aspirations of a championship alive. And I think he knows that because he's already making a move.
Yeah, Duff took the normal racing line and then had to move off that normal racing line when he saw the nose of Joseph Williamson go down the inside, and Williamson is charging. Fastest lap of the race on the previous lap with a 47.150.
He's a quarter of a second quicker than Duff, so you've got to think that when Williamson does almost get to the front of this one there, that he's got the pace in hand to be able to pull away from Duff. But is Duff holding anything back? Is he holding cards that he's holding close to his chest? Is there anything left in terms of pace for Isaac Duff?
3 minutes and 1 lap to go. The third quarter of the race in Junior Pro Kart. As they head out down the back straight, as Isaac Duff with a look over the shoulder, then a little bit of a gopher drop in the seat, trying to ease the air over the top of the helmet. It's not helped him at all because Joseph Williamson has used the slipstream to full effect to close right back up on Isaac Duff.
There's a little tap to the rear as well in hairpin 3 as the differential in speed caught Williamson out a little bit, and then he gets the nose chopped off coming out of hairpin 4. Again, he tried to have a look on the inside.
I don't think Cranston's going to be content just sitting in there for third place either.
No. It looked like he was dropping back a little bit before these two started making half moves on each other.
Yeah, and I think Isaac Duff's sort of taking a semi-defensive line. It's certainly not full parking the bus, is it? But it's a slightly semi-defensive line into hairpin 1, that's for sure. Another fastest lap of the race this time, though. Reece Cranston in third place. That's why I said I don't think he's going to settle. Here's a 46.823 for Reece Cranston.
But personal best for the top 3, and there goes Williamson now for the lead. On the inside, he's still waving before he's got past Isaac Duff as well.
Yeah,
so
I don't know whether he felt that he'd made a bit of a nudge there, but I thought it was I thought it was nice and clean.
It looked that way to us, but whether it was a hand up of after you because I've gone into the back of you, I'm not sure.
Very respectful, these juniors.
Well, yes, for now. Still got a minute and a half for that to end.
Williamson's going to need Cranston here, I think, to push him down that back straight. 'Cause I don't think he was particularly quick out of hairpin 2.
No, but close enough to take the drag from the rear of Joseph Williamson's car as well. So it's not just Williamson able to use the slipstream from Isaac Duff, but also take the drag off the rear of the car as well, and all 3 of them will then go much quicker. Strange how that works, isn't it? But
yes.
But it does.
50 seconds on the clock when they went underneath, Tom. So we're going to have 3 more laps of Junior Pro Kart action. We've already had 14 laps on the board in juniors. And Williamson is good out of hairpin 2 this time. And you can see there it opens up the gap ever so slightly from Reece Cranston in third place. And,
yeah, it wasn't the best of exits for Reece Cranston. Manages to close back up under braking though. So Williamson and Duff, like you said, Duff takes sort of a half defensive line, doesn't he? Through some of, or rather between the hairpins 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4. But it doesn't allow Williamson really to. It'd need to be a proper lunge.
Yeah.
From Williamson if he's going to do it. And there we see again Duff very late to come across to the left-hand side to take the racing line.
Yeah, does leave the door open a little bit, doesn't he?
But only on the outside.
Yeah.
But that, which is fine. The problem is if Williamson's there and then he moves across.
Yes.
Then there's going to be an accident. But again, half defensive line into hairpin 4. It only allows Williamson to get on the outside between the 2 hairpins. You've got to say it's good driving from Duff in that respect. And we've said that we think both Williamson and potentially Cranston have got pace in hand here if they can find their way past Duff. Final lap board is out, so we are on the final lap here.
Down the back straight, half a lap. As Isaac Duff has a look over the shoulder, sees he's got 2 or 3 kart lengths as they run up towards South Bank for the final time in Junior Pro Kart here at round number 7 of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series. Joseph Williamson's going to need a dive at hairpin 4. He's not close enough, I don't think. No, he's not. Isaac Duff exits the final corner and becomes the 2024 Junior Pro Kart champion here at Teesside. Adds to his British sprint crown as he holds off Joseph Williamson for second place and Reece Cranston for third. That's your podium. It's Duff, Williamson and Cranston, with Watson battling back to fourth in front of Liam Edmonds, Alana Howard, Grace Matthews and Riley Matthews are still battling it out For P7, Grace Matthews holds on from Riley Matthews for 7th place. That's all your results in Junior Pro.
Yeah, good recovery drive from Oliver Watson after being on the grass in the exit of the National Loop on the first lap.
Yes,
to
absolutely,
take 4th place, and a good drive from Liam Edmonds as well. Held on to that position for a long time, and there we go. There's Isaac Duff, another champion crowned here this weekend. So that's 3 races in a row and 3 champions crowned. Are we going to get another one in seniors potentially? Well, theoretically, we could have 3.
Well, we can't, but because people went to BPEC, which means they've at least got to contest round 8, because round 6 was a drop, which means they can't drop 8 and 9.
Yeah.
So, but we can potentially in novice. I just need to plug in results from heat number 3, which was still being declared at the last time of me checking.
So I will bring you a grid because they're already rolling up for their, well, they're already on their outlap. So remember, these won't be in class order. They will be in mixed classes because it's a mixed class final. But we've got Connor Lucas in pro class going off pole position with Max Shields in 2nd place. George Ludwell leads the clubman class in 3rd with Danny Bean. Then it's Lennon French and Cameron Bailey, Ike Needham and Jack Hewland. Zach Dawson goes off P9, he's the first of the novice runners. Then it's David Brewis, Macaulay Parnham, James Kay, Sophie Pawsey, Oliver Hill, Kyle Burns, Tom Hewland, Matthew Hauschby and Connor Cran, the 18 runners. But are we going to have Connor Cran and Matthew Hauschby out there?
Hauschby's the one. I don't think he's out, mate, unfortunately. Yeah, he's definitely not out, Matthew Hauschby. He's still on the bike, Tom.
Yeah, he's up there.
Yeah.
Okay. So here they come on to the acceleration zone, and we're away and racing here. Good start from the inside line. The odd numbers on the grid, they started to push through, and indeed they do. And it's Connor Lucas who now leads from George Ludwell, from Max Shields, now dropping down into 3rd place with Lennon French in 4th. And then we've got Danny Bean and Ike Needham going side by side down the back straight, followed by Jack Hewland. And Cameron Bailey somewhere in the mix as well with that orange number plate and orange helmet. It makes it a little bit easier to spot, particularly in the dark conditions. Zach Dawson then in behind with David Brewis in 9th, and James Kay, I think, is in 10th place at the moment.
Well, Dawson's the one here, Tom, that he's the one that can win the novice championship, can Zach Dawson, this weekend. Wonder if he'll then return for rounds 8 and 9 in Clubman and see if he can take some trophies in that class. Would currently be running in 5th place, I think, in Clubman, if that was the case. As Shields is going to make an early move down the inside of George Ludwell into hairpin number 2, and now he's looking back and urging, bordering on remonstrating, as Danny Bean and Ike Needham, they are currently 5th and 6th, will be greeted by a contact warning flag upon crossing timing.
Yeah, when they come across. But yes, that was a desperate plea from Max Shields down the back straight. Please push me down the back straight. And Ludwell, of course, in the clubman class, not in the pro class. It's not in his interest to fight, really, the front two. But, of course, we all want the prestige of not only finishing on the overall race podium, but winning it.
Well, he's won an overall final here as well this season, Tom, in Clubman. Well, overall, even though he is in the Clubman class. So.
Yeah. Lennon French is having a bit of a ding-dong now with Danny Bean and I think it's Ike Needham. And then you've got Cameron Bailey in there as well, about to join that party.
Yes, mate, absolutely. They are very, very close to each other.
Ain't no party like a Lennon French party.
Like that.
He's at the front of this this group of what is now going to be 4. I think by the time they exit hairpin 2, there'll be 4 in that train. Shields not able to live with Lucas at the moment. It's whether Ludwell has got any kind of response for Shields. How are we in a clubman championship?
Again, most of them missed the last round, so it's a...
Ludwell was leading that one coming into today, though, wasn't
for
he?
round 8.
There's a 50-point gap back to Needham and then 55 to Bailey.
Oh, we're going to be 3 wide, Tom, through the dog leg, and Ike Needham's going to emerge in front of Lennon French, albeit with a second warning of the race for Ike Needham. Danny Bean's already escaped that, and he is up into...
Tom Hewland's had enough of chucking the back of that car around and is pulling off into retirement.
Probably pancaked his tyres.
Yeah, he's probably popped him with the pressures.
At the front, Connor Lucas is extending his lead with the fastest lap of the race. So your gap is out to just under a second.
New dad, Connor Lucas.
Yes, he is.
We need to preface that. Every time we mention Connor Lucas's name, we need to say new dad, Connor Lucas.
It's not slowed him down, has it?
No, it's certainly not. You'd think he'd probably had no sleep last night and been up feeding the baby. But it's certainly not slowed him down. I mean, he's used to rocking up here and racing on a Sunday after sleepless nights. Anyway,
autopilot, isn't it?
He's had plenty of experience, but multiple championship winner as well. What does he need to do to wrap up seniors, David?
Keep winning. Just got to keep winning.
Is there much?
I think he can wrap it up at round 8. We'll come to that at the next round once it is a possibility. We'll get that one sorted. Shields in second place. The gap is out to just beyond the second. So he loses a 10th on that previous lap. Ludwell gains slightly, but not enough that it's going to benefit either of them particularly. They're not close enough to try and work together to try and use the slipstream to close down that back straight.
And that lap from George Ludwell, that 46.590, in any other championship, that would be absolutely stellar. But then he's got the thing is he's got the multiple champion Connor Lucas going around and doing 46.521s. So George Ludwell in that clubman class with stellar pace here, managing to hang on, as you said, to Max Shields. Danny Bean in a bit of a lonely 4th place at the moment, and second in that clubman class. Then we've got Ike Needham up to 5th place now, but still being hotly pursued by Lennon French, Cameron Bailey and Zach Dawson. There's still a group of 4 all together. I'm wondering when Jack Hewland's going to come into this one as well, or whether he can. 6 minutes to go. Big group behind as well that's headed by David Brewis, Sophie Pawsey, Oliver Hill, Macaulay Parnham, James Kay, all in that group. That's 10th all the way down. Sorry, 10th all the way down to 15th. And the last of our runners. So it doesn't matter where you are in Senior Pro Kart, there's always somebody to race against.
Fastest lap of the race by Connor Lucas as the personal best flood in. That's what's been highlighted by the blue down the right-hand side. Pink at the top, Lucas with the 2 times best and last equal. Suggests he's just done the fastest lap of the race, that 46.403.
Cameron Bailey really struggling to stop it at hairpin 1. Carried a lot of speed and the kart was jacking itself hard into hairpin 1 as he was hard on the brakes and sliding, fighting with traction and again into hairpin 3. Struggling to get it woed up. As Dawson now has a move on the inside of Cameron Bailey at hairpin 4 because of those issues. Cameron Bailey just managing to hold on as they come over start-finish line, and Bailey with a little tap on the helmet to say, you need to work with me to catch Lennon French, but I don't think he's in any mood to do that. Sophie Pawsey has just taken 10th place away from David Brewis as well.
Be interesting what the plan here is for Zach Dawson, because if he stays where he is at the minute, then he's going to be our novice champion. He doesn't want to risk taking himself out of this race because he has got a decent gap back to his nearest novice championship rival, because there's 4 others either in clubman or in pro between them.
Indeed. And
Shields with the fastest lap on the last race, lap, Tom, with that 46.4 dead.
It was 10th.5 quicker than Lucas that time around. Probably had a bit of a scruffy lap,
Not
I
the
think.
next time, unfortunately.
No.
He was back out by another half a tenth or so.
Well, he almost matched his lap time. The problem was that Conor Lucas went 1,000th of a second slower than his own personal best lap of the race.
The consistency at the level that they run at the front is unreal, isn't it, really?
Yeah. I mean, it really is. It really... there are Formula One drivers, genuinely Formula One drivers, who aren't as consistent as this.
No.
Nowhere near in terms of their lap time, lap to lap to lap to lap to lap. I mean, Joey Swan's a prime example of it, isn't he?
Just plugs in, just gets into,
and every
gets
lap
into a
almost
rhythm and
identical,
just
yeah. Or he gets quicker and quicker and quicker each time. But another 46.381 now, so into 46.3s from Max Shields. But again, another 46.4 for Conor Lucas. Another 46.4 for George Ludwell. Reminder, George Ludwell in the clubman class isn't even in the pro class, and he's just banging in 46.4, 46.4, 46.4 with the consistency. And this is what we're saying. There are world-class drivers out there who can't do this. And here we are in Senior Pro Kart.
Yeah, Ludwell leading the championship in clubman as Cam Bailey tries to move on Lennon French. That could allow Zach Dawson alongside, and does allow Zach Dawson to go through and up on Cameron Bailey. And Bailey's going to come straight back at Cameron Dawson, and then Dawson's going to have a trip out onto the Rumble trip. I thought he was. No, Cameron Bailey. Very benevolent there by Cameron Bailey. I'd have sent Zach Dawson to Destination Rumble strip.
Yeah.
Bailey is back through, though, round the national loop. Don't think Zach Dawson's particularly impressed as the consistency at the front continues.
Well, yes, Shields and Lucas split once again by 1,000th of a second in lap time.
3.72 to 3.73 at the front. Ludwell in
my head's about to
third
explode.
place.
I can't contemplate.
Yeah, he'll be pro next year, Ludwell. If he wins, they don't get a choice. You move up.
Yeah.
Will George Ludwell? He's been, in all honesty, Tom, since his emergence really out of novice last year, he's improved that much that by mid-season, if you were starting the season mid-season, he'd be in pro.
Yeah, you'd
based
seeded
on
him in
his
pro. You'd
consistency.
seeded him in pro,
Same
yeah.
with Zach Dawson as well, Tom. His performance and consistency, particularly from round sort of 4 onwards, he's taken a heat or final victory at every round this season. Zach Dawson. Here's another one that if you'd have started the championship 2 or 3 rounds in, he'd have been in clubman rather than novice. Yes, he'd have qualified for novice based on it being first season here or something similar. That's the permutations of it, and those drivers that don't feel that they're suitably experienced for clubman. But nonetheless,
I'd go into novice.
If
I was to start up again, I'd be a novice, 100%.
I'd be a 39-year-old novice.
And I'd be down in what is currently 15th place, or 16th probably.
I'd be 18th or 19th in a 16-kart race.
Fastest lap again for Conor Lucas that time around.
Does remind me of the motivation I gave Lennon French at round number 4, when I told him that in the upcoming British 24-hour, he'd be the 7th best driver in a 6-driver team. He then went out and scored a podium.
Well, there you go.
That's the type of motivation that you want, is in trying to prove me wrong. I was obviously jesting with him. He is a very, very quick driver.
Certainly is, but Lucas, once again, as we said, with that 46.297, so breaking that 46.3 barrier, and then again back into the 46.4s. Shields in the 46.3s. Ludwell again in the 46.4s. Danny Bean in the 46.4s now as well. He's starting to match the pace of the front runners, although it is a little bit late as the clock ticks down to 0.
Yeah, what Shields is doing here, Tom, on meeting old tyres is very, very commendable in second place. You know, limited to 5 sets of tyres over the 9 rounds for our Senior Pro Karts. Led to believe that he's the only one in the top 4 on used rubber. And what he's doing to stick with here and then gap George Ludwell as well on them used tyres for the second meeting that them tyres are getting used is very, very commendable for Maximus Shields.
into the 46.3s again for Luke. For Shields, personal best that time around. A bit of a scruffy one from Danny Bean, 46.8, and Ludwell a 46.5. So final lap underway, final half of the lap well underway now. It's going to be the Connor Lucas. It looks like 2 corners to go for another victory here for Connor Lucas here in Senior Pro Kart round 7. Going to be followed home by Maximus Shields, checkered flag. Connor Lucas, Max Shields, then we're going to have George Ludwell, then it's going to be Danny Bean, and then Ike Needham. Lennon French will come over the line in 6th place, just from Cameron Bailey and Zach Dawson. And then we're going to have Jack Hewland and Sophie Pawsey rounding out the top 10. Macaulay Parnham and David Brewis. Then it's Oliver Hill, Kyle Burns, James Kay, and unfortunately earlier in the race we lost Tom Hewland.
Yes, he went off into the pit lane. Congratulations to Zach Dawson, who wins the Novice Championship here at Teesside with an 8th place finish overall. That puts him as the leading novice in front of Macaulay Parnham in 2nd place in that race. Kyle Burns moved his way up into 3rd at the end, but it is Zach Dawson who is your Senior Pro Kart Novice Champion here at Teesside Autodrome. So we head to the final double header in the 4th weekend of October. It's going to be a mouth-watering one with so many championships still available. Into the live chat for the final time, Ange Volker saying that Diggy husband, well done to George Ludwell. Charlie Bean saying well done Danny Bean. Weather doesn't look as nice here in Portugal, and well done on Zach Dawson on his novice championship victory.
Indeed. Congratulations.
Light is beginning to fade here at Teesside on round number 7, but we'll be back in a month's time for round number 8 of the owner-driver sprint series. We're racing on Saturday and on Sunday for the owner-driver sprint series, the final 2 rounds of the season. Thank you to everybody that helps get these race meetings on, and also to all of our sponsors. We've got Medics UK, Infratech, ARC Plant Repairs, Metro Plum, HRS, Racing Engines, Garage 29 Graphics, MS Kart, as well as our title sponsors, NRG Karting. I've been David Sullivan, he's been Tom Butterworth, and until we see you for the 4th weekend in October, enjoy the rest of your Sunday.